Let me see if this works. Morning,
Mayor.
everyone. Yes. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to call this a special meeting to order of our City Council priority setting session. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag, the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Assistant City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Here.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
Here.
Councilmember Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Park.
Here.
Councilmember Jane.
Here.
Councilmember Becker.
Here.
Mayor Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you. May I read the statement of behavioral standards, Mayor?
Yes, please.
The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation.
Thank you, Assistant City Clerk, and I want to welcome everyone to the 2021 goal and priority setting, council goal priority setting session. This is a little bit different than last year. Last year, we had a lot of goals and aspirations for our community, which was really sidelined by the pandemic in March, and it changed our focus and our priorities here in the city of Santa Clara. We are in the midst of that now for 2021, and I know we're all going to be taking that into consideration when we set our 2021 goals and objectives in this priority setting session. So with that in mind, I'd like to turn it over to our city manager, Deanna Santana, to make her comments and introduce our facilitator this morning, Dr. Sean Scano. Deanna?
Thank you, Mayor, and good morning, City Council. Indeed, the Mayor is correct in that last year, the annual session was a very different format in that my report and the nature of the PowerPoint was about a growth strategy and how we were planning on expanding both by way of development and other initiatives. I'm excited that we are convening to discuss the city's priorities. It goes without saying that this year's session will be very different from the past as we continue to combat the global pandemic and focus on resources for essential services and COVID response efforts. Simply stated, we are holding a policy priority session during multiple converging crises. We have the pandemic, an economic slowdown, and a growing budget deficit with far less resources to deliver services. And after a year of already addressing unprecedented natural and health disasters, our frame of mind must match the context of our organization's challenges. Accordingly, the focus of this year's 2021 City Council priority session is on the city's fiscal outlook, impacts and efforts regarding COVID-19 responses and recovery. And given the magnitude of the work ahead to restore our economy and address COVID-19 induced impacts, our efforts to recover locally will not happen without intentional and connected decision making. That's a theme that I have been carrying with the organization as we plan for the future and solve our way out of the multiple crises. As with past recessions or economic downturns, I have learned over the many decades in this profession that it is strongly recommended that we focus our decision-making on what's urgent and what's important. Additionally, while the council is in transition with its governance structure, having now achieved 6 district elected council members, the city's organization is also very much under transformation. Unfortunately, our transformation does not come with a growth strategy. Instead, it comes within the context of having lost 500 part-time employees, as well as carrying over a 16% vacancy rate to assemble dollars that we can use to preserve what existing resources are left. I will have multiple slides that go over resources, benchmarking, as well as lost productivity hours. The organization that we were pre-pandemic is no longer the organization that we are today, and certainly not the organization that we will be post-pandemic. We now have a changed governance structure that sets policy with citywide and district goals, and an organization built for citywide service delivery with far less resources to provide those services. There is good news, and that is, of course, the council's discipline of using 2 days to plan strategically with respect to policy making in the interest of the city, the community, and always the organization. Not all organizations dedicate 2 days for strategic planning, and the past years have shown that these sessions are highly valuable for making business decisions for this organization in the interest of long-term strategies as well as our community. Equally as important is that we have newly seated council members who have the opportunity to discuss governance structure in which the city council operates, as well as develop norms and expectations for not only communication, but governing and working together. It is through these thoughtful conversations that we will reach agreement, establish solutions, and determine next steps. Over the past 3 years, we have come a long way with making intentional annual business meeting decisions. While it has not been perfect, we now integrate those decisions with our budget development process. We are able to track the activity by council policy priority pillar, as well as we offer a strong foundation for strategic planning. So in partnership and on behalf of all of the city staff, we value this time and we are looking forward to discussing these very important matters. I want to introduce our session facilitator. I know he's been on the line way before me, but we have Dr. Sean Spano today, who will facilitate the priority setting session. Dr. Spano has over 25 years of experience with working with city government and public organizations. He is a specialist in designing and facilitating public forums, meetings, training workshops, and offsite retreats with elected officials, executive staff, middle managers, commissions and boards, and local residents. As background, Dr. Sean Spano served as professor at San Jose State University, where he taught courses and conducted applied research in interpersonal, small group, and organizational communication. He specialized in bridging social construction and dialogue theory with practical skills and tools that enable students to design and facilitate processes to improve communication in community, organization, and interpersonal contexts. Dr. Spano serves as the president of Public Dialogue Consortium, a nonprofit organization committed to fostering high quality communication with public sphere collaborative problem solving and to appreciate different perspectives and common ground for action. So Sean, I'm going to pass it over to you.
Very good. Thank you, City Manager Santana. It's a pleasure being with you all again today. This is, I believe, my third priority session with Santa Clara City Council, and the first that we've done virtually. So my job here over the next couple minutes will be to set the context for our session today as well as tomorrow. And if I could ask to have the slides up, please. There's the welcome and schedule slide, and we'll start with that one.
Excuse me, Sean, this is Assistant City Clerk Pimentel. I'd like to read some Zoom logistics that we normally read before a public meeting.
Please, Nora, go ahead.
Thank you. The City of Santa Clara continues to take unprecedented steps as we comply with the County of Santa Clara Public Health Department's order and guidance to prevent and slow the spread of COVID-19, including the following the social distancing protocol and the use of face coverings. For today's meeting, the city is implementing a Zoom feature to allow public participation from the safety of your home. Members of the public can join via the link and or call in the Zoom meeting displayed on the screen now. If you'd like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is being presented. Staff will enter your name, last 4 digits of your phone number, and will call you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations. Topics not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower each hand to ensure that members of public are requesting to speak under the appropriate agenda item. You may also submit your comments on the e-comment feature available on the Santa Clara Legistar page or via public comment at santaclaraca.gov, and the comments will be read into the record. In addition to social distancing, all of us in city government have been practicing frequent hand washing and environmental cleaning as the public health community has frequently reminded us to do so. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Nora. Okay, I'm going to get us organized and the framework for today as well as tomorrow. So you see the schedule. And let me just reiterate what City Manager Santana said, how important these sessions are. I do several priority sessions, strategic planning sessions with city councils. And in my estimation, the effective city councils take the time to have these kinds of high-level, informal, strategic conversations, discussions with one another. They're important to have annually, and some even have a mid-year check-in. And they're especially important when you have a new council with turnover. It's a great way to build relationships, foster understanding, and develop some norms for how you're going to work together, in addition to setting the strategic direction for the city. So right now on day one, welcome in session framework. I'm handling that right now. We are going to move in right after this into public comment. And there will be 3 public comment segments today. The one that'll start in just a couple minutes. There'll be another one right before lunch, estimating about 12:30. And then there'll be one at the end of the day today, estimated at about 4 o'clock. And then we'll also have public comment as well tomorrow. The first one tomorrow morning will be about 9:15. After public comment, we'll move to accomplishments and challenges. This is a little icebreaker warm-up activity for council. What do you see as the major accomplishment in the city over the last year? And what do you see as the major challenge going forward here in 2021? We will spend the rest of the morning on fiscal outlook and resource update. We'll have City Manager Santana kick that off, and then we'll hear from Finance Director Lee. And then we'll move into lunch after that. And then City Manager Santana will talk a little bit about city governance in transition as you move to district, your in-district elections, and as you continue into that model, and then also results around COVID and implications for governance. And then we'll spend the rest of the afternoon on communication, expectations, excuse me, and governance. And this is an opportunity for you all to talk about what your norms are on how you're going to work together, how you're going to work with staff, and how you're going to work with the community, with the public. That will wrap up our day. We'll wrap up our day, get ready for day 2 tomorrow. We'll set the context in the morning. I'll do that first thing when we meet at 9. We'll move to public comment after that. And then tomorrow is about the pillars, about your strategic goals. So we'll do a response and review of the council pillars. The key document there will be the priority matrix. That is part of your packet. We'll have a conversation about future items that council would like to consider in the pillars, items underneath the pillars, and that will wrap up our day tomorrow. And then we'll summarize that, and there'll be another public comment session at the end of the session tomorrow. So that's our schedule for the 2 days. Really looking forward to this, and I want us to move us forward. Before we move into public comment, there's one more slide. If we could move on to the next slide. And this is an opportunity for me to remind council that you were all generous enough to give me some time earlier in January to do one-on-one interviews. And as you recall, I asked several questions in those one-on-one interviews. What is the environmental, the organizational, political context, environment. What does it look like? How are things different this year compared to last year? I asked about the workload and budget, your sense about that. I asked about the strategic pillars, your sense about what the important goals are. And then I also asked for your vision for what a successful priority session would look like. And I got lots of great responses to that. And there were several responses that were about the process. And so those are the items that are here on the screen. And just to remind you, these are items that council told me is their vision for success for a successful priority session. You all told me you would like to elicit the range of views that are on council. You have 7 members, lots of different views. Let's hear all those views. You also said you want to encourage listening and understanding. And that doesn't mean agreeing with each other. It means trying to understand your colleagues, what's behind their positions, what's behind their reasoning and why they believe what they believe and are advocating what they're advocating. Generate solutions, be solution oriented, forward looking as you move forward. How are you going to tackle the complex, difficult issues that you're confronted with? Promoting civility, good collegiality, good communication with each other, and then working towards agreement and consensus whenever possible. I just want to mention a couple other things about the interviews, that listening carefully to those and then integrating in what we heard from council into the design, into the agenda for our 2 days together. Heard a suggestion to present the budget update early so it sets the context, the realistic context and constraints that you're all under. And we did that. You'll hear from Finance Director Lee in just a moment. Also was a suggestion to include a team building element for council around norms and how you all want to work together. That's our segment this afternoon. Wanting to ensure ample time for public comment. We've worked in 3 public comment segments today, as well as public comment segments tomorrow. And then also with the suggestion as we move into the pillars tomorrow in the work plan, the priority work plans, is emphasizing what didn't get done last year as a result of COVID. Again, the focus here is wanting to set a realistic context for what the city can achieve given the constraints and limitations. So I have several other points that I'll share from the interviews as they become relevant for the different segments that we're addressing today. So that takes us through our setting the context for today and tomorrow. And I'm going to turn it back over to the mayor to handle our first public comment segment of the day. Mayor Gilmore.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to turn it over to Assistant City Clerk Nora because she can call the names. I can't see the names. So Nora, do we have members of the public that would like to speak?
I'm pulling that up right now. I see one hand. Oh, they put it down. Oh, wait, let's put it back up. Let me see who that is. Kirk Vartan. Kirk Vartan has his hand up.
All right, Kurt, go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, and the team.
Morning.
It's great to see Professor Spano back. Remember fondly seeing him lead these sessions in the past. I'll be hopefully not too much of a broken record here, but a little bit of one. And a broken record seems to be something that either I'm really excited about or something I'm really frustrated about. Unfortunately, this is the frustrated about portion, and it has to do with testing for COVID-19 in our communities. I've mentioned this a couple times, and I just wanted to stress the need for a real testing strategy inside our community. Now, I know the county, I've spoken with the county about this. I'm part of their CAP program, their County Ambassador Program for COVID-19. They're really focused on vaccine distribution, allocation, strategy, deployment, as they should be, as we all should be. And I would suggest that, which is great, but we need something to support that between now and whenever we're at 85% vaccine ready. And that's really good, easy, rapid at-home testing for people that don't have to stay at home. There are people that stay home and work, which is great, Like in this kind of meetings, you don't have to go into work to actually do your job, and you can go get a PCR test just like you normally would at the county facility or your local doctor or whatever. But people in my roles and other roles in restaurants and retail, we don't have that luxury of staying home and being able to wait 3 days for a test or wait a week to schedule one. And it needs to be convenient. And if it's not convenient, it's not going to happen. We've seen that. And you know, to not have a strategy to allow businesses that are open, not the ones that aren't open because they're home, but the ones that are open, how we can safely keep them open and have a strategy so that the workers and everybody that they work with feel that there is some consistent and cohesive strategy for making them safe and having a strategy to keep them safe and keep them open. A suggestion I put out there is being able to do at-home testing before you go to work. So if you test positive, you stay home, you don't go in and find out, because now the current strategy is you get a test whenever that is, and then you just go back to work for 2 or 3 days till you find your results. And then by the time you find your results, everybody's already infected and everybody stays home in quarantines, and the business needs to shut down for a minimum of 10 days. That can happen at any time the business is open. Even after it closes for a week, it has to open up and then close for another week if that happens again. I just really feel that we need to have a strategy that really works for businesses that are open, because right now the cross your fingers uh, strategy that we have now, hoping nobody's sick and going to work, is just it's just a disaster waiting to happen, and it is a real concern. It provides a lot of stress on business owners and managers like me, and I really hope the city can provide leadership role in leading the effort in doing at-home inexpensive testing. The tests exist, we just need someone to step up and say they want to do it. Thanks so much for your time.
We have a second speaker with a hand up, Alex Shore.
Welcome, Alex. Alex, are you there?
Morning, Mayor Gilmore and Council.
Morning.
Thanks so much. Just wanted to say I hope you all got the letter from our organization last week. We're here today again this year to talk about community engagement, and I know it's going to be on today's agenda, so just want to offer up ourselves as a resource if there's opportunity for back and forth conversation today with you all, a little bit about community engagement. We're happy to give an update on our perspective and our conversations with staff. I'm sure it may come up at some point today. So we're just here as a resource and appreciate your time and your attention on this matter. Thanks so much.
And Mayor, City Manager Santana's hand is up.
Oh, City Manager, and then any other public, if we have any other public. City Manager?
I'm happy to go last. I just have a housekeeping item.
Okay. Is there any other member of the public that would like to speak? Do we have anybody online?
I have no other speakers, Mayor.
Okay, so our next it's going to be approximate time to speak is around, I think around 12:40, right before lunch this afternoon. If there's anybody out there that would like to prepare a public presentation, you're welcome to come then, and also at the end of the day. City Manager.
So I just wanted to go over that as part of the agenda that was published. We do have 3 action items after the council hears the budget presentation. This has been a typical practice of over past years of where we provide amendments to either the 10-year financial forecast, which we'll call out today. In your packet, you did receive a proposed set of budget principles for fiscal year 21-22. There's a red line version included in the packet so that you have reference to the amendments that we're calling for, as well as the council were requesting that you validate the pillars and approve any amendments to the pillars if they're so introduced. I'm not raising any for this session to be amended, but certainly the council has that discretion. So at the end of the budget presentation or at the appropriate time within the agenda, there is an actionable item. It's the recommendation that's listed on page 1 of your actual council printed agenda. I also was forgetful in acknowledging the good work of Kendra Davis and Nadine Nader, as well as all of the department staff that put this presentation together for the 2 days. Just excellent work, and I think it's very informative for the council, and I hope you find that as well. That was it, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. So now do we go back to Sean or the city manager?
Yes, back to me.
Back to Sean. Okay, Dr. Spanos, go ahead.
Thank you. Two other housekeeping items. We will take a break this morning before lunch, and not exactly sure. We'll look for a natural time, but that'll be probably around 10:45 or so. And then we'll have another break this afternoon, assuming that we go the full time, and that'll probably be sometime around 3 o'clock this afternoon, just as you're planning out your day and looking at your schedule. Okay, we are ready to move into our warm-up activity here, and this is accomplishments and challenges, and we'll go to City Council to answer these two questions. What do you see as the top city accomplishment in 2020? And if there was, actually asking for one accomplishment. If there were two, we can hear two. And then what is the one thing about your work and the work of the city as council members that is most concerning to you? Asking it differently, what's keeping you up at night? So we'll use the raise hand function just to determine what the order is of who's going to go. So who'd like to get us started? I see Council Member Watanabe's hand up. So let's go with her first, and then anybody else? Council Member Jane next, and then who after Council Member Jane? Hardy, Council Member Hardy. So we have Watanabe, Council Member Jane, Council Member Hardy, Chahal after that. And who would like to go after? And then Council Member Park. And then we will go to Council Member Becker. Would you like to go after that? I'll just put you up, and then Mayor Gilmore. Okay, Council Member Watanabe, get us started. What do you see as the top accomplishment, and what is the one concern for you?
Hi, Sean. Thank you so much. And it's always great to see you and have you running these priority sessions. So I would say that probably the biggest accomplishment was having $80 million in our general fund that helped us when the pandemic hit. I mean, it wasn't something that happened overnight. It was something that was accrued over a period of time, being fiscally responsible and looking at ways to make the city run better. And so I give a lot of credit to our city manager and our staff, especially our accounting department, that, you know, even though we didn't see this pandemic coming at us, at least we were prepared for it, much more so than the city was in 2008, 2009, when the dot-com bust occurred, and the city only had about $5 million in the general fund. So it put us in a place to be able to fall back on. And so I would say then it gave us the ability then to allocate monies, but also at the same time, as the city had to take unprecedented actions in canceling programs, and it gave us the ability to then repurpose those monies to put towards the residents and making sure that the residents were heard and that their needs more than anything else were being taken care of. That's one thing Santa Clara has always been good about, is just making sure that our residents are taken care of, that we're hearing them. And so, you know, the city put out a great publication during the summertime listing all those accomplishments and those programs that were put together in such an incredible period of time to, again, meet the residents' needs, whether it had to do with food programs, small business grants, rent allocations, keeping the lights on, making sure that the utilities, nobody was without utilities in their residence. I mean, the city took on just incredible actions in terms of getting everybody in the residents taken care of. And so I think, you know, when you look at, I mean, really in about 6 to 9 months, all these accomplishments were put in place. And the challenges going forward is to make sure that these are sustainable and continuing to find ways to make sure that these challenges that are before us, that we find ways to make sure that the accomplishments are sustainable and continue to work together. I'm very proud of the city of Santa Clara. We've did so much more so than our surrounding cities. We were right on top of things, and again, that goes to the management of the city and having the foresight to just take immediate action and provide. So I know, like I said, I'm very proud of our city and what was accomplished in a short period of time, but at the same time, the challenges, the accomplishments are still the challenges, and we need to, and we'll continue to work to make sure that we do the best that we can. And I know our staff is always looking at ways to make that happen as well. So I'll just leave it at that. And so thank you for the opportunity.
Excellent. Thank you for getting us started. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I would say if you're talking about one, it would be the small business grant program. We were able to give $5,000 to $10,000 grants to a number of small businesses. And just going into the part two, where the priority to me is keeping businesses in business. It's really hard to start a business, and if they go out of business, we have empty storefronts. So just the small business grant program. Thank you.
Thank you. We're on to Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I'd like to say I agree with what's been spoken by my fellow council members, but I also want to say that even in the middle of a pandemic, we were able to finish upgrading a bunch of our public parks and get those open when we could and make that public space open to everyone. That became very obvious how important that was, that we have that area and that ability. So and we are continuing with that and doing our very best, even with the budget constraints. So obviously what keeps me up at night is the budget and making certain that we can provide our core services to our residents. Even as I speak, I can hear my garbage being picked up. There are some basic things that we expect and want, and we need to be able to provide as a city. And I would agree also with Councilmember Jang over the other thing that keeps me up at night is the small businesses and making certain that we keep them around. They are the backbone of our city.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Councilmember Park. You are up now.
Yeah, so it's funny, but on top of mind for me is also the businesses in our city. I have a number of relationships with the people all along El Camino, and I was pretty impressed with the number of loans, the business support that we were able to give. If you look at the number of people that were able to receive support from the city, it's pretty impressive. But again, I don't think that we're doing enough to keep them afloat. And that's my concern, which is I know a lot of businesses, whenever I go down El Camino and I see something closed or I see something that we used to go to that we can no longer go to, it's a concern for me. And every time I go down, I worry, what else am I going to see or am I not going to see? That's the thing that keeps me up at night. Thank you.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Sean. So coming to the top accomplishments, one thing I would like to say is how we reorganized at the city level to deal with the pandemic. Like everything came to us all of a sudden, and we reorganized, and the reorganization at the city level was an accomplishment. And on that, I would like to point out two things. Like one is the small business grant program, and second is the rent assistance program. These were two things which our community needed, and we were able to fulfill. But that said, if I look at the long term, so these are the issues we faced all of a sudden. But as a long term, I would like to have council deal with and put it on priority to develop a small business strategy going forward. Like what can be done to help and support our small businesses, and that should be one of the priorities. What makes me not to sleep at night? Uh, One is budget deficits, and within the budget deficits, it's really concerning about our pension liabilities. So those are the, in nutshell, that's very concerning to me going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I was reminded last February that Council Member Hardy corrected me that she was actually the vice mayor. And so I had to make that correction. And so let me also make the correction, Vice Mayor Chahal, and I'll make sure I get that right for the rest of the day.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
Thank you. We are on to Councilmember Becker. Are you there, Anthony?
Sorry, I was on mute. My apologies.
We got you.
So thank you for doing this. Thank you for everyone being here. But I would like to start with my I think the city's accomplishments, which was the pandemic response, small business loans. There was also the face mask handout, which I did actually with Mayor Gilmore, Robert Mazzetti, and Robert O'Keefe. That was really good because it got our residents face masks, and it also helped with the small businesses in the long run. What really does keep me up at night, though, I'm going to say that the small businesses, I see them closing left and right up and down the El Camino Real. So Andy's Barbecue's gone. A bunch of places that I used to go to are just closing up their doors because they're afraid. And I think that's where we need to help more. Another one is internet equity. That's a major issue. I just moved into my place right now, and it's really kind of tough because when you're trying to connect the internet and it's not working, you wish there was a reliable service that you can use the internet. And I'm knowing that a lot of people that are underprivileged are having the same issue, especially for distance learning. Budget deficits, that keeps me up all night. That's something that, keeps a lot of people bugging us, is saying, how are you going to fix the budget deficits? Another thing I'd say is losing Santa Clarans. A lot of people are packing up and moving. When I was moving this weekend, it was really hard to get a moving truck because everybody's leaving Santa Clara and everybody's leaving California. And the reasons why is because, let's go back to affordable housing. That's another thing that keeps me up all night. And then lastly, another thing that I would say is council bickering and, back and forth and trying to point fingers. That is a thing that I think really bothers me a lot, because I think we have the right to disagree, but I think we're a family, and seeing what we've gone through in this pandemic, I think we're going to be able to work through that. And I think this is a perfect council to start doing that. And overall, I think the biggest thing that mainly keeps me up all night is probably the quality of life of our residents and the quality of life of everybody. Seeing what the pandemic's done to people, it's caused a lot of depression. It's caused people to, feel isolation. At the same time, people need somebody to rely on. And I think that this council is going to be doing that. And I think quality of life is the major key to what's keeping me up at night and what major keeps a lot of our Santa Clarans up all night.
Very good. Thank you very much, Councilmember Becker and Mayor Gilmore.
Thank you very much. I think that what I'm most proud of what the city accomplished last year was our very rapid response to the pandemic. And what was the most important thing to me was the fact that working with our city manager and city staff and council, that we were able to work effectively with the school district to be able to get the food distribution out and feed people in our community, because we looked at that as a #1 goal, to make sure that people were not going hungry, and feeding the school children, their families, and our seniors, especially on the weekends. But the pace at which we put that together was so incredible, and I'm very, very proud of that. We have, a lot of programs in the city that we implemented last year. The Small Business Grant Fund was just one of them, but we did so many things, and have a list, and we've done more than other communities by far. for what we put together in terms of utility credits, taking garbage rates and you know, extending them so that our residents would be able to move ahead without paying such high fees. And you know, so many things that we have done through Silicon Valley Power and through the city rental assistance. It's just we have a whole list of things that we have done, and we did those rapidly to respond to the community. And I think for a public agency to respond that quickly and as swiftly and successfully as we did, I think is really something to, now that we, you know, look back at that, to really admire. When you're in the midst of doing it, you're not even thinking about it, you're just getting it done. And I think, you know, when this is all over and we look back, I think that's something, you know, that we can be proud of in a very dark time. What I'm also proud of is the fact that we spent a lot of time preparing for emergencies with our budget, and the fact that we had put aside so much money into our reserves, I think is a huge accomplishment, and one that's not talked about very often because some people don't like to promote the success of the city of Santa Clara. But the fact that we prepared for an emergency is what is going to carry us through the next couple of years. It was our preparation. So there was a lot of people involved in that. And I think that's what we've done well. What keeps me up at night is the fact that we have to get our city back up and running again. And these are things that I personally want to focus our goal setting session on, is getting the community and the city back running at full force, being ready when the pandemic is, you know, effectively under control, whenever that is. And it'll hopefully be sometime this year, thinking positively. I don't want to get the green light. Yes, we can move ahead and then wait two or 3 months to implement our programs. I want to be ready now so that we can get our community back up and running again, because people are, you know, losing their businesses. They're not being able to survive. They're spending all their savings. They need services for their children. We need our libraries open and our parks open and everything going at full force. I want to be ready. That's what keeps me up at night, to be able to be prepared. And that's what I want to spend this year doing, is being prepared. So when it happens, you know, we're ready, and coming up with the financial plan, you know, based on what we've done in the past and our reserves, coming up with a financial plan that makes sense for us to get us through this, because there will be light at the end of the tunnel for us. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for that. I knew this was going to be difficult. One accomplishment and one concern. You have way more accomplishments than just one, as we heard, and way more concerns than just the one. So I don't want to put City Manager Santana or City Attorney Doyle on the spot, but if you want to respond, let me open the door to these two questions as the two council appointees. City Manager Santana,
Sure.
any thoughts?
I wrote down my thoughts, and I am most proud of the organization, its ability to be nimble and maintain a level of service of normal operations. We accomplished a lot, as Councilmember Hardy noted, as well as other council members, and we provided unprecedented levels of COVID support. So I'm equally as proud, and I always say that we have the best team in the Bay Area, and I know that other cities have made comments similarly. My challenge is I do worry about the budget. I've said that many times, so it's not a surprise. I also worry, and this is a new thought, in that Santa Clarans are so mighty and they're so energized to help the community. We have a lot of things in the horizon that we just can't get to. We have, you know, this morning there's Costco giving a church pallets of furniture for people who are ready to move in to recover from homelessness, and creating the resources to connect those dots so that we can create a successful program. I don't think we have those types of resources available in capacity, but we want to find ways to do it. We have food boxes from different agencies and churches that they require some level of city support in order to make the boxes available to the public. And again, it goes back to city resources and having those city resources available. So the challenge is meeting the needs of the community, the mightiness of our community, and the resource disconnect right now. And there's a lot.
We lost, sounds like we're lost connection.
I think she's frozen.
She is frozen up. Okay. She will come back online, and while that happens,
come on, city manager.
Come on, bandwidth, work.
Come on.
Okay, it looks like maybe a connection problem. So let me go to City Attorney Doyle. If you want to have any items to include here, Brian.
Yeah, I'll just be brief. Thank you, Dr. Spano and Mayor and Council.
You're bubbly, City Attorney. It sounds to me you're bubbly. Does everyone else hear that?
Yes, it's a little garbled.
It's garbled. Okay. Is this any better?
Brian, if your video is on, you may want to turn it off. It may
Can you
help.
hear me?
You're still bubbled and his video's off, Nadine.
Okay.
My video is off?
Yes, but you're still very bubbly.
You may
Okay,
be too close to the mic, Brian.
I'm at City Hall, so
Oh, better. That's a little better. Go ahead.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. No, I'll be brief because I don't know how long I have before this thing goes down. But I see as our top accomplishment is responding to the COVID pandemic. I mean, the city attorney's office and city staff have been involved in numerous efforts to help out, whether it's with the rent relief, whether it's with business loans and business grants, and the enormous amount of time we spend working with the county to make all these things happen. So I think Santa Clara really, in terms of all the cities in Silicon Valley, I think we've responded probably, if not the most effectively, maybe in the top tier of effective responses. The thing that keeps me up the most at night is the number of lawsuits and the amount of the litigation and existing lawsuits that that are draining our office's ability to continue in that response. I don't want to get into what those lawsuits are or anything else, but it is of concern to me, and I think it's important that the public and the council understand the amount of harm that those lawsuits do to the city's ability to provide services to its residents. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you. Deanna, are you back with us?
I'm back.
Great. You were talking about food distribution.
I was. My point is that there is a lot of interest within the community where there's resources, and they do need some city resources in order to complete the partnership and get to scale, and having the staff resources to help those partnerships for the betterment of the community and achieve scale. There's areas where we just don't have the resources, but it keeps me up in terms of it's too good of an opportunity to let pass.
Very good. Thank you for that. Just a wonderful list of accomplishments, and you obviously have your challenges out in front of you. It makes me proud to be a partner with the city of Santa Clara and all the good work that you're all doing. We are going to transition now into budget and resource update. And as I'm going to turn it over to, I'm not sure if Deanna will set this up or we're going to go. Oh, I'm sorry. Hassam, you have your hand up, Mr. City Clerk. Please join in on an accomplishment and challenge.
Thanks, Sean. So one thing I just wanted to call out from in terms of the top city accomplishments, and I think there were some really good things that were said today. But I also want to acknowledge the fact that when we got hit with COVID and it kind of took everybody by surprise, the city was actually in a pretty good shape in terms of how it handles community engagement. Of course, we have been ramping up over the years before even COVID our technology engagement practices, obviously the live streaming that we've been doing over the last several years, and the amount of effort that the city staff has done just a phenomenal job in terms of expanding its outreach on Nextdoor, on Facebook, on YouTube Live, and when when the pandemic hit, the city didn't skip a beat in terms of how it was engaging with the community. We were able to transition very quickly over to the Zoom meetings, and very high quality production that is there to serve the residents and to keep them engaged, particularly at a time where we know all of us in Santa Clara know that our community is extremely engaged. Council chambers, it's always like Tuesday nights was always like a party at City Hall, but having the ability to quickly pivot and leverage the years of expertise that we have built up to engage the community really allowed us to jump straight in, right in without missing a beat and keeping the community engaged. So I think huge props to the team that has just been doing a phenomenal job and keeping up with it and just continually finding ways to improve. Hopefully over the next couple of days, I want to talk about how we can grow that a little bit in terms of community engagement. I know in the last couple council setting sessions, we talked about doing town halls, non-city council meeting scheduled town halls. And now that we have district representation across all 6 districts, I think this is going to be even more important. And particularly now that we have the technological capability for us to easily arrange these, I think it's going to be even more effective than what we had planned for last year. And of course, the pandemic threw a wrench in that whole process that we had already planned out. So I'm pretty excited over the next couple of days for us to add that to the agenda, maybe hear some feedback from the new council members who, of course, are representing districts that hadn't elected a district representative in the past. The thing that is most concerning to me, I think this happens, and let's be honest. I mean, this happens whenever there are new folks on council, and of course, we are recovering still from very toxic campaigning at the national level, and of course, some of that trickled down at the local level. So, one of the things that does concern me, and this happens with new council members that. Anytime there are new council members, is how we can work together. And we don't always have to agree. And I've mentioned this in the past, that we don't always have to agree. But how can we focus on what the needs of the city are? And, even just hearing the comments from everybody on council, like, there are some topics that when they come up on council meetings, they suck the air out of the room. And not one of those topics were brought up in terms of the top of mind things for any of the folks on the call. So I'd like us just to put things in perspective when we deal with disagreements, with differences, and always to remember to put the residents first and the benefit of the community first. And I am not suggesting at all that anybody isn't doing that. But just whenever we get into conflict, just allow ourselves to remind ourselves that healthy conflict is good, negative conflict is not. And when we, just in terms of like kind of tying it back to my first comment about how we engage the community better, let's find out ways to leverage the technology that we have in terms of getting the voice of the community to help guide the decisions that we make. So I know maybe it sounds a little bit cryptic, but I think folks can understand what I'm trying to get at, and hopefully take away what they think is best from it, and just ignore me on things that they disagree on, and that's okay. Thanks, Sean.
Good. Thank you for those comments. Councilmember Park, I see your hand up. Did you want to make a comment?
Yeah, I would like to just reiterate the comments that the city clerk made, meaning disagreements will arise, and disagreements aren't necessarily things that you can help because you don't know that you disagree until somebody makes a statement. But there are lots of things that we can do to reduce the amount of dissent, and I'm going to say it, I feel like it's the third grade, fifth grade politics in city council. And the first thing is accusations need to stay out of city council, meaning out of council chambers, out of the meetings. I know that on day one, from day one, we've had issues of accusations against some of the new council members, and this kind of behavior has continued through the city council meetings, whether it's accusations of people taking campaign contributions, people being friends with people who are business entities with Santa Clara. These are definitely things that we can not do, meaning disagreements, they will come up, but attacks, that needs to stop. Councilmember Becker mentioned that this is top of mind for him, and I think that this isn't necessarily the top of mind for me because I think, well, I've taught school and I feel like sometimes I'm back at school again when we've got people bickering, but I think we can do better than that as adults. And these kinds of accusations really need to stop. They've been here since day one, and I can point you to 2 hours, 57 minutes into the first meeting, the very first meeting, where we were accused of taking campaign contributions. I can point you to 3 hours, and I don't remember any odd minutes where we were accused of being friends.
On course, Councilmember Park, about our goal setting instead of the specifics.
And that's,
I'd like to keep this real positive, if that's okay.
Understood. And the other concern is we've got people like the mayor and city clerk that can interject their comments in between every single comment. And I would really like those comments to be for the purpose of business and not for the purpose of giving their opinions on a particular statement or a perceived alliance between city council members or city council members and third parties. And we can show you, and I've written them down. I would just like this to stop. I would really like it not to be an issue. I'd really like to not talk about this. But when it comes up again and again and again, it becomes a systemic, a continuing problem. Thank you.
Let me jump in here.
Can I say something first? I jump in when I'm trying to keep us on course because I'm in charge of running the meeting. So that's the difference, Councilmember Park. Secondly,
and that is not always true.
Councilmember Park. Secondly, there's a section, if you read the booklet, there's a section on governance. If you want to talk about those kinds of things, that would be the appropriate time to do it. But right now, I'd like to keep on course. You'll have plenty of time to talk about it during the governance session. Go ahead, Dr. Spano.
Yes, and so I do appreciate jump starting that conversation, Councilmember Park, and we have the afternoon, a big chunk of the afternoon devoted to that exact conversation about norms and expectations for how you all work together. So I made notes of what was said, and you both the city clerk, Councilmember Becker, and yourself, as well as Mayor Gilmore, and I will help set that up for us this afternoon as we move into that segment of the priority session. So thank you for getting us started on that. I am going to move us forward on to the budget and resource presentation. And I'm not sure if City Manager Santana will set that up and then turn it over to Director Lee. But do let me just make a couple quick comments here based on the interviews as context setting for the budget and resource segment. What council told me was that the need, and we've heard that already this morning, the need to focus on basic services because of the budget deficit and the ongoing uncertainty from COVID. We have to, quote, we have to be realistic about what we need and have to do. And then also strong agreement to explore and secure new revenue sources, replenish your budget reserves. Budget constraints are going to require council to make difficult decisions in an uncertain environment. and staff capacity and burnout is a concern, along with limited budget to hire new staff. There was strong agreement on the part of council to avoid layoffs, furloughs as much as possible at all costs. So with that as context setting, let me turn it over to City Manager Santana to get us organized for this segment.
Thank you. Let's go to slide 10, please. And I just, Dr. Spano summarized quickly what the agenda topics are that we will present on. Ken is going to lead the presentation. I just wanted to acknowledge a theme that has already come up. This organization has practiced incredible fiscal discipline during a time when we were in a growth strategy, and has put significant dollars aside that Ken and I and the team have looked through strategically with how to weather this unprecedented storm with a pandemic and the consequences of the COVID-induced fiscal impacts. We will present a framework, a multi-year framework of how to recover financially so that we have a lesser impact on services. It appropriately relies on one-time funds to close the gap so that we don't reduce services to a point where it will be very difficult to restore them, acknowledging we exist in a very highly competitive hiring market, as well as public service staff are easily lured away by other surrounding organizations. So the framework is one that we would like your input on as we begin to plan for the phase 1 council consideration later in February of what had already been publicly distributed for November, and as well as phase 2 of additional council action that will need to be considered in order for us to put out a balanced May budget where there is a set of agreements over the next 3 years of how we will address the budget deficit. So I'll chime in as necessary, Ken, but if you could just lead us through. I do want to mention that our solutions can't just come with cutting resources and positions. We are offering some revenue opportunities for long-term sustainability. We know that we are subsidizing fees more than, or at least in the multi-million dollars. And so we will represent that as well as other options that the council has deliberated on. So Ken, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Great. Thank you, City Manager Santana. Good morning, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you as part of this priority setting retreat. Before I get started, I just wanted to thank and acknowledge the budget staff here in the Finance Department, led by Margaret McCann, Budget Manager. And we have over 60 budgets among the staff through both the Great Recession and the dot-com bust. So I just wanted to acknowledge the work, the nights and weekends to get this material together, and without it, I wouldn't be able to provide this presentation. So thank you to the budget staff. As Deanna mentioned, the agenda before you, there's a lot of material here. And as I was reflecting this morning on a year ago when I presented the same fiscal update, we were in a much different situation than we are today. At the time, we have, it was mentioned, $80 million in reserves. We had a deficit that was deemed as manageable, and we were looking forward to a couple strategies to resolve that deficit. And very quickly, after that presentation in March, things have painted a much different picture. And so with that, there's a lot of information in the agenda, as Deanna mentioned. If it's acceptable, Mayor, I was planning to kind of go through each section and take a pause for questions.
That's perfect. Thank you, Ken.
Okay, great. So on the next slide after this, I wanted to talk a little bit about the forecast as a strategic planning tool. In many organizations, you look at the forecast and there's a lot of numbers, there's a lot of revenues, a lot of expenses, but I like to take a step back and describe the forecast as a planning tool that's an opportunity to look at where we're at today, our current condition, and due to COVID-19, I have some updates on what that looks like. And then looking ahead, what's our foundation for our priorities? What, as a city that delivers very important and critical services to our community, how do we plan for, how do we look ahead from a fiscal perspective? I'll talk about some of the known risk factors. So we're in the midst of our recession and COVID-19, and there's a lot of different variables and vulnerabilities that can and may happen in the future that we'll talk about. There will be a lot of conversation about trade-offs. I will talk about both expenses that have changed, and a large part of the presentation ahead will include a discussion on revenues and in the short term, medium term, and long term, what are some trade-offs with regards to the budget. Deanna mentioned a budget balancing strategy that's included in the presentation. So we will present one of many possible strategies. And then as far as reserves, it was mentioned earlier this morning, the buildup of those $80 million reserves was very strategic. And so as we look ahead and look at the forecast and plan for the budget, the use of some of those reserves in a strategic way, I do want to mention that is important. Next slide. So starting with our economic outlook, I will talk at the national level and then get closer to home. And first and foremost, as everyone knows, COVID-19 was an abrupt end to the longest expansion in US history. I think no one had predicted a pandemic coming forward. No one had planned for the level of the duration and the impact from a fiscal perspective. So I'll talk through some of the strategy around how we see getting out of and into a recovery with regards to the pandemic. We do partner with our UCLA Anderson School for our economic forecast on a national level. They track many of the statistics and data elements that guide kind of the economy. And so we consult with them with regards to our economy, and with mass vaccinations continuing, their projection is that growth and recovery would happen this year, later this year, as the rollout of vaccines occur. And so I'll talk more about some of that recovery, at least when it comes to our local revenues as well. And then that third point, I want to mention that there has been an uneven impact to some of the businesses and residents with regards to COVID-19 across the country. You've seen many businesses that are involved with work from home technologies that have thrived and are growing and booming. And you've seen some residents that have continued to struggle due to unemployment. And so I'll talk about some of those impacts from the national level as it gets home. And before we leave this slide, I do want to take a look at the graph to the right here and the shape of it. This is a UCLA forecast with regards to the recovery, and you can see that in the dark blue, those are quarters of GDP. That the big dip there in Q2 2020 from an annualized rate, it's a 33% drop, and then quickly recovering with a 30% drop in Q3. I want to point out the gap here. The red trend line was our projections or our national projections from a growth perspective pre-COVID, and with COVID occurring in 2020 and a recovery expected toward the end of this calendar year, it shows that in Q4 of 2021, we would get back to that level pre-COVID, prior to the numbers that were shown prior to the pandemic. And there's a gap here, even though we do recover from a numbers perspective. I do want to show that there's lost capacity both at the national level and at the local level. If you take a look at the shape of this graph, it will look familiar as I walk through some of our revenue sources. So even though we are projected to come back to where we were at pre-COVID, there is lost capacity and an impact to us. Next slide. When you look at some of the other statistics, the last slide I showed GDP, unemployment continues to improve after a very sharp increase there from low unemployment levels to almost 16%. These are the highest unemployment the nation has seen since the Great Depression. And locally, Silicon Valley has been very low, below the state and local national level. And the recovery that over the last 9 months or so we're right around 7% on a national level. It's a little misleading because there are a number of employees that have been either discouraged or retired out of the workforce, so that's not reflected in the numbers. Now, taking it closer to home, Santa Clara, our real estate market continues to experience growth and is very strong despite COVID-19. Part of that is due to the very low interest rates that we're seeing. That's from a national level, the Fed is using to help stimulate the economy. UCLA, our forecast expects that the housing market continues to grow and remain strong at least through 2023. But I want to caution that even though there is that growth, development activity can change very quickly. We saw that in the Great Recession with the tightening of the lending from the banks. And so we'll continue to monitor that. That bottom graph there shows that from a average price and a medium price, we continue to be very strong, starting to flatten out as we get to more of the affordability issues in the area. Next slide. So I want to talk a little bit about our general fund forecast. And I mentioned earlier that the forecast is a planning tool. And a lot of people ask, well, Ken, how do you project revenues and expenses 10 years from now? And how do you know what's going to happen? And I like to steer people away from that concept and say that, you know, the 10-year forecast is a planning tool. It's a discipline tool based on revenues and expenses we know today. It allows us to have the conversation around resources and the services that are tied to those numbers in the forecast. The forecast you'll see in a minute does have both deficits and surpluses in it. The display is in ongoing dollars. So our assumption here is that when we have an ongoing deficit or ongoing surplus, those dollars need to either be solved or spent in an ongoing way. And to the extent they aren't, they're carried over from year to year. Next slide. So from a budget perspective, the general fund, which is our focus both today and in a lot of conversations, is about 20% of our budget. We provide a lot of services to our community. And as you can see on this slide, almost half of our budget is allocated toward enterprise funds, which include our electric, our water, our solid waste, and sewer services. There are other dollars in the budget, capital funds, significant contributions, special revenue funds, internal service funds. But the general fund piece of the pie, as you can see, is about 20%. And this is the focus because many of the services that are critical to our community, such as fire, police, libraries, and parks, are funded through that general fund. And so when we look at the forecast, we're looking at, in the general fund, a lot of these departments that provide these services. Our base general fund shortfall in fiscal year 21-22 will reflect the COVID-19 impacts and then a recovery thereafter. Next slide. When you take that general fund number, the $286 million, a good portion of that, or 30%, is what we deem as non-discretionary, where we have very limited control in those costs. And so one large example of that are the unfunded liability portion of our CalPERS costs. That's an invoice we get from CalPERS from year to year. We pay that bill to the dollar. And so when you look at the budget, you know, almost 1/3 of those costs are out of our control, and the remaining 2/3 are reflective of other department budgets and public safety, as you can see here. We've backed out for purposes of looking at potential solutions to the budget. Some of these fixed costs, including operating costs, debt costs, and those costs that are supported by revenues. Next slide. When you look at the assumptions in the forecast, we do assume an economic recovery. And so with regards to all our revenue sources, including TOT, so over the 10-year period, we do recover from the pandemic with TOT. That will take some time, as I'll talk about in the next few slides. Our assumptions include everything we know today about costs, so that includes our CalPERS contributions. We go line by line. There's literally thousands of lines of revenues and expense. So every year when we update the forecast, we project out and take a look at our latest information. And then with regards to labor or salary and benefit costs, we update the numbers based on any kind of approved MOU that's gone through the City Council. What it does not include are additional contributions to reserves. So for example, our budget stabilization reserve or pension reserve, typically that's done outside of the forecast. Any kind of one-time funding source or expense or dollars needed to address capital needs or unmet deferred infrastructure maintenance. Those are not included in the forecast. Some of those have other revenue sources, but in the large part, historically, we've funded capital projects on a pay-as-you-go basis. I will have some slides in here later on in terms of long-term sustainability as to some options as we plan for the future to provide for addressing that, that need. Next slide. So on this slide, I want to talk through some of the known risks. As I mentioned, when we're looking at the forecast, it's the best information we know today. So to the extent any one of these items on this list are different from our assumptions today, that will change our forecast. And so the first one is the impact from COVID-19. We're in the midst of a recession. We are seeing hopes of rollout from a vaccine. Our assumption here is that that rollout will accelerate, and by late summer, early fall, that will start to pick up in terms of economic recovery and some of the numbers. And so to the extent the rollout of that vaccine takes longer, changes from COVID-19 occur, that would impact our forecast. Property tax, you know, at the county level, we meet quarterly, and there's some conversation around reassessing some of the commercial properties because of reduced revenue from COVID-19. We'll continue to monitor that, but that's a risk that's known out there. From the state and federal level, there's a consistent number of legislative changes that and legal challenges that are in the works. And so as we monitor those, that might change our budget. Labor costs, to the extent there's any difference in the assumptions of labor beyond our forecast. We have a consultant on board to look at our cost allocation plan and our municipal fees. That information scheduled to be updated and concluded in the March and April timeframe. So once we know that, that will hopefully just tweak our numbers and not change it drastically. To the extent CalPERS makes changes about assumptions or reform, capital infrastructure as those are known and updated, and then the last bullet there, the timing of development projects. Next slide. So I wanted to spend a minute showing the council where we were in April of 2020. And this is our forecast that we very quickly updated after COVID-19 came upon us. And in April, this was about 2 or 3 weeks into the forecast. The assumption here is we would have opened up in summer of 2020. And at the time, we were facing a 4-year deficit of $34 million ongoing. In July of 2020, the council approved that $22.7 million deficit in that first year of the forecast would be solved by our budget stabilization reserve. So that, from a forecast perspective, would roll over because that's a one-time source. In September, as we were planning to bring phase 1 of the budget balancing to the council, we revised our deficit to a $40 million number over 3 years because that first year was carried over. And then at the time, phase 1 solutions would have solved about 12 million of that, bringing our deficit down to $28 million. So this is a very quick evolving based on real-time data in April. So the next slide. I wanted to provide an update today of where we're at. And so in the graph on the right here, the orange bar, we're in the middle of a COVID recession. We have a forecasted a deficit here of $41.7 million. And from that, we're assuming that we recover upon the rollout of a vaccine later this year. It does not include the budget reductions that we had planned to bring forward in September, and we put on hold because of a potential stimulus funding. And so if you assume that those savings are approved or some form of that, $12 million, then that $41.7 million deficit really becomes $30 million. And so this is the challenge before us. And as I talk through the presentation, I do want to mention that we do have a plan, at least, to bring forward a balanced budget and what it would take for a balanced budget for May 1st. But this is the challenge before us due to COVID-19, and with the recovery assumed, what the numbers look like in the out years. Some of the surpluses in the out years are reflective of recovering out of the recession. Next slide. So on this slide, I wanted to do a comparison of some of the numbers in the forecast, and from this forecast versus the forecast in April, you'll see that we've gotten worse in 21-22, and that reflects, one, the rollover of the $22.7 million deficit from 2021. And it's also reflective of the fact that we're in the midst of the recession. And so with the vaccine rollout, we anticipate a recovery. So you can see that while the first year drops by 13 million ongoing, forecast to forecast comparison, it increases by $10 million. They're reflective of a quick economic recovery. But even with that, there's lost capacity. So there's, I'll talk about in the next few slides what that means from an organizational standpoint. Next slide. So what's changed in the forecast? Revenues down about $10 million in 21-22. That's approximately 4% of our revenue budget, primarily reflective of our transient occupancy tax. And so these are the taxes we receive from hotels. And some of the numbers, because of COVID, our business travel and in general travel across the region has stopped. And so our revenue numbers to date, we project about $3.5 million in revenues in this fiscal year. That's down almost 90%, 85% from our peak pre-COVID of close to $23 million. Interest income, as the feds have dropped the borrowing interest rate, at least from the Fed's level, to near zero. That's impacted our interest, and so over the 10-year forecast period, we've revised downward. Charges for services, so these are our reimbursements related to both the stadium and any of our cost recovery fees, such as parks and other fees, $2.6 million reduction. Rents, so the largest of which is the related lease payment, and so we've pushed that out about a year, reflective of projections on that development getting underway. On the positive side, sales tax, we've updated. We previously had forecasted a recession that would hit sales tax, and while some of the numbers, we had some quarters where we were down 15%, some of that has moderated, at least in the recent quarters, and so we revised upward our sales tax forecast in the over the 10-year period. On the expense side, we're up $3.1 million, or approximately 1% of our budget. Salaries and benefits overall are down from a prior forecast, reflecting some of the MOUs, units 5, 7, 8, 6, and 9. And so salaries are down $3.4 million. Retirement costs are up slightly. CalPERS missed their last investment return slightly, and so that's impacted some of the numbers. The fire overtime number here, now that's really a correction or something we've been working with the fire department over the last several years based on reductions from over 10 years ago in the Great Recession, where all departments did across the board reductions. In the fire world with minimum staffing requirements, we took a look at the budgets and based on current service levels, adjusted that upward. in the forecast. Non-personnel costs up $1.1 million. Largely right now, that's a plug figure as we go through base budget proposals in the early this year. We acknowledge that some of those contracts, some of those dollars may need to be allocated to department budgets, and to the extent that we can generate savings from those proposals, that'll help us in the budget balancing. And then the last bullet here, as we look at unemployment and special liability, in particular insurance costs continue to rise. Unemployment, as we've let go over 500 as needed employees, those costs have started to increase. And then for purposes of the forecast, development related activity, we keep that cost neutral in the forecast. So with the strong revenues, we show that going to the reserves to the tune of $2 million. Next slide. So from a revenue perspective, in the general fund, projected revenues for 21-22 are close to $240 million. The three revenue sources were formerly the top three for the city. With the reduction of TOT, that's changed. But between TOT, sales tax, and property tax, 57% of our general fund revenue are derived from those sources. Generally speaking, sales tax and TOT tax are very volatile in times of recession and in times of economic downturn. And so we see that in our forecasts and the impacts as I've described. The rest of the revenues, charges for services, 19%, contribution in lieu of almost 10%, and other revenue, 14%. Next slide. So with regards to TOT, I mentioned early on in the presentation the UCLA forecasts chart, and this revenue source for our city is very reflective of that chart in a similar way. The black bolt line there is pre-COVID. Our forecast showed that TOT revenues were strong, occupancy rates and hotel room rates were high and were projected to continue. Pre-COVID, many of our hotels were seeing close to $300 a night in weekday room rentals. Today, when you look at some of the travel websites, they're close to 80 to 90 bucks a night. So a significant drop off in both the room rates and occupancy rates. This forecast here, I mentioned earlier that our estimate for 2021 shows that TOT revenues will fall to about $3.5 million. Over the forecast period, we do assume a significant recovery, $9 million in 21-22. So that means that the vaccine has to be rolled out, that some level of travel, business travel has to resume in order to meet that number. But that number almost triples the activity where we're at today. And over the forecast period, we do assume a recovery over the 3 or 4 years, then that we would get back to the level we were at about halfway into the forecast period. And so that gap between the black line and the orange bars there is reflective of lost capacity for our city from a revenue perspective that we'll have to, as part of the challenge that we face from a deficit perspective. It does assume a 2% increase here in the TOT based on the November 2020 ballot. We are looking for feedback from the council if you have any in terms of the timing of that increase in the amounts. And then while there are some hotels in the planning process, none of the hotels that are being planned have broken ground. So our forecast doesn't assume any additional hotels over the period. Next slide. From a sales tax perspective, you can see that the shape of the graph is very similar to the TOT with not as deep a drop. We did have a couple quarters of a negative 15% in terms of sales tax impact, but business to business sales remains very strong and serves as a very good foundation for our city sales tax. Again, these are economically sensitive, so to the extent both the consumer of goods as they shift to the internet or business changes due to the economy, that can impact these revenues dramatically. Next slide. For context, the sales tax in general, the rate is 9%. So for every dollar or every $9 of sales tax collected, the city receives $1. You can see that the bulk of our sales tax goes to the state for various purposes, VTA for certain purposes, a sliver to the county, and then one out of the 9 goes to our city. Next slide. So this is a new slide. I wanted to spend a moment to talk in further detail with regards to sales tax, some of the sectors that were impacted due to COVID-19. So this is a 5-year view of some of the sectors, and you can see in the blue the transportation sector. So that's oil prices, gas prices, and automobile sales. That sharp drop there in Q2 and Q1, and then it's recovered since then somewhat. In the yellow on this graph, there's a food product. So these are our restaurants and grocery stores, the taxable sales on those. And so the drop with the closure of restaurants in Q2 and a slight recovery in Q3. Construction activity in the light brown has come back somewhat, and in the dark brown, general retail follows very closely with food product there with a drop in Q2 and a slight recovery. I want to focus on the business to business, which has been our strongest performer historically in the green. You can see that while it goes up and down quite a bit, generally speaking, it's a good foundation, a good source of sales tax revenue, and it's primarily flattened at close to the $10 million level there quarter to quarter. Next slide. When you look at sales tax over time, adjusted for inflation, you'll see that over the last 5 years or so, this is a third quarter comparison. It's a shrinking piece of the pie with regards to revenues to our city. And so general retail, you'll see that in third quarter 2016 reflected about $47 and today reflects $31. Food product, transportation, and construction are declining segments of the sales tax pie. Business to business, while the numbers down there continues to show it's a very large segment of our sales tax collection. And then the bright side here, the county pool, which is reflective of internet sales tax, has increased, in this case, adjusted for inflation from $75 to $81. While that growth is helpful to our city, it's not enough to offset some of the declines in the other sectors of sales tax. So I wanted to show this graph. Next slide. From a property tax standpoint, our revenues continue to reflect the strong development growth in our city. Over the 10-year forecast period, we do assume a continued growth of 5 to 5.5% over the forecast period. That would still require above the annual Proposition 13 amounts to the property tax rolls to the tune of $750 to $1 billion of development valuation that would need to hit our property tax valuation. And so it does assume a growth over the forecast period would continue. And here's kind of that trend through the 10 years. Next slide. For context, Santa Clara receives about 10% of the property tax collected by the county. And so you'll see that the school district gets the largest portion of that pie, followed by the county of Santa Clara, some special districts, West Valley College, and then our share there, about 10%. But the good portion of property tax goes to support our schools and the county. Next slide. From a mixed perspective, residential valuation is our strongest and component of property tax and is projected to continue to grow. You can see that commercial and industrial still make up a very large part of that tax roll. Unsecured property tax is reflective of both the tenant improvements and The turnover, once a property changes ownership, there's a reassessment that occurs, so that hits our unsecured, and then some of the other segments are that make up property tax. Next slide. From a expenditure standpoint, so we talked a lot about revenues. I wanted to start off on the expense side, taking a look at the general fund. Now this is a forecast slice, so this is a 21-22 forecast. This doesn't include all the final transfers and budget actions that would be part of an adopted budget, but you can see that we are a service organization. 76% of our budget is allocated to salaries and benefits. That's reflective of the community services that are provided through police, fire, libraries, parks, and all the departments that support those services. Next slide. One of the components of salaries and benefits is our pension costs. That's of interest lately, with at least at the CalPERS level, with regards to our pension liability. And I want to mention, I'll talk about pension costs on this slide, but we also have on next Tuesday's meeting a study session with our actuary to dive into more detail about retirement costs. But over time, over the forecast period, the pension costs are projected to grow from about $54 million to $82 million. We work closely with Bartel and Associates to project out based on a set of assumptions. This includes demographics, assumptions about investment returns at the CalPERS level. He does factor the assumption that CalPERS would continue to lower their investment return assumption over the time period. And so that's built into the forecast. From a liability standpoint, our unfunded liabilities are approximately $602 million. From a funded status standpoint, we're at let me take a step back. Most of that liability is due to retirees, and so 66% of the miscellaneous plan is funded, 72% safety. I do want to say that the CalPERS, as they'll continue to look at reforms as they transition here with their board, and we expect that the investment return will continue to go down. And over the forecast period, with PEPRA that's come in with assumption that CalPERS would hit their assumptions. They've amortized that UAL, or that unfunded liability, over a fixed period. The bulk of that is over a 30-year period. And so we are anticipating that after roughly year 10 or year 11 of the forecast period, that our retirement costs will start to decline, which is good news for our city from a capacity standpoint. But in the meantime, it will continue to be one of the costs or pressures on our budget over the 10-year period as well. Next slide.
Ken, I'm going to jump in here before you move on to infrastructure needs and move us to a break. Earlier on, we talked about taking a break, a morning break around 10:45, and so we're just at that point now. And my sense is, I think we need 10 minutes or so. So if that works for everybody, we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 10:55. Council, please hold your questions and comments until Ken wraps up after the break, and then we'll open it up for questions and comments from council. So we are, does that work for you?
Yeah, that works. Thank you.
Perfect. Very good. So we are on break now, and we will reconvene at 10:55, and Ken will pick it back up with infrastructure needs.
Thank
See you after the break, everybody.
Bye. Okay, let's just start moving. Let's go ahead.
Okay, I'll just give him a text.
Yeah. I'll gonna try to stay on schedule as much as we can.
Excellent. Okay, very good. You're back up, Ken. Infrastructure needs.
Thank you, Dr. Spano. And we were talking about our forecast, and I walked us through revenues and some of our expenses. And so on this slide, I wanted to summarize here that we have close to $1 billion of capital infrastructure needs that are not part of the forecast. This is a number I presented, I think, in the last year as we were talking through CIP needs in our CIP budget. And so that is primarily focused on the following components: our parks assessment. We had an assessment done in 2017 that identified over $100 million of parks and building needs with escalation that's increased. We have storm drain needs, and so this typically are funded out of the general fund. And in 2018 dollars, we had a master plan that identified over $300 million, including 68 of which were high priority projects. Transportation infrastructure here with regards to our pavement, our crosswalks, our bicycle and trail master plan. Building public buildings, new city hall and our existing city hall will require funding as we look ahead. Fire stations, historic buildings, courtyards, and then any kind of needs for expanded capacity, for example, the library. And so the point of this slide is not to pile it on, but to show that there's additional needs out there. We have worked with, over the last several couple ballots, a survey with our community. And typically for either a parcel tax or a GO bond, general obligation bond, it would require a 2/3 threshold to pass in order to fund some of these capital projects. And so the last two surveys came back in the high 50s and low 60% support. And so because of that, we're not moved forward. And so I'll talk about later on in the long-term sustainability section of the presentation, some options with regards to capital needs as it pertains to funding it in the future. And so with that, I know I mentioned that there's some breaks in my presentation to take questions. I wanted to see either from Mayor or Dr. Spano if it would be appropriate to take questions on what I've presented so far. If you want me to keep going, I can do that as well.
Why don't we, Mayor Gilmore, do you have a preference?
Why don't we open it for questions now, and then you can do the next part if there are questions for now. Let's do that before we go too far into.
Very good. So we have Councilmember Hardy and then Councilmember Chahal.
Oh, thank you. If I'm supposed to go ahead now. On the parks assessment, Ken, is that talking about the swim center situation, or is that just a general overall? How much of that, I guess, is the swim center?
I don't know if Jim's on to provide some of the details. I know that assessment was focused around the facilities at Central Park, which has the swim center, but if Jim's on, maybe he could clarify that, or I could find out and bring that information back.
Yes, I'm on. This is Jim, Director of Parks and Recreation. It was about 80 to 90 million is on the swim center for replacement cost for a new one. And overall across the parks, we have, as was mentioned, 100 million, 155, 156 is over the 20-year life cycle cost. So we're in year 3 of that report.
Okay, thank you. And I guess the question, the high priority, the storm drain situation, is that the 68 million, is that up to a critical? Because I see it written as high priority and that concerns me.
Yeah, I'll start it off, and then if Craig Mobeck can chime in also. When when the storm master plan was completed, it identified it in total, I think, projects that would be required for a very large, I think it was a 10-year storm events. And some of those included our storm pumps, which have the original pumps with the original electricity. We have some projects like the Laurelwood project that's in progress right now, but from an overall capital need for storm, which is funded through the general fund, there are other projects as well. Craig, I don't know if you want to add to that.
Yeah, thanks, Ken. Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works. Yeah, that's correct. We, through that document of the master plan, we prioritize projects based on the highest priority, regular priority, a lower priority. And those were the ones, as Ken referenced, that are more in need for the 10-year storms. And so Laurelwood, which we just opened bid for last week, was in that priority list. And then we have some other projects and pipeline modifications that are in that kind of high priority list.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I just want to be real clear on the question that Councilmember Hardy asked. The parks needs are 100 million and the swim center is on top of that. And our last report was about $80 million based on a downscaled swimming pool design. But obviously, the more that we put into it, the higher the cost would be. I wasn't sure if we were as clear as we need to be.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
Mr. Vice Mayor Jahal.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Ken, for the report. I have a couple of questions or clarifications. As per the TOT revenue projections, do they take into account the aftermath of COVID-19? You know, every organization is reorienting to adjust their travel expenses. And also the Zoom factor has built in so much, there may not be that many of in-person meetings going forward. And I'm talking about immediately as well as few more years. So do that TOT revenue we are forecasting for next 4 or 5 years, does that take that into account, or that COVID after effect has not been implemented into this projection?
Thank you for the question, Vice Mayor. Yes, we do factor the assumption here that as hotel activity recovers, that we're not going to be at the level we were before. I know that business travel is our largest sector of hotel activity, and so with Zoom and with business being done in a different way, that the assumption here is there's some lost capacity that we have. As I showed in my slide, it was it had that black bar going up, and there was a gap between what we are projecting and what was there pre-COVID. And so it does reflect some lost capacity as a result of change in business. Now, as we look ahead, we'll have to see what that really looks like, if travel comes back, if some of the tourism comes back, and what level of activity, both from a room rate perspective and occupancy rate perspective. But our assumptions do include a recovery, but not to the extent that we were pre-COVID.
Okay, thank you for that. My second question pivot to the same thing basically, and it relates to the property tax. Does our property tax projections include some of the new developments which we are forecasting in the city, basically? And I bring to the same point, like, if the office space needs reduce down the line because of how the nature of the business is changing with the remote working scenarios, does that also include COVID aftermaths into the picture, basically?
Yeah. Again, a very good question. I would say that there's some impact with regards to the projections on development. We still would need development activity to occur, and as I showed in one of my slides, residential makes up the largest component of property tax, and so both from a price perspective, turnover perspective, and development perspective, would need to remain strong. Now, our projections of 5 to 5.5% over the forecast period is is down from what we've experienced, at least through the later years of the economic expansion and recovery. We were seeing close to 10% in terms of growth, and so we do moderate some of that just from a planning and forecasting perspective. But to the extent if there were a deep drop in the demand for office activity, obviously that would impact that. But again, it's a mix of both residential, commercial, industrial as part of the forecast.
Okay, and thank you for that. And my next one is one of the slides showed the adjusted sale tax in the current dollars comparing to, I think, I don't know which year we were taking, 2016, if I'm not mistaken. I didn't make a note of that. So our adjusted sale tax is decreasing overall. There's one category which has increased, but overall it's decreasing right now. And our biggest component of outgo, which is salary and benefits, which are basically adjusted with the COLA adjustment almost for every contract we have. So how do we balance that? Like our revenue is, real numbers are decreasing, whereas the outgo is increasing with the COLA factors. What do you think about that?
Well, I think, Vice Mayor, I could comment on some of the trends. I mean, with regards to sales tax, or decline in at least inflation-adjusted collections is consistent with many other cities around us in the region and across nationally. And part of that is the change in consumer behavior to internet. And so with recent action, the legal case with Wayfair versus South Dakota, that's helped with regards to some of our internet sales collection. And so the decline overall in sales tax is a trend based on behavior and what goods are taxed. And so there will continue to be legislation probably around that to try and restore it. With regards to salaries and benefits, that's a trend in terms of our overall budget. And so that, if you're looking at comparing one revenue source versus a sales and benefits trend, I think you'd have to factor in all those revenue on the general fund side, including sales tax, property tax, TOT, to kind of get a trend if you wanted to do a comparison between revenues and salaries and benefits.
Yeah, okay. The only concern was even our TOT revenue is not to that extent. It's not increasing to that extent. That was the concern basically. And property tax, I know you mentioned, that's the only good thing we are having, that it will be increasing overall basically. Yeah. Now, my next question is, we have 76% of our general fund going to salary and benefits. And I would like to see a comparative study. I know a few years, couple of last year or year before, we had a comparative analysis of this percentage with our neighboring or comparable cities. So I would like to see that number where the other cities stand by, because even in our case, it was around very low 70, 72% or something, and it has gone up by 4%. And so that is a little bit concerning to me, and how we manage going forward, because if the revenue picture is not very rosy as we look at overall, and if we keep increasing the salary and benefits number, so I would like to see some discussion on this is just my comment, I'm not asking any answer, some discussions about the efficiencies and use of technology going forward, how we can make use of efficiencies and technology going forward.
We have several slides on that topic on resources, and particularly the general fund by adopted budget versus the 76% by forecasted amount. So we can get to that through the transforming resources discussion.
Perfect. Thank you. I'll wait for that. Thank you.
Very good. Councilmember Watanabe, and then Councilmember Jane.
Okay. Oops. Thank you, Ken, as always, for I'm always just blown away by your reports and the in-depth that you go to, and just to back up all of your numbers. I had two questions related to, there was one reference to non-personnel costs of that were up $1.1 million. And I was wondering if these are COVID related or where does this come from?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. So with regards to non-personnel costs and the forecasts, typically we apply inflation factor for many of our contracts and supplies and materials. Just it's a broad inflation number, and then what we'll do through the budget process is go through department requests for funding with regards to any potential COLA type adjustments in non-personnel, and we'll bring those forward as part of the budget. So for the forecast, it's up 1.1 largely because we've put a broad inflation number in there. As we go through proposals, we likely will see some savings from that, and it will not be as high, I'm hopeful. But just for planning purposes, it's typically a COLA on our contracts.
I see. Okay, thank you for that explanation. And then you mentioned when the revenue sources, the contribution in lieu was 19%. What does contribution in lieu consist of?
Okay, so I want to be sensitive because I know there's some legal concerns around this, but typically, you know, for our utilities, there's a transfer that's allowed by our charter for services rendered, and so that historically for our electric utility has been a large component of the general fund, and so that's what that is reflective of.
I see. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have. Thank you.
And Council Member Jane.
Yeah, Ken, when you had that slide up for the TOT tax, and you had basically a 10-year projection, and I believe you said it didn't include any new hotels. In my mind, I see 5 new hotels that will definitely be in place within 10 years, 2 on Coleman, the 2 on the related project, and then the expansion of the Hilton Hotel. So I'm kind of wondering why you didn't include those.
Great question, Council Member, and just from a forecasting standpoint, you know, just from past experience, you know, a lot of hotels would go through the planning process and for whatever reason would get delayed or may not materialize. And so from a conservatism perspective, what I've done, you know, in prior forecasts is, you know, worked with the community development departments, driven around the city to make sure that, you know, the hotels that I count on, there's actually dirt that's moved and construction that's occurred. Those that are in the planning process, that does present opportunities with regards to TOT forecasting. As those constructions occur, then I would start to include it. But there's a point in time between the planning and the building process where just to be conservative and with the unknowns of whether those projects would move forward, I don't include them. And there are opportunities to the extent that they do occur that our city would have that added capacity in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, very good. I do not see any other hands raised, so Ken, you can pick it back up.
Great, thank you, Dr. Spano. And so the next section, I want to talk about budget balancing, and I've covered our forecast and what's changed. We are well aware that we're in a COVID-19 recession type environment, and so I wanted to talk through some of the measures that are currently in place and I recommend would continue to remain in place for some time, and then present a scenario of a balanced budget come May 1. And this is one of hundreds of possible scenarios, but it's one where we wanted to present and provide, get some feedback on a balanced approach that would use both reserves, explore new revenues, and consider expenditure reductions. And so on this slide, I'll summarize some of the cost control measures that are already in place. We have a hiring freeze across the city with limited exceptions. There's a committee that meets every other week to go through any kind of critical positions that need to be considered to move forward. We have expenditure controls on travel, training, information technology, vehicles, both fleet replacements and maintenance. The city has let go or decreased temporary staffing with regards to our as needed positions, and that's occurred early on when the pandemic started, over 500 staff, and we've started to see some of the unemployment costs to those positions trickle through. We're evaluating contracts, and we, with those that were being renewed or in process, we asked for considerations of savings, and so a good example of that is our IT contract with Unisys with a clause in there, and so we had conversations there, and so we continue to look for opportunities of expenditure savings where we can to slow down the spending and generate savings. This will be an important strategy with regards to our current year, as I'll bring a report later this month with COVID that I will need to adjust some of the revenue projections for this year. And so the cost control measures are an important strategy and component to generate savings to meet those. Next slide. So the budget balancing strategy scenario that I wanted to present to you today includes a combination of strategies for the fiscal year 21-22 and 22-23. So this is the budget that will be before you come May 1, and that budget scenario addresses the $41.7 million shortfall I talked about earlier in my presentation. It balances that with ongoing expenditure reductions of approximately $24 million. A lot of that is due to vacancies and services that were unable to provide because of COVID-19, and I'll talk more about what that means. It also considers revenue generating actions. I have a large portion of my presentation focused on revenue. Some of those revenue generations ideas will be short term. We can realize immediate with the next fiscal year. Some of them will be medium term with potentially looking at future ballot measures. And then longer term with regards to sustainability with some of the increased needs that we see would be forecasted ahead of us. With regards to labor, our forecast reflects the contracts that have been approved, and to the extent there are additional labor contracts that move forward during the forecast period over the next couple of years, those trade-offs could occur, but because I don't have any firm contracts to count on, I put TBD here. And then the use of reserves. So with the budget stabilization reserve, I know in a prior presentation we talked about if we were to go down to a 15% level, that would generate about $14 million in one-time reserves. Some of our other reserves include our land sales, our pension, our capital projects, all with different implications around it. And so a strategy here would be to use $30 million in reserves to help offset some of those service impacts, and then look ahead to some of the more medium-term strategies around revenues, in particular ballot measures. Next slide. I want to mention that the challenge that we face before us is not one that is just us. Other cities have already started to face some of the challenges with regards to COVID-19. You can see here that Palo Alto very recently cut $40 million from their budget. That included 70 positions, some of which were potential layoffs, and I understand there was a strategy there to try and minimize layoffs to the extent possible. If you go down to Gilroy, which generates a lot of their revenues from the outlets, which have been severely impacted from COVID-19, faced a $8 million budget deficit. They had to actually lay off employees, 10 employees for a small city that size is a sizable number. Morgan Hill voted on a 2-year budget that solved $6.5 million. That's only about 1/3 of their projected $17 million. So they have some more difficult decisions to come. And then San Jose, our large neighbor here, received an influx of stimulus money and sales tax money. But despite that, continue to face over $70 million projected deficit. So what I will say is unique to us is because of our methodical approach to build up our reserves to $80 million, we have been able to take some time to look at the data and duration of COVID-19. The council approved the use of some of those reserves as part of the July 1 budget. And as we see that the duration is much longer, has been much deeper from COVID-19, the forecast presented to you today reflects both our projections of recovery and also a budget strategy to balance a 2-year budget. Now, I will say that this strategy does not come without difficult decisions. They are very difficult. I don't bring this forward lightly. I know that many of the services that are provided are critical to our city. And so from a strategy standpoint, we think this is one strategy that balances the use of reserves, continues to explore new revenues, and look at expenditure reductions as well. Next slide. So I want to spend a minute on this scenario here and talk it through and walk it through. As you can see on the first row there reflects the 5 years out of our 10-year forecast with a $41.7 million deficit that's forecasted, and then the corresponding surplus, small surpluses from recovery. The two columns representative there in the turquoise or bluish color is the 2-year budget that we need as an organization to bring forward as a balanced budget by state law come July 1. And so with the proposals that I will be bringing forward later this month, what we've called as phase 1, that would solve about $12 million out of the $41.7 million deficit. Phase 2 here would consider as one scenario an additional $12 million in potential solutions that we would need to continue to work through here before May 1 to bring forward. As I mentioned earlier, there are several revenue options that are both viable in the short term, the medium term, and then as we look at sustainability in the long term, that could be used to offset some of those expenditure reductions to mitigate services. And so here's one of the policy considerations for the council, within the mix of revenue and reserves and expenditure reductions, something we'll look ahead to. On here, potential labor just for comparative purposes only, not for and for discussion and not for any formal proposal. If you take the sworn contracts and assume that 2% was applied for 2 years, similar to the other 3 contracts that were approved late last year, that would generate about $5 million ongoing that could be used to mitigate some of the budget challenges. And so adding those up, doing the math down, that would result in a shortfall that would remain at about $17.6 million in that first year. The proposal to use some reserves, both the budget stabilization reserve and again for discussion purposes only, a land sale reserve. It could be any form of one-time reserves here. We would get a balanced budget in the first year, and anything not resolved in that first year would get, with ongoing solutions, would get carried over into that second year. And so that's reflected in that second row from the top, the $17.6 million. And if you combine that with the forecast of a $5.5 million surplus, it results in a $12.1 million deficit in year 2 that with the use of reserves would get carried over into year 3, leaving the city with a balanced budget in years 1 and 2, and then a $8.8 million deficit in year 3. It would allow for some additional time to look at how COVID recovery is occurring, and also any kind of work around either revenue or labor solutions in that third year. And Deanna, I saw that you, I don't know if you want to make a comment. I saw that you had your video. Okay.
No, I wanted to participate more
Okay.
in this.
Okay.
So
All right.
I guess we'll do a check-in in terms of, is there any further explanation in terms of the scenario of year to year of how this framework allows for a 3-year solution instead of a 1-year solution, and how we carry forward remaining shortfall over a 3-year term and use and rely on our reserves? Okay, hearing nothing, it seems like it's clear. then.
Councilmember Jane has his hand
Okay.
raised.
Yeah,
Hey, Councilmember Jane.
I had 2 questions. The carried over deficit, is that basically to replenish our budget stabilization fund?
Thank you, Councilmember Jane, for the question. No, our forecast scenario assumes that ongoing deficits are solved with ongoing solutions. And so to the extent we use reserves, in this case, $17.6 million in that first year on one-time solutions, that would get carried over into the next year until those are resolved. Likewise, with the $5.5 million surplus in year 2, that's an ongoing surplus for capacity. And so that would be used in this scenario to help offset kind of that carry forward of what was not solved with ongoing dollars.
It means we're going to take out 17.6 million from the reserves of one-time dollars to balance the 41.7 after proposing to eliminate about $24 million more of services and resources.
Okay. And my second question was that there's, stuff happening at the state and federal level. There's this proposed $1.9 trillion federal solution. And I believe in the 1.9 solution, there is money to governments. What can you comment on the possibility or the probability of getting money from the state and feds?
Yes, good comment, good observation. I do have a slide later on to talk about that. But to the extent that we receive any stimulus from the $1.9 trillion proposal or any other proposal, that would help us. That would obviously be a policy conversation in terms of how we would use that. But it would give us one-time dollars to preserve services or look at our budget balancing scenario and provide resources. And so as far as likelihood, I mean, with the change in administration, I think I would say I'm hopeful that some of those dollars would trickle through. I know that there's a lot of negotiations happening as we speak in Washington. And so I can't comment on what that amount is. I can tell you that from our lobbyists conversations, the $1.9 trillion package would, his best guess right now would give us approximately $2 to $10 million in added one-time resources. But again, that number could change, and how that would trickle down to us has yet to be seen.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mr. Sean. Okay, so I had this one question was regarding the COVID stimulus, which you already answered. My next question is regarding the land sale reserves. So as per our current policy, the first question is, can we use that to stabilize our budget?
Thank you, Vice Mayor, for the question. So that reserve is there by council policy. So the council could choose to reallocate a portion of that reserve, or a portion of, we also have a capital reserve and a pension reserve. And so by council vote, you could use to reallocate that as part of a budget balancing scenario.
Okay, and my next question, in case we use this around 15.7 million for the 2 years for the land reserve, what's your take? Should we go back and replenish it when we are in, let's say, in a surplus? So instead of adding money to the budget stabilization fund, which would be our priority, to replenish the budget stabilization fund or the land reserve fund?
Well, I think that's a policy decision. I would say that, you know, if we are in a environment where we can replenish reserves, you know, because the budget stabilization reserve is a broad reserve used for general purposes, and the council has a policy to had a policy that that defined it at 25%. I think that would be a helpful reserve to have. By policy, again, land sale reserve was used when either parcels were sold in the city, and any of those parcels were deposited into this land sale reserve by policy and used for land purchases. And so, you know, between the two reserves, you know, by policy, they could be replenished in either way. I would argue that a budget stabilization reserve is broader and less restrictive by policy, and suggests that, you know, our if we were in a situation where we could replenish reserves, that would be the first pot that I would go to.
Okay. Do you know by any chance on top of your head what is our land reserve fund right now?
Yes, I have a slide. I want to say it's at about 23 or so million, but I have a slide later on that has the actual balance.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Very good. Councilmember Watanabe?
Okay, thank you, Sean. Ken, just two quick questions. I know you gave a great presentation. I think it was 2 council meetings ago regarding our reserves, but just as a reminder, how much do we have in our general fund right now, and also what how much do we have? And my other question was, I think the previous council had allocated a certain percent or a certain amount to be allocated for budget stabilization reserve. Do we know what that number is and how much is left, please?
Yes. So as part of the July 1st budget, the council took an action to reduce the budget stabilization reserve to 20%. And that left us with approximately 57 million for rounding purposes. And so one scenario, or this budget balancing scenario before you, is if the council were to consider lowering that reserve to, let's say, a 15% level instead of a 20% level, that would yield you with $14 million. With regards to the balances of the other general fund reserves, there's about $5.5 million in our capital reserve, and that's used. That's our sole pot of money for capital projects that need to be funded out of the general fund, and a very, very low amount. The land sale reserve right now has $23.7 million in it, and then the pension trust in the general fund has roughly $21 million.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it seems I'm glad that you mentioned about where we have the city has more flexibility in terms of policy and if we want to use reserves. So it's good to know that there's some flexibility in some reserves more than others. And so thank you for bringing that or making that point. So that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you. So just a quick time check. We have a little bit less than an hour for Ken to wrap up the budget resource segment, along with council comments and questions, and then we'll move to public comment. Ken?
Great, thank you. So Kendra, if you could move to the next slide. So later this month, we will bring forward a package, a phase 1 package as far as balancing. And so what that package will accomplish is for our current year, it would help us rebalance our current position with the duration of COVID-19. At least in September, we saw an additional $20 million of impact that we had not anticipated earlier. And so I'll provide an update in our current year with regards to our current year. And then part of that package includes the elimination of vacancies. Many of these service impacts have already been absorbed because they're vacant today. In total, those are 43.5 net positions, or roughly $7.7 million of ongoing savings that the vacancies would help to solve. As part of that exercise, we worked with departments in the summertime to come up with proposals and rank them internally with phase 1 and phase 2 and phase 3. And so we looked at board and commission budgets. We looked at some of the controls currently in place. Through the hiring freeze, limited overtime that must be approved by a director for essential services, conference travel and training, a reduction because no discretionary travel or training can occur, supplies and materials because a lot of the activities and programs are not occurring due to COVID-19, and then where possible, contractual services and discounts for renewal. So the package that will be brought forward to the council for consideration includes a strategy that takes all this into consideration. Next slide. From a position standpoint, here's a breakdown of those 43.5 net positions. It would result in no layoffs for the organization. A lot of the services have already been absorbed. 4 employees would be reallocated to different functions or different departments. With this first phase 1 focus, a lot of the departments, strategic support departments, such as city manager's office, finance, HR, IT, from a percentage basis would get a good sizable savings in this first round. In this first round also with COVID-19, a lot of our parks programs, you'll see some of the dollars related to programming that's not able to occur because of COVID-19. Those savings would be used to help offset some of the shortfall challenges in this fiscal year. Next slide. As I mentioned, with the vacancies, there are some impacts to services across departments. Many of these are already realized, and I'll just highlight here in police and fire with some of the conversations with the chiefs. The proposal would be to look at paramedic response and as we partner with the county for transport, that we would continue to do so, but suspend 2 ambulances from service. This is a proposal that, because of budget balancing 10 years ago and the across the board reductions, that from a departmental and service level has been realized from time to time to meet budget. And so in these difficult times, this is something that would continue. And then minimum staffing overtime. On the police side, the vacancies would be focused in the administrative services areas around training, professional standards, records, and the task force unit. We would look at FTO, some of the training program for recruitment and CSOs, and then suspension of a drone program. Next slide. In the parks area, the reductions are focused around events that are no longer able to occur because of COVID-19. With regards to special events, some of it, the reduced level of activity. And so, for example, the holiday lighting, I believe it's fireworks and some of the events that were expanded several years ago, this would bring them back to levels previously experienced. There's a vacancy in the Parks Grounds Maintenance Division, as well as the Teen Center administrative staffing. So again, these are impacts that are already being realized because of vacancies. And then Healthier Kids and Latchkey program, those are allocations that would be suspended. In the library department, funding for a pay-per-use digital collection. Now, this is something that would stay in place in a COVID environment, and we would recognize other savings. But once we would return to more of a normal situation, this is across some of the jurisdictions around us, an unsustainable per-use service that would be phased out. Next slide. In the Parks Department, a reduction of fleet operations and vehicle replacement and implementing more of a just-in-time approach to some of the inventory and some of the maintenance activities. 1 vacant position in the Capital Projects Division, which would extend some of the lead times to implement capital projects. 1 vacancy in the Traffic Division, and then closure of fountains at City Hall and Franklin Square. In the Community Development Department, we're looking at administrative staffing in the Planning Division with regards to review, not inspections, but some of the admin areas. Next slide. City manager's office and non-departmental, elimination of one assistant city manager, one deputy city manager, office specialist in the risk management function, contingency funds for both the city manager's office and council, one vacant deputy city clerk position. This was formerly a public records manager position, and both the assistant city clerk staff and city manager staff, existing staff, would continue to meet or perform some of the Public Records Act inquiries that we receive. Next slide. Mayor and council, there's a funding for as needed, city attorney's office vacancy in the legal office specialists area, and then city auditor's office. Some of the duties would be relied upon the civil service positions in audit. Those positions would be filled from a bumping from my department, and then assume continued vacancy to generate savings from the auditor position itself. Next slide. As we look at phase 2 and the May 1 budget, you know, some of the impacted areas are detailed here. Some of, with regards to public safety, it would be focused around administration and some of the special units in fire and or potential brownouts. Parks and libraries, some of the services for our community groups will have to look at cost recovery levels with regards to some of our fees, as well as some of the hours of operations, keeping the most critical both services and hours. Community development, the general fund activities here relate to planning and code enforcement. So to the extent we're not able to increase our cost recovery on some of those activities, that there might be some impact there. Next slide. In the area of public works, infrastructure of our city buildings and maintenance and capital project oversight, strategic support areas that includes HR, finance, IT, response times, management oversight, and appointees. And so this is a broader level of some of the potential impacts come May 1. Again, with a scenario, we'll look at revenues, we'll look at other ways that potentially some of these services could be mitigated, but again, these would be for consideration for the May 1 budget. Next slide. So with regards to reserves, I mentioned, so these are the general fund reserves, and so by policy, you know, there's the capital projects reserve, land sale reserve, and pension trust that could be used to help mitigate some of the impacts to services. Again, the budget balancing scenario that was presented was just one of many potential scenarios that would be possible. But again, we value any kind of feedback from the council through this presentation for that. And so I'll pause there. The next section talks about revenue, but I wanted to just see if there's any other questions on budget balancing.
Okay, I see Mayor Gilmore and Councilmember Watanabe. Mayor Gilmore?
Thank you. And thank you, Ken, for this excellent presentation. It's really bringing everything into focus. I just want to express the concerns that I have with reduction on services and other for our public safety, because there's one thing I've learned during this pandemic is that crime is increasing. It's rampant as people get more desperate. They're breaking into cars, they're breaking into houses, they're causing, you know, damage, they're stealing, all kinds of things are happening in our community, not just ours, all around us. So the need for police services and public safety has done nothing but increase. So I really am going to take a hard look at any reductions in police services, because I don't think that's, you know, I think that's a huge priority for our residents. So I just wanted to put that out, as well as fire services, because of the health issues. I think our fire department might be responding more to those than anything else because of the health issues going on and other things. I mean, our public safety is critical at this moment. So I wanted to put that out because I You know, I understand cuts we have to make down at City Hall. I mean, that's inevitable. Other things that we have to do, but there's some things that we just we can't cut out because one of the reasons our residents love living in Santa Clara is the fact that we have wonderful public safety services. And that's the thing I want to protect all the way as much as we can. A couple other things that I just wanted to express concern. I'm concerned about a lot of it, honestly. You have parks and you have libraries and you have everything that really are the core public services for our community. A couple things, the community development department, I think is, massively understaffed as it is to get projects through, not just projects that are for individual residents, but projects that are going to generate income for our community in the future to help get us out of this economic, downslide. And the other thing I'm concerned about is risk management. I'm hoping that doesn't eliminate the department, that's just one particular, maybe city manager can answer as that one particular position. We're not eliminating risk management department because I know we've had huge strides by getting that in the first place, which we've never had in the past, unbelievably. We have that risk management, set in with a great risk manager. So city manager, is that something?
What we've done is our workers' compensation management position, as well as the risk manager position, have consolidated and merged. And the vacant position that the council had added a couple years ago has not been filled. And so we are depending on resources within the manager's office and HR to provide the support that vacant position would have provided. So we get the credit for the dollars to address the shortfall.
Okay, thank you. Because
so it's a status quo in terms of resources. There's no reduced resources. We've already made the changes for efficiencies.
Okay, that makes me feel a little bit better, the fact that we need that position in place for this city. And so I just wanted to make those comments about my concern, and I want to fight all the way to the end for public safety and no reduction in public safety. In fact, I'd like to increase public safety especially until this, this wave stops, and it's not going to stop, and other communities are again suffering like we are in terms of crime and other things, and I don't want to do anything to upset that, as well as our critical fire department. So those are just my comments. Thank you, and thank you, Ken, for this excellent presentation.
Great. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Sean. And I just want to, concur with what the mayor just brought up about the risk management position. I had made a note of that as well, because it has been a wonderful, beneficial position to the city since it was created. So I'm glad to know that it won't be, it's just eliminating a position that wasn't filled, and we can still maintain that level of risk management services. I agree with the public safety issue as well. Yes, I constantly see on Nextdoor how the city's residents are impacted as a result because of needs that are out there right now. And so I concur, public safety has to be definitely a very important position to consider. Ken, I just wanted to ask though, you gave a whole list of potential cost savings. Will we get a breakdown of what those cost savings are per the particular program that you mentioned when you bring the budget back in May?
Yes, council member. So both for the February conversation later this month and for the budget in May, we'll have a lot of detail around what programs and what departments. And so there will be a lot more information than what I can present to you here today. This is more just for a scenario kind of review.
Beautiful. Okay, thank you very much for that. And then regarding, you mentioned the fleet operations and cutting back on fleet operations. And the thing that jumped out at me when you said that, I mean, I totally understand, but I know that while we are in COVID and we want to keep our, staff, our employees safe, I know that from a recent TPAC meeting, Carrie Romanoff mentioned about how they've actually had to increase vehicles because they're only allowing one person per vehicle, again, for COVID reasons. And it's actually increased the costs of certain projects as a result. So I know when we're making these decisions, we need to make sure that we keep, safety, for, again, like public safety, we keep the safety of our staff, in mind as well. So that was just one thought that I had. And then lastly, I know everybody's tightening their budgets in a lot of different ways. And I know there was an email from the public there a couple of months ago, or not really that long ago, asking if the city council would consider even taking a look at cutting back on our the stipend that we receive per month as well. And I just want to throw that out there as well, because I know back in 2016 the public voted for a very generous increase. But if there's any way that possibly the council could give back to either save services in the city manager's office or the city or mayor and council's offices, because we need services, we need help. I just throwing that out there as well as something to possibly consider. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, very good. We are ready to move forward, Ken.
All right, great. Thank you, Dr. Spano. And Kendra, if you could pull up the next slide. Okay, so in this next section, I wanted to touch on revenue opportunities and our long-term sustainability, and kind of give an overview of both near-term opportunities, middle-term opportunities, and longer-term opportunities. And some of these are a potential for the May 1 budget consideration, and so would be helpful to mitigate some of the service impacts. So next slide. From a broader overview, the city generates general fund revenues through a variety of sources, primarily through taxes or property tax, sales tax, transient occupancy tax, which recently was approved in November 2020 for a potential increase. We get revenues through permits and fees for services. And so by law, these are areas where the city cannot make money. This is to cover a specific cost of doing business that either an individual receives or through a program, there's fees that are developed. And so these are cost recovery fees. And then the other two bullets here, rents for the related property and our right-of-way rents. And these are smaller in nature, but still very important. And then other sources include interest, fines, and some miscellaneous and other agency revenues. So those are primarily the function for which general fund revenues come to the city. A lot of these revenues are governed by state law and council policies with regards to cost recovery. The tax measures specifically would require voter approval, and for a general tax, that's a 50% plus one, and for special tax or parcel tax or general obligation bond, currently a 2/3 supermajority or 66%. And then when you compare our taxes and our fees to many of our neighbors, you'll see that we are lower than a lot of our neighbors, and that's impacted definitely with regards to in tough times the general fund's ability to continue or to provide some subsidies in the areas that I'll note. And so when we look at the revenue options, I think one thing to keep in mind is from a capacity standpoint and our neighbors, what is the appetite with regards to some of the medium and longer term opportunities for our city? Next slide. This is one component out of the budget balancing strategy that I presented earlier. And again, revenues are important to continue to provide city services, preserve quality of life, and then minimize any kind of the impacts potentially from an expenditure standpoint. And later on in the presentation, address critical infrastructure backlog. Next slide. So what are the new revenue sources that are potentially out there? At least the ones that we want to talk about today are the stimulus funding. So that's a very immediate potential revenue that might come to the city, hopefully early this year. The cost recovery conversations around our municipal fees, and in particular, areas where we're subsidizing fees or subsidizing activities, who benefits from that? The policy conversation of whether it's an individual that paying a fee that would benefit versus if there's a broader community benefit around subsidizing cost recovery fees. Then there's a handful of taxes I want to kind of talk through. A utility users tax, which we don't have currently in our city. A business license tax that we have, but has not been updated or modernized in quite some time. Documentary transfer tax. So this is a tax that's applied to the resale of real estate property. And so many of our cities, charter cities have that at different levels. And so I'll talk about some of those comparisons. And then the last two really are not focused on general fund budget balancing, but more so to the extent that as our city continues, as development occurs, there are some additional needs around infrastructure, both that could be covered by impact fees and or a parcel tax or geo bond with regards to our capital infrastructure. Next slide. So in Washington, as I mentioned earlier, they are considering a $1.9 trillion federal stimulus package that allocated $350 billion to state and local government. And some of the early language was to focus on local jobs that potentially would be eliminated through budget cuts, as well as some of the revenue loss that some of the cities and agencies have had. Our lobbyist has estimated that Santa Clara could receive anywhere from $2 to $10 million. Again, this is all still under development. How that would trickle down, either formula-based or another means, is still to be determined. But hopefully, we'll find out more early this year and in time for the budget. Next slide. With regards to our municipal fees or cost recovery fees, these are approved each year and brought forward to the City Council. There is a fee study underway as we speak, interviewing departments, and typically we have a consultant that comes in every 2 years to update these fees. And so we will be bringing forward the results of those studies later this year. And as part of the budget, to the extent there's a policy conversation on changing rates, we could factor that into the May 1 budget. Many of the cities are below cost recovery, and these were policy decisions in terms of the level of subsidy and for what specific group. Next slide. And so I know there's a lot of numbers on this slide, but I wanted to point you to the third column of numbers from the left. It's the annual surplus or deficit. So anything in parentheses are subsidies provided by the city, totaling almost $16 million here. And I wanted to focus on a couple areas where there may be opportunities. And so in the Parks and Recreation Department, currently our fees recover about 17% of our costs. Typically with cities in the region, the cost recovery percentage ranges from anywhere from 20 to 40%. And so our Parks Department is in conversation with our consultant today and has had some very good suggestions around the policy conversation of who benefits, whether it's an individual or the broader community from a subsidy. And so some of that policy conversation would be brought forward later, but wanted to highlight an opportunity there. As well as in the fire department with regards to CUPA fees, or these are hazardous materials fees that are charged for based on state regulation. These are typically for those businesses that have hazardous materials like your gas station, your auto repair shop, among others. And then the finance department fees under cost recovery, about $300,000. These are typically delinquency or late fees that are charged on our utilities that flowed through our general fund. While in a COVID environment that these are being suspended, potentially as we look at cost recovery fees, there could be an opportunity there. So the fee study, we'll look at all areas. These are just specific areas we wanted to highlight between parks, fire, and finance could generate about $2 million of ongoing revenues to the extent that those cost recovery percentages were increased. Next slide. So from a tax standpoint, I wanted to talk through kind of the approval process, and all these require voter approvals and significant stakeholder engagement, depending on the types of fees and how they were structured in order to be successful. The next potential opportunity here is a November 22 ballot. Of course, at any other ballot, there's opportunity, but the most successful measures are brought forward through kind of the general election. And just for background, a general tax requires a 50% plus one majority, special taxes as well as parcel and geo bonds require a 2/3 supermajority. There is legislation at the state level to lower that threshold for parcel tax and geo bonds, which would help us from a capital infrastructure perspective to reduce that passage to 55%. So we'll continue to monitor that and update the council with regards to potential revenue opportunities there. Next slide. I wanted to provide some information on this past November 2020 election. There were a total of 260 local revenue measures conducted throughout the state. On the left side here, there's the passing percentage. So in general, city general taxes that require majority vote were pretty successful. Our TOT measures included in that, and that passed at an 83% mark. As you get down to the 2/3 threshold, the special taxes for cities and counties and the geo bond, the passage rate there were 43% and 63%, so not as high as our resident survey had educated us earlier. And then when you go down to school bonds at 55%, now while it's not apples to apples, but it does show that that 55% threshold, if that were to pass through the state, would increase the opportunity for our city to generate some new revenues. On the right side, for those measures that did pass and fail on the types, just to show you, sales tax and school bonds were the largest measures, and then followed by a variety of other measures listed there. Next slide. So utility users tax, this is a common tax that's imposed by a city on the consumption of utility services. These are typically determined by a rate and usage, and so it's applied to usually a dollar amount on a utility bill. Our city currently doesn't have a UUT or utility users tax. It would require voter approval. Typically for other cities around us, it's a 5% level. In the county, it ranges from 2 to 5%. And then just for discussion and feedback purposes, a potential measure here could generate $4 to $6 million if it was applied to water, gas, and telephone. Next slide. Some of the neighboring cities around us, you can see that many of them do charge a utility users tax. On here, Cupertino, 3.2 million. Gilroy, a small city, generates about just shy of $5 million. Mountain View, Sunnyvale recently updated their telecom to include voice over IP and prepaid cards. And so you can see that it is a sizable revenue source to the extent that our city were to consider that for the future. Next slide. Business tax. So our business tax or business license tax was last updated in 1992. Currently is an employee-based tax. It ranges from $15 to $500 per company. There's no cost escalator. So since that tax was updated in 30 years ago, it's stayed the same. Currently, the annual revenues are approximately 900,000 or just shy of $1 million. Depending on how that rate structure were set up, or if what components were amended, it could potentially bring in $1 to $3 million of additional revenue. Next slide. For comparison with our neighbors, you can see here Cupertino, a little more than $500,000, Gilroy about 700,000, Mountain View at 4.4 million, Sunnyvale at 1.9. I know that theirs is also has not been updated recently either, and then Santa Clara just shy of $1 million here. Next slide. Documentary transfer taxes are imposed on a transfer of title for real estate or real property from one person to another. It's based on property sale price. So currently our transfer tax is $1.10 for each $1,000 worth of valuation that's transacted, of which we receive half and the county receives the other half. And so just for a comparison standpoint, this increase, an increase in the tax by the city based on our charter would result in the county receiving the full 110, and then the remaining would come to our city. Next slide. Our current revenue is about $1.4 million. And so just some comparison in terms of numbers, if that increase were increased by $1.10 per $1,000 in valuation to $220, that would double our revenue, so to speak, from by 1.4. And then the tax for a typical $1.5 million property transaction would increase from $1,650 to $3,300. If the increase were to $3.30, which is very comparable to many of our neighboring cities, it would generate an additional $7 million annually. And then for the same property valuation of $1.5 million, this would increase that to $6,600. This would obviously impact the cost of transacting property within the city, and for successful measure or the stakeholder buy-off would be important. Next slide. So here's a comparison of our documentary transfer tax with regards to other charter cities, and only charter cities may impose a transfer tax above the amount set by the state, which is our current rate. And so you can see here that there are 3 cities, Mountain View, San Jose, and Palo Alto, that are set at $3.30 per 1,000. Very recently, San Jose passed a transfer tax that's applied to in a similar way for the high valued properties over $2 million. That was primarily used to fund both affordable housing and transportation needs there. And so you can see that across our county, the rates here and the dollars that are generated. Next slide. So I wanted to spend a moment to talk about impact fees. And now this gets into revenues that would not really address our budget balancing, but address some of the needs as a result of development going forward. And so earlier last year, pre-COVID, we had a consultant engaged to compare our fees to our neighboring cities, and also conduct some initial analysis on the potential for any kind of new impact fee that could be considered. And so with that, our existing impact fees currently cover public parks, public works, transportation, and affordable housing. And the consultant looked at our fees and some of our neighboring fees, and considered new fees that included public protection, and including police and fire, libraries, and our general government. This is both our corporate headquarters and some of the activities there. It would not address our deficit, but would address outstanding needs in the future. And this was put on hold due to COVID-19, including the evaluation of a public art fee. And so we would welcome council's input in terms of impact fees. And if the council wished for the city to move forward, we could bring forward a in-depth and detailed analysis with regards to impact fees and what that could look like. Next slide. I'll quickly talk through just the comparative analysis around impact fees. This is for single family homes, and it shows that development and impact fees, and again, these are analysis conducted early 2020, shows that with their existing fees, any kind of proposed impact fees, and with the phase-in that the council's approved for parks fees, where the cost of some of the single-family development would be compared to our neighboring cities, Sunnyvale, Palo Alto, Mountain View, and North San Jose. So there is some capacity here from a comparison standpoint to our neighboring cities. Next slide. From a multifamily standpoint here, it varies. We're not at the bottom, but not at the top here. But again, it shows the potential for impact fees in the event we were to explore that. Next slide. With regards to office space and R&D, and so this is probably the most impacted from a COVID perspective with regards to work from home, and so you can see that the office development fees and impact fees here are much lower here than Palo Alto, Mountain View, and on par with North San Jose, or slightly higher. Next slide. With regards to commercial activity from an impact fee perspective, here again, the comparison where we're below many of our neighboring cities. Next slide. And so to address capital needs, I mentioned earlier we have a $1 billion backlog of unmet infrastructure needs that would be otherwise primarily funded through the general fund. The next few slides are slides that I've talked through over the past year with the City Council when we considered the November 2020 ballot, and that included a general obligation bond or a parcel tax. Both measures would require a 2/3 voter approval, and if the state passes a different threshold to 55%, that would change it and would help to ensure the long-term health of our city. And so in the past, we've conducted most of our capital projects in the general fund on a pay-as-you-go basis, and it's, I think, important to consider from a long-term sustainability an ongoing funding source separate from the general fund. Next slide. So some of the key features around a GO bond: it can only be used for capital project financing. You can't use it for operating costs. Would require a 2/3 supermajority, and then provide the revenues up front to improve projects, and typically it's passed through as an ad valorem property tax in addition to the 1% general property tax. Next slide. This is a scenario, based on different levels of bonding. Option 1 being $100 million to option 4, $400 million option. I think in our last community survey, they did survey a $200 and a $400 million option. Between the options, the result was not dramatically different, but still was less than the 2/3 required to get voter approval. Some of the dollars, this is just for a scenario building for a $1 million property, what that impact would be to the property owners, anywhere from $142 in a smaller issuance option to $565 in a $400 million option. Again, this is based on interest rates that continue to move, and would be different if it were to be studied and to move forward. Next slide. Some of our neighboring cities and regional cities that have passed general obligation bonds recently, and so this would hit at the 2/3 required to get approval, include at least in our county, both the county, Campbell, San Jose, among some of the other cities listed here, and for the purposes described. Next slide. So as far as infrastructure, a parcel tax is also another option that could be used for consideration, and that could be used for both operations programs and infrastructure. Would require a 2/3 supermajority vote levied in multiple different ways. It could be on a parcel, a fixed base tax on a parcel. It could be based on square footage, or a flexible option between some of those options. And it could be ongoing or a fixed term. Next slide. Very similar scenario here, options 1 through 4 for the same bonding requirements, $100 million to $400 million. A fixed rate based on parcel would generate the impact shown there from $225 per parcel to $900. One that's based on land size per square footage. Here for 1,000 square foot of land size, some of the dollars, $23 to $93. And then one based on building size, here per 1,000 square feet, $61 to $245. Next slide. Here's an example of a parcel tax for East Palo Alto that was approved, and it was specific to office space above a certain amount and at a square footage rate. And so it shows you the flexibility of a parcel tax. However, the more complicated these taxes are written and brought forward, it does make it harder to pass, and it also raises some equity issues in terms of who would be the bearer of such a tax. So just wanted to provide it as an example. Next slide. And then here are some of the parcel taxes that were approved regionally for some of the local agencies. And so you can see that there's a per parcel tax that's included, a square footage, and so different avenues and for the purposes listed there: libraries, parks, public safety, water, and open space. Next slide. So something to consider. This is not a comprehensive list, but when we're looking at bonding versus parcel tax, what projects to include, who pays and who would bear the burden of paying for it, the timing of revenues upfront or ongoing, the use of the revenues, whether it's capital or capital and program services, bonding potential in terms of here the legal ways to get it through, and then the complexity of the tax and the likelihood for the passage based on how it's worded. Next slide. So in summary, with regards to our revenues, we have some options, at least in the near term, with regards to stimulus and our cost recovery fees, with a range, at least from what I know today, for consideration or discussion purposes. In the medium term, as with regards to some of our taxes, the utility users tax, business tax, documentary transfer tax, all of which were below our neighboring cities, and some of the dollars that could be generated. And then from a long-term sustainability impact, our impact fees or capital infrastructure and some of those potential impacts. Next slide. So very quickly, I'll touch on our budget principles. Next slide. It is before you in the document, and it provides a framework and approach for developing the city's budget, and typically it's approved annually by the city council during the council priority setting retreat. Next slide. We do have some updates to the budget principles for your consideration, and so they're listed here. Under principle number 3, it's a modification of the principle to recognize that the budget could be balanced with, should be balanced with ongoing solutions to the extent possible. Budget principle number 4, this was added to address the budget shortfall with a combination of both ongoing and one-time solutions to balance the goal of both revenues, expenses, and the services to our community. Principle 5, the continuation of cost control measures that are in place today to the extent we have a deficit or until our revenues and expenditures are in balance. And then principle number 6, with regards to our budget stabilization reserve, to consider bringing it to 15% as an exception as part of the budget balancing strategy. Next slide. So as far as the next steps in policy discussion, next slide, the calendar from here to the July 1 budget, we have our stadium budget that's not part of this conversation today, but we're working on internally, and that will be brought forward to the City Council in March. We have study sessions and deliverables in late April and May to consider the budget for a July 1 implementation. Next slide. And I'll conclude with this slide. This is just some of the feedback that we would welcome as part of this discussion with regards to use of reserves and ongoing solutions, both for the proposals that would be considered later this month in the May 1 budget. Specifically, it's input on the use of $30 million in reserve and $24 million in ongoing reductions. Consideration of the budget stabilization reserve policy and a reduction to 15%. Input on our TOT tax that was approved in November that would require council implementation up to 4%, so the timing and the amount. Any kind of input on revenue strategies for November 2020. So these are some of the tax measures I discussed in comparison to other cities. Input on our cost recovery fees and subsidy levels, as well as impact fees and capital infrastructure. So with that, thank you, City Council and Mayor, for the opportunity to present to you, and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Okay, very good. So we'll go to council questions and comments. And then as I understand it, we need to ask council to formally adopt the budget principles. And then after that, we're on to public comment and then on to lunch. Council comments and questions. I have Council Member Jane, then Council Member Hardy, then Vice Mayor Chahal. Council Member Jane.
Yeah, Ken. I think a couple of things. One is that at the beginning of today's discussion, you were fairly optimistic that things will start getting back to normal with the vaccine by the end of the year, and that businesses will start coming back and so on. I see that, there's $1 billion of capital needs that are kind of unmet: parks, storm drain, transportation. And then you talked about sort of two solutions to that. One is GO bonds and the other one is a parcel tax. And I see that GO bonds are typically for large infrastructure projects and parcel taxes are more for ongoing, maybe additional crosswalks that would happen every year. So what percentage of that $1 billion do you estimate are large projects like a new city hall or swim center?
Thank you, Councilmember Jane, for the question. So the $1 billion in needs, those were conducted, or in the inventory of that were through various studies. And so when we looked at large projects or some of the more shorter term needs, we came up with a list. I want to say it was $400 million or so that we presented to the council and different options around that. So I would say, when we surveyed the community, it was a $200 to $400 million option with regards to a GO bond. So I think internally, any contribution to those needs would be helpful. But for an example's sake, roughly $200 to $400 million was contemplated as part of that survey.
But I think, as I understood it, that was a survey and that was the appetite of the community to pass one. But what is the need?
Well, I think the needs it's over various timeframes. So the $1 billion, I think the timeframe with some of those studies was a 25 to 30 year timeframe. When we looked at the 5-year immediate need, off memory, I think it was I want to say the $300 million range, but don't quote me on that. I do want to say that, all those were capital improvements. These were infrastructure improvements. We do have some impact fees such as parks and traffic, as well as other non-general fund sources like Measure A and SB1 that do contribute to some of those needs. The thing is, a lot of those ongoing dollars are insufficient. And so these were an inventory of needs to the extent, we wanted to kind of maintain or address some of those unmet needs. I think in the 5-year time frame, it was 300 million or so, if I remember off the top of my head.
We can pull those reports out and respond via information memo to the council.
Okay. Thank you.
Excellent, very good. We have Council Member Hardy, then Vice Mayor Chahal, and then Council Member Park.
Thank you, Ken. There's a few numbers and slides we hadn't seen before. I hope we have access to this later on because you had to go through them fast. I just have two very specific questions. The documentary transfer tax that you mentioned on slide 66, what it sounded like to me is if we make any change in that the county gets the entire $1.10 and then we would only get something above that, because is that a change is there a law that as long as it stays the same, it is what it is, but if we change it, that's the reality?
That's correct. And so the state law drives the $1.10, that unless you're a chartered city, that's all you can charge. And that's typically split between cities and counties. In our case, it's 50-50. Because we're a charter city, and if we were to implement a tax that's higher than that, the county would get to retain that $1.10, and anything above and beyond that would come to the city. And so to generate, so for sample purposes, I showed the 220 and the 330 in my presentation.
Right, thank you. And the business tax, I was not clear if that's an annual tax or if that's a one-time.
So this is an annual tax. This is our business license. And so in our city, it's $15 per employee, but it has a cap of $500. And that's been the same for almost 30 years. And so a lot of cities have looked at either modernizing it or updating that tax based on the actual impact a lot of businesses have on the community. So that's an annual business license tax.
So that's $15 per employee right now, but we have a cap on it, correct?
Correct, of $500.
Thank you.
Very good. Vice Mayor Chahal, and then Councilmember Park.
Thank you, Ken. So I know I was very passionate last year for business license tax or revising the business tax. And my first question, if we want to revise the business license tax and remove the cap of $500, do we have to go to the ballot for that?
Vice Mayor, thank you for the question. Yes, we would be required to go to the ballot for any change to that tax. So that's removing the cap or applying a COLA even, that would need to go to the ballot.
Okay, thank you for that. If I can share a screen on this one, I want to sell this thing even further, why we need to work on it basically ASAP, because looks like, I know we mentioned that we are subsidizing some of the services to our residents, but we are, I think, subsidizing a lot of services to our bigger businesses too. And the reason I'm saying, because there are businesses which can afford to pay us more. Can I share a screen if I may? Let me see.
Vice Mayor, I'm wondering if this is the time for you to, when you say you're promoting what you want to do for your goals, is there a better time for all of us to promote what we want than this? I don't know.
I was trying to see, because we are talking, if you think this will be other time, I can.
Well, I know we're all going to have an opportunity to talk about, our individual. So tell me, Dr.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
Can we receive that information, Vice Mayor Chahal, as post-agenda material, so we can make it public and part of the packet? And then tomorrow there is an opportunity for us to hear all the information and for council members to advance their policy interest. That's what tomorrow's dedicated for. But if we could receive it, we could get it out to the full council and also make it available. Oh, there it is. Make it available to the public.
Okay. I will be very brief. We can share it later on. So we have 11 companies and total capitalization is more than $1 trillion. and we are only getting 900K from them. So this is a very, very important. Like, we can get more money from these multi-billion-dollar companies, and you see the growth. I compared the January 2020 and January 21 numbers. The growth, like some of these companies have grown by more than 100% capitalization, and they have a multi-billion dollars which they can contribute towards the community. And ultimately, total cap for 11 of these companies. Some of these have headquarters here, some of them don't, but most of them have a headquarters here. So market cap has increased from 673 billion to almost more than $1 trillion, around 50% growth. So we should be looking at business tax opportunities from bigger corporation. That's my stay on that, and we can discuss in detail later on.
Very good. Thank you. Councilmember Park and then Watanabe.
So thank you. Thank you for the report. I just look back, and when I came to Santa Clara, we had some of the lowest fees and the lowest utility prices. But now we're merely among the lowest, and I feel that we're looking a lot on how we can add fees to be similar or comparable to other cities. In any increase, I would like to see how long we can retain the lowest fees to make our city more marketable, not merely competitive. And I would like to see ways that we can generate monies that come from outside the residents, because when we look at rates, I mean, rates that are above the cost of living increases affect people on fixed incomes the most. And I know we have programs to help people in need, but I would like proactive consideration for people who are in need that may not be aware of the information, or even inclined, they may not be inclined to fill out forms or be able to fill out forms for any reason, whether it's language, mobility, or care sakes. And I understand taxes, but when we're trying to create fees that are based on property taxes that are being paid, I don't like numbers that are dependent upon when owners purchased the property or made transactions on the property or how long they've been in the city. I feel like that has been something that is hurting us in terms of growth, which is it encourages people to hold on to the properties, and the longer they hold on to the properties, the less money we generate. Whereas people who come into the city who may be more creative, trying to come up with unique businesses, I feel are being abnormally charged. Well, not abnormally charged, but they're charged relatively more. And I would like to find ways to not cost our residents money and to encourage people to come to our city for business without being fair, without being unfair to them due to existing businesses and when they came to the city. Thank you.
Very good. We are on to Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Sean. And once again, Ken, thank you for the in-depth presentation. I really like how you broke down all the different potential increases, taxes from a lot of different sources. And I have to say, Santa Clara is really very, very fortunate in terms of the big businesses, corporations that are within our city. And I certainly would not want to impose any tax on them that might hurt our relationship, or even, we hear of businesses moving out of cities all the time. I mean, a lot of them are going to Texas right now. I certainly would not want to see anything happen like that if we start imposing taxes on corporations just because they have the money. The other thing I'd like to just ask and just be sure of, I know when I have worked on parcel taxes on behalf of the school district, there have been surveys done, amongst the residents. Do you know, would we do that in terms of deciding what we want to do here? And also would that incorporate opinions or concerns, or just getting input from businesses as well that might be impacted? And I'm talking not just small, but big as well.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. So surveys, typically what we've done is in order before the council, or in order to inform the council the support level, we would conduct surveys just based on the type of measures being considered. Obviously, with any kind of implementation of any of those measures, it would require a lot of outreach, a lot of stakeholder meetings, a lot of community engagement, including our businesses, both large and small, in order to be successful. So I think what we would look at is any kind of feedback out of here would probably lead to a larger conversation as we get closer to both the ballots measures and or any kind of direction from the council, and we would bring those back as more in-depth studies for council consideration with a plan of engagement for the community, both businesses and residents as they're related.
Okay, thank you very much, Ken. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more hands raised, we are ready to move on to recommendations here. And per the agenda, there are two recommendations staff is asking from council: to adopt the 2021-2022 budget principles and accept the 10-year general fund forecast. Mayor Gilmore, do you want to lead council on these two items?
Thank you. When you say accept the forecast, it's just, what does that mean? Accept the forecast.
It's the 10-year forecast that we presented, acknowledging that it has now increased to $41 million, as well as the out years that as reflected.
So that's the actual forecast, but in terms of how we deal with that, I just don't, I want to know exactly what we're voting on.
Sure. So the first is the, sure, I'll go through it. The first is attachment 1, which is your budget principles, and that's in your binder, which Ken went through the changes. The second is to accept the 10-year general fund forecast, acknowledging that it is at 41 million.
Where is that? Which attachment is that?
That was part of the slides today that we presented.
Okay,
it's
so
not
the
in the
little
packet.
slide on with the chart.
Yes, and
Okay.
just to answer your question, Mayor, the solutions for the $41 million deficit will come later in February as phase 1. And so your action today does not include any of the actions that will result in improving the fiscal condition. It just acknowledges that we're all on the same page of a $41 million deficit over the 10-year forecast.
I see. Okay.
And then the last is this 1 and 2 are for today. Tomorrow you can consider validating the pillars and or approving any amendments. So that we'll hold off for tomorrow. For right now, it's just 1 and 2.
Okay. So do I have a motion for 1 and 2?
So moved.
Okay, Councilor Harvey.
Yes, for recommendations 1 and 2 over the recognition of the realities and I'm looking at it, and to accept the 10-year fund forecast.
Okay, and was there a second?
Second by me.
Vice Mayor second. Okay, so we have
Mayor.
Mayor Gilmore,
Yes.
I had my hand up.
I'm not, okay, I can't see hands, so City Clerk? Is Councilmember Jane next?
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Jane.
I see that in the budget principles, we're looking at adopting the possibility of going down to a 15% reserve, which I am in favor of. One of the things that I wanted to have a little bit of a discussion about was accounting in the budget for expenses per district. I'm actually going to have to admit that I believe that my district has traditionally received more funding than other districts, more attention, because a lot of council members came from this district. And so I just wanted to understand how that is going into the budget principles.
City Manager, can you answer?
Yeah, that's a great comment for the next part of our discussion, which is organization under transformation, as well as our governance structure under transformation. When we've had our governance study sessions, we knew that eventually the question would come is what is spent versus what is generated by council district. We are not built, our systems are built for citywide service delivery as well as our data. So we're not in a position yet where we can provide that kind of data without having to do a long manual process. So it would be difficult, but it is the information by council district is something that we'll talk about later after lunch.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay, is there any other hands, Assistant City Clerk?
There are no other hands.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I'm wondering, do we go to public presentations before we vote on this?
You can if you would
Yeah,
like.
let's do that. Let's go to public presentations. I know there was a gentleman, Edward Strine. I know he was on waiting. So is he on, Assistant City Clerk, as well as others? Is Edward on?
We don't see Edward. We do show a Gabby Landaveri.
Okay, Gabby, then Gabby can go first.
Hi there, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. Again, first, my name is Gabriella Landaveri. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak today. This has been very educational for me to attend and listen. I had submitted a letter on behalf of the Silicon Valley Bike Coalition members in Santa Clara last night, so I understand there may not have been a chance, for the mayor and council to review. So I wanted to take this opportunity to just state our concern and recommendation to the council. I understand the city, along with the rest of the Bay Area and state and the country, are going through many challenges. However, we feel that the city does need to make it a priority to ensure safety for all its residents and visitors. As you know, the pandemic has changed all our lives, and while difficult, it has allowed more residents to walk and bicycle around town. And as more people are out rather than in their vehicles, the more we realize and are reminded that it is how unsafe our streets are. And as it was mentioned earlier today, there was yet another vehicle and pedestrian collision. And this is very concerning. While we don't know the specific details of this specific one, we can't accept these as just unfortunate accidents. These are serious situations that need to be remedied. And so within the letter, I contain more details, but we have great plans on paper in our bicycle plan and pedestrian plan, such as implementing more protected bike lanes, reducing vehicle travel speeds on many roads, and improving sidewalks and crosswalks. And I know that saving lives and not having any traffic-related fatalities is important to the council. So, but is it actually a priority? If so, then we urge council to adopt as a priority to fund implementation of safer and easier active mobility, which can be accomplished through implementation of the priority projects in the bicycle plan, along with adopting the Vision Zero policy in this session. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Gabrielle, and hopefully we can make her letter part of our post-meeting materials, Assistant City Clerk.
Duly noted. Our
Thank
next
you
speaker
very
is John Cordes.
John? Welcome, John. Hello, John.
He's muted.
Unmute, John.
Thank you.
There you go.
Good afternoon, Sunnyvale City Council members. My name is John Cordes. I'm the representative for the Santa Clara Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition. I just want to reinforce some of the points that Gabby had made, that this is a time of transition for all of our cities. As we come out of the COVID era, we realize there are budget challenges, but we want to encourage you to invest in making it safer for your people to get around without having to rely on a vehicle. So we'd like to see the council adopt the priority of making implementation of the bicycle plan and a Vision Zero plan one of the things that comes out of your strategic priorities planning session today. We are in a climate emergency, as has been declared by the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors, and we cannot continue business as usual. We have to make a major shift in how we invest for the future, and to shift a lot more of our funding for public works to be around making it much easier and less expensive and safer for people to move around via bicycles and walking and scooters, and who knows when electric hoverboards are going to come out or something like that. So please, as you consider setting up your priorities for your budget discussion later this year, that making implementation of a safer and more actively mobile city is one of the things you're striving for. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John, for your comments. We appreciate that.
Our
Yes,
next speaker is Betsy Migas.
Betsy, welcome.
There we are. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good afternoon, Betsy Magus. I am on your Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. I'm also on the VTA Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee for the City of Santa Clara. I would like to follow on with, to what Gabby and John already said. It's very important. We have currently in our bicycle plan an intention to go to a Vision Zero plan in 2024. And all that Vision Zero is the assertion that we have a goal of zero traffic deaths and major injuries on our streets. And I believe that that doesn't take a consultant and a lot of time. The Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition has a toolkit for that. We could adopt that as a goal as soon as the council wanted to, and we should. I think everybody would agree that the only acceptable number of people to be killed on our streets is zero. In terms of doing that in keeping with the budget and keeping, saving lives and saving money, the intention of Measure B is to have the Measure B funding for streets and roads is to have complete streets be part of pavement resurfacing. And right now in Santa Clara, that is not happening. It's not happening on Monroe Street. There's a bike lane on that street in our bike plan. We're planning to do pavement maintenance this year, and there is no bike lane involved in that pavement maintenance. So we have opportunities to do much, much better here. Thank you.
Thank you, Betsy, for those comments. Anyone else?
Our next speaker is Adeline Cope.
Adeline, welcome, Adeline.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. So, hi, I'm Addie Kopp from Block Middle School. I live here in Los Altos, right near a Rancho shopping center. And I know the topic that I'm bringing up may seem controversial, but it really isn't. And I'm sure that we can all agree that helping people stay healthy and saving money are all things that we'd love to partake in. The REACH codes that Santa Clara should adopt are ways that we can be able to achieve that. Personally, I live with 5 other people that are constantly eating, washing clothes, using water, and turning up the heater way too high. Most of our appliances run off gas, excluding our oven. And that means while I make pasta or do laundry, I'm at risk of developing a number of health problems like asthma. It also means that after cooking for an hour with a gas stove, and if we had a gas oven, the levels of nitrogen dioxide inside the kitchen are going to be so high that they exceed both state and national outdoor acute air quality standards. And not only am I concerned for me and my siblings' health, but for my parents who are still at risk. In fact, even for adults, exposure to combustion pollutants of gas stoves increases wheezing, cough, bronchitis, and vulnerability to infection, like COVID-19. And right now, I don't think that my parents plan on tossing out our gas stove or any of the rest of our appliances, but I do wish that we had had the choice for electric appliances when we built the house. And if we adopt these REACH codes, you'll be securing the health of this county and our planet. So thank you for my time.
Thank you, Addie, for those comments. City Clerk?
Our next speaker is Asia Trumick.
Welcome, Asia.
Hello, my name is Isla Trumick, and I am currently attending Santa Clara High School. I am voicing my opinion on why implementing an all-electric REACH code will prove beneficial. As we all know, greenhouse gases are making a huge impact on our environment. California's climate is prone to wildfires. The continuation of greenhouse gas emission will essentially pave the road for future disasters. Implementing an all-electric REACH code may not initially seem cost-effective. However, in the long run, it will reduce these disaster relief costs. Our peer cities have adopted this code, so why haven't we? If we wish to grow and advance as a city, we have to start now. I hope you find that the best solution to many of our issues can be solved by implementing an all-electric reach code. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Asia. Next.
Next speaker, Carolyn Zhao.
Carolyn, welcome.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Carolyn. I'm currently 16 years old and a junior at St. Francis High School in Mountain View here with Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action. I'm speaking here today because I'm terrified. As we've seen in the past year, the consequences of climate change have already reached us. We saw unprecedented wildfires that destroyed the homes of so many and polluted air that made it unsafe for students to take part in activities that they loved. These effects will only get worse as we continue to release harmful greenhouse gas emissions into the atmosphere. Energy emissions make up the vast majority of Santa Clara City's emissions at 69% for both residential and commercial buildings. That means that switching to an all-electric reach code is the single most effective way to reduce the carbon footprint of the city. So that is why we urge Santa Clara City Council to consider imposing an all-electric reach code. Thank you so much for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you, Carolyn, for joining us today as well and taking time out of your schedule.
Next speaker is Alexis.
Alexis, welcome, Alexis.
Hi, I'm Alexis and I attend Santa Clara High School. I'm also here with Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action, and I also urge the Santa Clara City Council to consider imposing an all-electric reach code. Currently, many houses run on gas appliances that release harmful greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. And once constructed, gas pipeline infrastructure can stay in place for up to 40 to 50 years. Reducing the amount of methane that is emitted from these pipelines will have an immediate effect on Santa Clara's contribution to climate change. And Santa Clara has already seen wildfires and droughts that have been exacerbated by climate change, and we need to step up before it's too late. Thank you for your time, and please consider implementing an all-electric reach code.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Dasha Leeds.
Hello, Dasha Lee, welcome.
Hello, my name is Dasha Leeds. I'm the Conservation Assistant for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. I'd like to speak in support of the youth who have spoken before me. I think it would be really great if Santa Clara adopted an all-electric reach code. And I would also like to see Santa Clara continue moving on with its climate action plan update. I really hope that City Council places both the reach code and the climate action plan as high priorities this year and allocates the budget necessary to complete those. Specifically for the climate action plan, I would love to see budget allocation for future monitoring and tracking just to make sure that the plan gets fully implemented and we can track emissions as we go. I also hope that Council uses this priority setting session as an opportunity to give direction both on the reach code and the climate action plan. If you could include language specifying that you would prefer an all-electric reach code and that you would prefer a climate action plan with greenhouse gas reduction targets that exceed the state standard, I think that would be really wonderful, and it would go a long way in making sure that when these policies come before you for a vote, that they're as strong and as aggressive as the climate crisis demands. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Dashiell.
Next speaker and last speaker I have is Vanessa.
Welcome, Vanessa.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Vanessa, and I am a resident of Santa Clara, as well as a member of Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action. I'd like to echo the support for strong climate action, as well as all-electric reach codes as priorities for the City Council. As a recent college graduate and renter in the community, I don't have the means to purchase a home and choose the appliances in my house. In my experience, it's often difficult to find a place to rent without appliances that pollute indoor air. I support all-electric reach codes as a cost-effective way to protect public health and prevent greenhouse gases from polluting our homes and workplaces for decades to come. As a resident of Santa Clara for the past 5 years, I hope to see Santa Clara match the climate commitments of neighboring cities in our region and become a leader in protecting the health and well-being of our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you for joining us today. Anyone else, City Clerk?
Those are all the speakers that I have.
No, Edward Strine didn't come back?
No, he did not.
Okay, maybe he'll come this afternoon. Edward, if you're out there, I'm sorry we didn't catch you earlier. Okay, so we have Councilmember Park. We have a motion and a second. Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I just want to say I appreciate the students that came forward. I think that I really wish I could see more students at City Council or in politics. We're seeing every day with Greta Thunberg, we're seeing that young people, the youth, can make great effects of the future. And I think that the time to address the future is today. Today, while you are young and hopeful and perhaps nervous, but that's so much better than years down the line when you are older and regretful and perhaps even bitter at the things that you wish you had done. But thank you very much for the students that spoke up. And if you can get your other fellow students involved, I would love to see more numbers.
Okay, is there anyone else? We have a motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk, would you like to take the roll call vote, please?
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yeah. Yes.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. So that passes unanimously. And so Dr. Spanos, I think that will lead us to our lunch break.
That is correct. Yes, we are ready for lunch, and then when we come back for lunch, we will hear from City Manager Santana, City Governance in Transition, and then we'll move into governing body, the next item on the agenda.
Okay, that'll be
lunch. How long is lunch?
45 minutes. So let's be back here at 1:45. Everybody, 1:45, we'll be back. Okay, so we're going to restart this meeting now, and thank you all for bearing with us while we had a lunch break. We're going to go to our next section, which is city governance in transition. Is this you, Dr. Spano, or is this city manager?
This will be City Manager Santana, and she'll just pick up before she does that with a little bit more on budget and resources.
Oh, okay. I thought we had finished that.
I'm going to turn my screen off just for more reliability with the connection. And Kendra, I'm on slide 92, and I actually think that the two segments that we'll present on make more sense to be presented together because, as I mentioned in my opening comments, the organization as well as our governance structure are very much under transition. And while Ken presents all the numbers and the data sets, I want to present more numbers and data, but at a high level concept of what does this mean for service delivery and how are we faring comparatively, as well as just the impacts to the organization. I mentioned early on that the organization that we were pre-COVID is not the organization that we are now, and certainly not the organization that we will be post-COVID. And I want to bring a little bit more meaning and some charts to that. This is a good setting the table chart that you've seen me use often. Our lines of business are many, and they're unique in the sense that for a city of the size of Santa Clara by way of population, these are real handfuls. This resembles a larger city by population. Our budget resembles a larger city, but we also know that we have much less in population when compared. And so just as a refresher, the assets that we manage are about 3.5 billion in assets, as well as a 1.3 billion operating budget. And that combines a lot of the resources and lines of business that are reflected here. Next slide. This is a chart that I opened last year with. We did add the per capita and updated it as of December 2nd. I'm reluctant to use the per capita one because, as already has been acknowledged, resources are not generated by district equally, and they're not spread by district equally. In fact, even the application of our services and resources are not equitably distributed by individual. And so a per capita is just a benchmark of how we look and fare when compared to other cities. That said, looking at the per capita as well as the total FTE, what we see here is that we're comparable to Mountain View as well as Sunnyvale. I leave San Jose out just because of the difference of population by way of just a per capita formula. However, what we know is we're carrying a lot more lines of businesses than we are when compared to Mountain View and Sunnyvale. And so those are cities that have a more traditional structure of government as well as lines of service. We definitely mirror other cities on this chart. So I just wanted to present that as our starting point. And obviously this begins to tell the story of lesser FTEs when normalized against the utilities and sworn personnel. Let's go to the next slide. So the question has come up before in terms of our general fund personnel costs. And as you saw in the 10-year forecast, we are on an upward trend when we compare against the general fund. At this point, we're targeting about 76% if we keep with a normal level of service. And where we are right now when compared by adopted budget, we're pretty much the average. The average of these surrounding cities is about 70%. You can see Santa Clara at 71.5%. Vice Mayor Shahal, this has been the question that you had been asking since last year. We can benchmark more cities and look at adopted budgets. I do want to mention, though, these aren't always apples to apples comparisons. There's more analysis that would need to be done to compare the details of the budget to really benchmark against what's similar as well as what's different, particularly with the treatment of retirement cost as well as other general services, general fund services that are put into the personnel cost as a percent of general fund. But for answering the question and providing the data, I did just want to bring this to the council's attention that we have compiled that information. Let's go to the next slide. So prior to COVID, our vacancy rate was trending around 11%, and our part-time, or what we call internally as needed staff, was trending at 920. Immediately, as worker protection laws were put into place as ordered and directed by the state, and as we prepared for a hiring freeze, we eliminated a high number of our part-time staff. In fact, we eliminated 512 part-time staff. We use part-time staff. They're under the CalPERS and part-time staff laws. We're allowed to use them for about 1,000 hours a year, and we generally would reach the 1,000-hour threshold. When the as needed staff were released, that was about 512,000 productivity hours that left the city's doors. The hiring freeze has also allowed for us to accumulate vacancies at a rate of 16.4%. So we've gone from 11% to 16.4, and that's about a 50% increase in our vacancy rate. The net number is 63.25 more vacant positions. If you look at the value of the 63.25 positions, that's about 132,000 hours of lost productivity. And so what I say when I mean that we are an organization that during COVID has been very much under transition, we've pretty much eliminated through the hiring freeze, and there have been some exceptions for hiring, about 842 or 843,000 productivity hours. So let me go through this and explain it a little bit more of how we get to this number and what that means. Let's go to the next slide. So if we look at one individual who's a full-time employee, a 40-hour week times 26 pay periods, is about 80 hours, is 80 hours per pay period, resulting in 2,080 hours per year that we will get from an employee for purposes of budgetary planning. The city is closed for 13 holidays. On average, an employee takes about 10 vacation days a year, on average about 5 sick days. This has been higher due to COVID, obviously, but if we were pre-COVID, a person may call in for family purposes or for personal purposes about 5 days. The city also grants employees for personal days, and recently through part of the furloughs and then as a past practice, the last week of the year has been furloughed, which is 4 days, which means that the average productivity per employee is 1,792 hours per year. That means the hours without overtime that we can schedule work for the employee. Next slide. So when you look at where we were pre-COVID, when our FTE count was 1,151.5, and we multiply that by the average productivity hours, we had about 2 million hours for full-time employees. I've already stated that the part-time employees are valued at about 1,000 hours. That's about 920,000 productivity hours. So in all, we were working with about 3 million productivity hours of how to schedule resources and assign resources to the 5 different lines of business or different activities. During COVID, and where we are right now, is we have 967 FTEs, which accounts for 1.7 million productivity hours. And we have 408 as needed employees, which is 408,000. The delta between those two numbers is how we get to 842,624,000 lost productivity hours. What's not counted here is obviously staff has not been immune to COVID. We've had COVID outbreaks in almost every department where staff has had to quarantine, be tested. There's lost productivity resulting from the COVID pandemic. So let's go to the next slide. When we look at where we started and the lost hours of productivity, we are about 30% down on productivity hours, meaning there's 30% less hours than there was last year at this time of hours to plug in for staff. This naturally means when you've heard me talk about and raise the concerns about workload and balancing staff with new tasks, but it does make items more difficult to absorb when we have 30% less availability based on hours and full-time presence and part-time. I guess it's important to end this chart with capacity is finite in terms of we have to be intentional about how we schedule staff. We have to be intentional about overtime cost as a result of our budgetary constraints. We have to evaluate now what's urgent and what's important. And we have been making decisions internally as we've looked at bringing on more COVID programs and what can be put aside or what can be slightly delayed. And you will see that when we report out on last year's policy priorities and how far we got and what other initiatives we have brought forward. Let's go to the next slide. In addition to the lost productivity that I just mentioned, there's also been a resource commitment that we've made by having to implement the worker protection laws that have been mandated. And what I have here is for $3.9 million, we have had to cover the EFMLA, the paid sick leave, as well as unemployment insurance. And so this was an unanticipated cost that we did not program into our budget, but through mandates, we've been able to cover it. I also want to mention that through changed work approaches and adherence to the state order, we have about 284 employees that are working hybrid, where they go into the office during scheduled hours. We make sure that we are scheduling resources off business hours at some times so that employees are safe in the workplace. Let's go to the next slide. So I mentioned that employees are not immune. I sent the council some emails about where we're tracking outbreaks of COVID in the workplace and what resources or services have been pared down or what has been complicated through testing and quarantining. We've also had to as we're dealing with our own workplace challenges, we've also had to adopt as the disaster service workers. And this is what we opened the session with in terms of what has brought us joy in terms of accomplishments. We've worked as youth service meal program providers, the senior meal program, COVID testing sites, library curbside pickup. We've made a creative partnership with the Salvation Army for food distribution. We have our small business assistance grant program, our rental assistance. We've helped with outdoor dining permits and waived fees, as well as for COVID awareness. We have Mayor at Noon, where each Friday we have a special topic related to COVID for the community to be aware of. Next slide. We've also, as we've worked on front-facing delivery of services, we've had to look internally to provide a lot of other services that protect workers in the workplace. We have a disaster service worker policy, as well as mandates in the workplace of how to keep employees safe, how to keep the actual physical location safe, how to allow for employees to adhere to the state law and work remotely. Our IT has coined itself now as its IT first responders, and indeed they are. They have been touched by every single service level in this organization because of COVID. We've also had to come up with temporary administrative leave policies for some of the bills and the laws that have been put into place, as well as that protect employees with family medical leave and paid sick leave. Next slide. And these were all subject to either meet and confer or some type of internal review. In terms of safety protocols, it has indeed slowed down how we deliver services because of the requirements with COVID safety workplaces. We service by appointment. There's a lot less front-facing services, but we have been responding and tracking and monitoring the COVID exposures in the workplace. We're trending similar to other organizations. We've had to, as I mentioned, have mandatory protocols. We've had training. We've offered face masks. We've offered a lot of supplies as PPE for employees. We've gone paperless rather quickly. I am surprised as that this has been one of the silver linings, if you will, of all of this, in that we've discovered that a lot of our work can be done without paper, and that's always a good thing. We've transitioned to Zoom and Microsoft Teams, where we once had space constraints and would talk with the council about the absence of large conference rooms to meet. We're no longer burdened by that because we can meet via Zoom and Microsoft, and it allows for us to have bigger team meetings and convene accordingly. We have put some general practices in place of how an employee reports to work. Obviously, they have to have their PPE, but we do wellness checks as well as self-screening before employees enter the workforce so that we are safe and employees are able to deliver their services safely. Let's go to the next slide. So while we've been doing all the internal work, here's the list again of what we have provided. And I just wanted to go over some numbers because some of these topics have come up already. In terms of small business assistance, we are trending at around $1.7 million that we've been able to administer through the $5,000 or $10,000 grants. We launched the Help Your Neighbor program, and recently we did announce a large contribution that allows for us to help residents of Santa Clara with utility bills or unique circumstances where we have a non-discretionary allocation of funds to help plug whatever financial issue they raise with the city. We have dedicated about $2.8 million to emergency rental assistance, and 100,000 of that is specifically earmarked for emergency quarantining. And this is a partnership that we made with the county for individuals who are houseless, who are in need of emergency quarantining because of COVID. We've really raised our production of video and digital communications. You see a lot more video coming out from us. We've maintained our community celebrations with video so that those aren't lost or detached while we go through this pandemic. We've maintained our senior nutrition program, our youth meal programs, our food for family programs, as well as I mentioned already, our digital responders with IT. Every one of these components has an IT interface, whether it's an application for the grant programs or whether it's video conferencing or video recording. Next slide. So in terms of our transition, the biggest takeaway is that we are 30% down on productivity hours. I think it's important for the council to integrate this into your strategic thinking, because an organization or a household with 30% less resources is significantly impacted in terms of how it plans for the future, as well as how it stabilizes for the current portfolio of services. I am proud to say that we have been able to continue to observe the state and county restrictions and compliance. Those are ever changing on a day-to-day basis. At some point, it requires our monitoring, and week to week, as new instructions come out, we immediately have to train on them, provide awareness within the workplace or within the community so that we provide clear direction on how we will proceed. We have also taken on vaccine coordination. We're not implementing vaccine. However, we have been approached by the county and 2 private hospitals for our facilities. We've had conversations. We're in different places with each of those, but we are serving as a resource to make our public facilities available if there is an interest in using them for mass vaccination. We have been working at surge capacity. That comes with its own challenges, in that employees have expressed a greater need for mental health services. COVID has exhausted, just like the general public, it has exhausted employees with working on a 12-month emergency services mentality, as well as doing dual duty of maintaining daily operations in some capacity with respect to also surging upward for COVID services. And so we do see that in the workplace, that it has physical as well as mental impacts, and that has been another role for HR to take on and help with guiding for department services to address those concerns. Next slide. So we've done public presentations. We're going to switch over to governance and transition. So I just went through the organization of how it's in transition with respect to resources. Want to talk a little bit about what we've presented in the past and what we see as with respect to the council in transition. Should I stop and take questions first? I do see Councilmember Jane's hand up.
Yes, go ahead, Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I'm really pleased that we have the small business grants and the emergency rental assistance. I think you said it was 1.7 for the small business grants and 2.8 for the emergency rental assistance. Did all of that come out of
Yes.
general funds, or was part of that county and CBDG grants?
A large part of it was general.
We can't hear you, city manager. You're muted now, I think.
I think we temporarily lost her.
I think this is what Councilmember Becker was talking about, is we need to have internet support for our disadvantaged communities.
Seriously. I've lost connection 3 times already today.
Yeah.
I'm going to contact her. I'll be right back.
Maybe our finance director can tell us the source of those monies. I don't know if you're still on, Ken.
I'm still here. Thank you for the question. So the small business grants were general fund funded. It was supported by some of the CARES Act dollars that came through stimulus late last year. The rental assistance were funded by CDBG funds. Again, stimulus dollars that flowed through the CDBG formula to us.
Can I ask, Ken, didn't we fund that with some of our proceeds from our suit with San Jose?
That's right.
$5 million we received. I thought we put it
correct. Yeah. So part of that reserve was also allocated to the assistance.
Maybe you could explain what that was.
Sure. So so Santa Clara did receive, I believe, a $5 million allocation down near as part of a settlement related to the Santana West property, and so that was earmarked in a reserve for both either housing or transportation needs. And so the city council did approve the allocation of those dollars to several uses. I think one was a affordable housing project, and there was some rental assistance as well.
Thank you.
Council Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a question on slide number 97, which reduced our full-time employees from 1151 to 967. I'm not sure, other than city manager, anybody else can answer that question for me.
Councilmember Shahal, this is Kendra Davis. I'm going to pull the slide up. Will you let me know which slide that is that you're talking about?
97, go back. Yeah.
Okay, so this one?
No, this 95, go next. One more. Yes.
All right, this one?
Yes.
Okay.
Number on that says 97. I'm not sure for you, maybe different. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. So,
all right, Councilmember Shahal, what was the question? I also have Araceli on the line.
Okay, perfect. So I'm looking at pre-COVID-19 staff capacity. It says 1,151.5 full-time employees. Were they in place at that time, or this was the budgeted full-time employees?
That was the budgeted full-time employees. I'm sorry, as I mentioned at the beginning, I've had computer issues. I didn't expect to get cut off during the presentation, but I am back.
Everybody's talking about the unstable internet.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so basically we were not using 1151. They were budgeted pre-COVID.
Right. We were trending before COVID. When we got to 10%, as you recall, I started sending the council notices more frequently about it's getting higher. But at the time, we were in a growth strategy where we were actively trying to fill the vacant positions. We were out recruiting and looking how to place and get to the 1151. The 22.98. If you would discount that by probably whatever 8 to 10% is of capacity, that really is the net difference. But it was planned to fill those positions is the point.
Okay, so, and in actual, we were using 967 at that time, right? Even pre-COVID?
No. We were at 967 is by bringing the vacancy rate up to 16.4%. so that we can accomplish the goal as of no layoffs. So if you look at the previous chart, if we can go up, Kendra, the previous, go forward. When we started in January, we were at 126.5. And I remember at one point in 2019, we were just at 8 to 9%. As it started getting to 10%, that's when I began to share with the council, for whatever reason, recruitment and retention is getting more difficult. It has now grown to 189. So during this time period, our vacancy rate has grown by 63.25 FTEs.
Okay, so how come we reduced to 967 then? Like, we didn't lay off any full-time employees, right?
No, we didn't. That's a result of the vacancies that we're holding. And obviously there's 43 positions that phase one assumes. So those are vacant. And that leaves 20 additional positions that are also vacant if we're going to balance the budget without layoffs for phase two.
So let me ask us other question. How many full-time employees hours are we on right now? If you have number, that's okay. If not, later on is fine. So
Is Araceli on the line? I believe that's the 967.
So 967 is the actual full-time workers who are working right now.
I'm wondering if Araceli is on the line to validate that.
Yes, I'm on the call, so that is correct.
That's correct.
Oh, that's correct. Okay. So anything above that was a budgeted number of employees. They were not working actually. And
well, no, they were budgeted, but during the time, during the time that we started, if the numbers that were filled were 66, let's just for 63 or 64 more.
Oh, okay.
And we were looking, so we were at 1,030.25. And we were actively recruiting for the other vacant positions.
Okay. And so it means we lost some pre-COVID, we lost some employees to the after we got a post-COVID, basically.
We have lost about 63.25 FTEs.
Okay, got it.
As well as we lost the 500 plus part-time employees.
And one of the reasons we had 920 as needed was to fulfill this gap basically between 967 and 1151. If I would right now, if I put it.
We had 920 part-time employees for offering programs and more flexible scheduling. So for instance, in Parks and Rec, in order to offer many of the services and programs, they had a high number of as-needed employees. Same with library for offering week-round schedule of services and hours. They had a higher number. We also had as needed for CDD as well as other services. There are now 408 as part-time as needed employees.
Right now, 408.
Yes.
So if we, hypothetically, if we fulfill all 1,151 FTE positions, then will we be needing 920 part-time? It will reduce, right?
Well, the pre-COVID staff capacity assumed that we would have 920 as needed to offer all of the services that were in the budget, as well as 1,151. So yes, the level of service as defined by the budget and the service goals had the scenario of that combination.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Those were my questions for my clarification. Yeah.
Okay, I don't see any others. Kevin, Councilmember Park.
Hello, thank you very much for that, City Manager Santana.
have a question. When you said that we're having trouble retaining and getting new employees, is that for the city? Is that for the region? Like how do we compare with other cities or other entities that are that are retaining and finding employees?
There's a couple of things happening in local government at once. One is that they're calling it the gray wave in terms of there's a higher rate of retirements because of the baby boom bubble coming through and retiring from local government. The economic recession, so there's people just departing the organizations for retirement purposes. There's also the Great Recession where the local governments didn't all recover, and so positions, employees started to move around looking for other employment. As we over the last years, where there has been some recovery, services have been invested in by way of position. The challenge that we have here, just like any other surrounding regional city, is that we're limited with the employees within the region that are either already living here for high cost of living or willing to engage in a long commute to get to the workplace. And so that has created an activity where cities just hire from each other within the region. And so we're always moving around with who's in Milpitas, who's in Palo Alto or Mountain View. And it's been a common practice for the last couple of years.
Okay, and so that means that we do track the number of people retiring and the number of people leaving separately.
We do.
Okay, and I do also know that, I mean, public sector and private sector differ very, very greatly in how they operate, but the skills that are required for, let's say, an IT position in public sector and private sector, and like an accountant position in private sector versus public sector would be very similar. What kind of programs or how are we looking at trying to pull people in from private sector?
We are a civil service organization and we post our recruitments in various publications as well as on social media. Anyone is invited to apply, and we do get a high number of applications. But because we are civil service, we have to screen those applications to make sure that people meet the minimum qualifications before they advance in the process. So we do recruit from the private sector as well as from public sector.
Understood. Thank you. Sorry.
Is that it, Councilmember Park?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't see any other questions, so if we could proceed.
All right, so Kendra, I'm going to go to slide 108. And these charts will be familiar. We talked about them last year in terms of the point of governance structure and working on intentionality when it came to how we manage governance in the workplace. At the time, we were an organization that had implemented citywide council members elected citywide, and we had an aligned city organization that operated from systems and data and assignments from an citywide perspective. At the time, there were some unknowns. There was the current CVRA status, the community input regarding the advisory vote on districts, as well as resource and fiscal capacity to react and implement a new governance system. I also mentioned that at that time, when we were first addressing governance, we knew that in the past governance had not been intentional nor managed, and there was clear reflections in the organization, and it was a goal of the council to begin to be intentional about the governance as we could see the transformation in front of us. So let's go to the next slide. Last year when we met, we talked about we had 2 council members that were elected by district, and the other council members were elected citywide. And it was an acknowledgement that we were in the middle of a governance structure change where we had to be able to speak to citywide issues or district issues and understand how those might present themselves for either establishing policy, directing services, or just decision-making at the council level. Let's go to the next slide. So here we are today, where all of the council members are now elected by council district. The mayor continues to be elected citywide. We have somewhat of a mix of some citywide services, some questions already about district data, as well as a district framework for thinking about governance coming in. But this city organization is still very much, from an infrastructure standpoint, the same organization that it was going back to 2017 and 18. I've already talked about the reduced resources by productivity hour, but in terms of the data that we provide, the workload and the project reports or the work invoices that or bills that people submit, all of that is still very much handled from a citywide infrastructure standpoint. The interesting thing here is that on top of the change governance structure, we have now been in a prolonged emergency proclamation. And we know that much of this year will continue under that emergency proclamation, which does mean that we go between the regular city organization of just conducting normal business operations. And then when we're addressing issues of COVID and our disaster worker assignments, we toggle into the emergency structure that the state requires. We do continue to have some unknowns in terms of, we know the CVRA outcome. We do not know how long these converging multiple crises will last, so we have to prepare. We also don't know what the recovery looks like in terms of, will we ever restore TOT back to its normal level with the impacts of Zoom or remote working, any additional federal, state, or local mandates, as well as the full service levels that we can provide with respect to a set of resources that has clearly been impacted at the part-time and full-time level. Next slide. So I say this in that, as you think about your governance and how you work together, the interest on the part of the organization is that it's a process to help with decision making and for clarity around how decisions are implemented. I think that as you go into the next facilitated conversation with Dr. Spano, that your governance structure, as well as your expectations or rules of engagement, help provide predictability for the community, for city staff, in terms of how to engage with governments and the processes that we have in place to respond. Governance is a really strong discipline in the workplace. It, as well as knowing the governance structure, it obviously serves as an opportunity to minimize any corruption. It helps with vocalizing the underrepresented who need to be considered, as well as any vulnerable society, to make sure that they're heard in the decision making by council. And it lets people know how to participate in the government structure that we have. It also helps for us to be responsive to present and future needs. Next slide. So with that, I think we've all seen this. This is, obviously an evolving governance structure. These are all the things that we toggle at once. You as a council toggle at it at the policy level and getting the data to help make these types of decisions that are participatory, they're consensus oriented, they instill accountability, they're transparent, they're responsive, they're effective and efficient, they're equitable and inclusive, and they follow the rule of law. We then take that and implement it through the resources as I just described them. Next slide. So from here, I mentioned that we're entering our year anniversary of being in a state of emergency. We don't know how long that's going to be. And as I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of good creative ideas that further help the community in your conversations around governance, or as well as priorities. I do ask that we consider how we look at continuing to provide capacity for COVID programs. We know that it's going to be important, and we need to be nimble, that if we transition from food distribution or maintain food distribution, that we allow for work areas that invest in our recovery. Recovery is going to be the theme of this year, and we know that the more that we're able to be nimble to invest in it, the sooner we'll get back to our normal. Next slide. So I feel like I've kind of hit some of these in terms of we've had a prolonged proclamation. We need to continue to adhere to ever-changing local, state, and federal guidelines, as well as the labor laws that come with worker protection in the workplace. We know that we have our disaster service workers. We do have reduced productivity hours. I've been able to demonstrate that. We know that there's local economic impacts. Our recovery is very much dependent on council's focus of recovery efforts for our local economy. I talked about our budget impacts as well as our distribution. If there are opportunities to support through public facilities, mass vaccinations, this is an area where I think Santa Clara can shine by providing regional assistance. An internal team has been very active in talking with the hospitals, talking with the management company and the county regarding Levi Stadium. And it is an area that I think not only supports our local recovery, but also the regions. Next slide. I talked about in our orientation sessions, just my role. I've been toggling between the Director of Emergency Services with Lisa Schoenthal. We're connected at the elbows, the hips, the neck, you name it. But pretty much on a daily basis, Lisa and I are in contact about the day-to-day oversight of the emergency services that we are providing.
Here it goes again, City Manager. You've
EOC on a weekly basis.
You popped out for a minute. You're back now. Okay.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We can.
Yes, we can hear you.
Can now, Deanna.
Okay. And so it's just a dual role that we've taken on in partnering. I personally serve on the region's Economic Recovery Task Force, which is also a different role in making sure that the Silicon Valley, with its all of its traits and characteristics, we're monitoring and looking at regionally how we continue to support the region. Next slide. So we talked about, I know that the council has had this in other training sessions. Your role obviously is to guide the emergency management and hear the reports at the council. We have been providing the city council communications on our preparedness. You've ratified the appropriate proclamations and legislative documents. I've already mentioned the focus on recovery is going to be heightened this year as we now have a vaccine and are looking to refine the distribution of it, as well as communications. I was pleased to hear some accolades around our communications and making sure that the residents have information handy. That will certainly continue into this year. And we're always looking for ideas that serve our community, whether they're different ideas or new ideas, or bring back some of the tested ideas that have served this community well. Next slide. So I'm going to hand it off to you, Sean.
Very good. Thank you, Deanna. So we are going to spend a good chunk of the rest of the day on this item here, governing body communication expectations and governance. And I'll set this up with a little bit more detail when we get into the norms of council relations. But what I'd like to do is just go to the next slide, please, and just and close the loop on the discussion of district elections. So what you have there, and this actually is the full document, is item number 3 in your packet, council session on governance. And so for those council members who were on council in September 2019, there was a workshop that was conducted by management partners on districting. And so lots of discussion ensued and lots of outcomes. These were the key principles that emerged from that workshop related to districting. So this item here is simply to put this in front of council and for the new council members to make sure that you're familiar with this. And if you have any questions about any of these 3 principles, if you have any changes you would like to suggest to these, any additions, we can open that conversation up now. Principle number 1, we all care about and will govern for the entire city of Santa Clara, entire Santa Clara community. And then you'll see the bullet points there on the right, what that means in terms of governing for the entire community. Number 2, we will follow all our Santa Clara ethical values. That refers to your Santa Clara Code of Ethics and Values. You also have that in your packet. We'll return to that in a little bit. That's item number 4 in your packet. And then principle number 3, we will follow our council manager form of government. There's the bullet items on the right that relate to that. So at this point, questions that you have about these principles, and again, any additions, any edits that you would recommend or suggest. And the key point about this is we'll stay on the topic of districting and wanting to validate these. So I see Council Member Park and then Council Member Jane.
So thank you very much, Sean. I see the notes and I read the principles, but I don't really get any details on what the notes, what the principles actually are, meaning we will follow council manager form of government. Then the notes don't really tell me what that is. And if you could just really quickly go over the principles and what they mean, and then not just expect the notes to clarify, if you could. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. So I will take a stab at this and invite City Manager Santana to follow up as needed. Starting at number 3, we will follow our council manager form of government. Some of that, the specific operationalization of that, if you do look in the notes, it follows from the notes. But council manager form of government, in which council is the policy-making body. They set policy. They are the decision makers for the city, and staff implements council's policy, the professional staff, and the council manager form of government puts the city manager at the top of the administrative piece of the city organization. And it's a partnership between council and the city manager who directs city staff. City Manager Santana, anything to add to that?
I would offer that the council did a lot of hard work on this one, and that they did acknowledge that in the past, there were very gray areas within this organization where there may have been, or indeed was, violations of interference, where council members were going directly to staff and working on initiatives or directives that they had provided. Then that results in the manager not knowing about this work, and city council members being able to get their initiatives advanced without having to go through the legislative process. So I think in this instance, the council was very intentional about wanting to make sure that there was a difference between policy setting, being at the council level, and the operations and management of the operations and resources was at the city manager level, and to make that distinction. That's very hard for councils to do, but the council put this one up and committed, and I think the council has done a great job in being very disciplined.
I also want to point out that it's in the city charter. So if you read the actual city charter, it'll talk about the form of government that we have and how it operates. I think it's really important that everybody take a look at that. Thanks.
And Councilmember Park, a more sort of informal way of understanding this would be council knows its lane, what its core function and purpose is, and stays in its lane, as well as staff, administrative staff, know what they're responsible for, what their authority is, and that they stay within their lane as well. And as City Manager Santana said, it becomes problematic when those cross each other, when council starts moving into staff's lane, or sometimes staff starts moving into council's lane. We will follow our Santa Clara ethical values, and as I mentioned, attachment number 4 in your packet is the City of Santa Clara Code of Ethics and Values, and it lays out, there's actually quite a few of them. There's 8 total. Such as I will be ethical, I will be professional, I will be service oriented. And I would like to return to that document and see if there's an opportunity to expand or add on to that document. I think it's a great document. I do note that it's written from the perspective of the individual and not about relationships. And I think that might be an opportunity if council wants to expand that code of ethics and values.
Dr. Spano, Councilmember Jane has his hand up.
Yes, would you like to comment on that, Councilmember Jane?
I was referring to principle number 1, and I unfortunately was not part of that discussion. I didn't view it earlier, but I do have a big concern about, the fragmenting council with sort of people advocating for their own districts and busting the budget of the city. And then what you described here, the voting system versus the governance system.
Yes.
So can you explain that voting system versus governance system?
Just as you mentioned, so the focus on the entire Santa Clara community, and the principle here is we will be, as council members, you will be focused on what is best for Santa Clara holistically, and not looking specifically at districts from the perspective from districts exclusively. The voting system, the voting system has gone to districting. So you do have a district voting system, but that the principle here is different from the governance system. While you're voted by district, the first bullet item, desire to avoid fragmented, disconnected council in other larger cities, of pitting one district against another at the detriment of a citywide perspective. That's the governance system. Maintaining and ensuring that decisions are made for the health, well-being, quality of life for the entire community, for the entire city.
Can I just add one of the sure, one of the strong points that came out of this second bullet is the council was very articulate in that they understood how a council member gets elected, and that's by district, and that's limited to a small geographic boundary. But when you are a council member making decisions and in the governance structure, you're now charged with thinking citywide and understanding the ability to not get into a fragmented, disconnected city ecosystem, if you will. The challenge that was surfaced by council members at the time is at the same time you have to deliver for your district, because that's ultimately your voting base, but we have to all deliver services from the citywide perspective, and there will naturally be tension. And we had as part of that conversation, we talked about when we see that tension, it's something for us to consider how we govern going forward.
Does that help answer the question, Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, thank you.
Excellent, very good. Any other questions on these governance principles? Seeing none, I think we are ready to move forward. And if you did have any suggestions for additions, we are definitely open to those if you want to add on to that list. So setting up this segment now, what I'd like to do is going back to the interviews, what I heard was a need for some team building among council. And part of that is coming out of the election. This is my summary of what I heard from the interviews, that the political climate coming out of the recent election is challenging. It was a difficult election, and it has the potential to create obstacles that will make it hard for council to work together productively. Because of that, there was a need to address these, what I'm calling expectations that you have for each other, norms that you have for each other. These are not legally binding. These are not hard procedures. These are the more softer norms that you all would follow in order to work together as a cohesive and effective council. And in some ways, the focus on the campaign is now behind you, and that these norms would apply to how do you engage with each other? How do you act towards each other? What are those norms that govern your interaction as council members in the realm of governance? And I want to start with that first question there. What is important to you as a council member as you work with your council colleagues? So I'd like for you to address that question first, and then we can move on to the second one of working with the city manager, attorney, and so forth. And if there's any thoughts also about working together under COVID, under the emergency proclamation. And to set this up, you have in your packet number 5, if we could go to the next slide, and we'll come back to this slide. If we could go to slide number 120. In 2018, there was a workshop that was conducted, you'll see at the very bottom there, by Dr. John Nalbandian, a professor of public administration at the University of Kansas, also former mayor of Lawrence, Kansas. And he conducted a workshop with council on council expectations. It was really council and executive expectations. Now you have that whole document in your packet. These are expectations that Nalbandian has put together. These were not validated. These were not generated by the 2018 City Council at the time, but they serve as a good starting point for us. So I'd like to just walk through these, each one of these, and add my own details and information to these. And then we'll go back to the question of how do you want to work together? And the key point here is you do not need to accept all these norms. However, if some of these are helpful to you, you might consider adopting these, or they might trigger for you some other norms that are not here. The first one, respect each other's opinion. Do not speculate on the motives of others. Disagree with respect. Don't put others down based on your extensive knowledge of the subject. And what this calls up for me is a focus as you engage with each other as council members on the issues, on the views, on each other's beliefs and opinions, and not on the person, not on personalities. That's what that first one draws up for me. And that very important comment there, first couple words in the second sentence, disagree with respect. Doesn't mean you agree. It means that you understand the other person's position and that you validate that as legitimate, even though you may have a different position. Number 2, do not pigeonhole others or expect another person's vote. Respect the unexpected vote or position. And for me, what this calls up, avoid voting blocks, avoid camps that always vote the same way. That from Nalbandian's perspective, as well as my own, that's not a good signal for a cohesive and effective council. Number 3, strive to have a good understanding of the other person's views before critiquing it. For me, this is all about listening to understand your colleagues. You are definitely want to engage in critical listening, and that has its place in council relations. But there's also an opportunity to try to listen to understand your colleague's position. What's behind it? What's driving that position? Why is this important to that person? What data are they using? What's their reasoning process? Understanding the other's position is a great start before you move into critical analysis. Number 4, don't speak ill of your colleagues. Be cautious about criticizing other council members behind their back. This is all about professionalism and collegiality and maintaining that professionalism both while you're in council meetings clearly, but also outside of council meetings. Number 5, convey to others whenever possible when there is no compromise for you on an issue. There is no need to prolong an issue in hopes of changing others' committed views. And for me, what this calls up is the need to be candid, to be very clear that I am locked into this position and there's really no opportunity for compromise, just being very clear and very candid. The other thing this does is it produces efficiency. We do not need to go on and on about this because I am clear on where I stand on that issue and there won't be any change. So that also helps council in terms of being efficient and using your council meeting time wisely. If we could go on to number 6 on the next page. Number 6 is no longer relevant. It was relevant in 2018. You were not elected at large outside of the mayor, of course. You're working on district elections. Number 7, respect each other, staff, the public, and the process, especially in a public setting. And for me, this is all about council staff relations and council community relations. And notice respecting the process as well. Don't interrupt speaks for itself. Number 9 and number 10, after an issue is settled, don't continue to bring it up. If a vote doesn't go your way, try to find ways to support some aspect of the issue. For me, this is about respecting your colleagues, the will of the majority, and it's about respecting the process. The decision was made, it went through the process, it went through the legitimate process, and then supporting that outcome that came out of a legitimate process. So I set that up as just really a way to generate some thoughts, generate some ideas here, and give you something to bounce back on as we move into that very first question on slide 120, and I'm going to open it up now. What is important to you as a council member as you work with your council colleagues? What's important to you? What principles would you like to adopt? We heard some of this morning from Council Member Becker in his opening. We heard some of this from Council Member Park as well, talking about avoiding accusations. So the floor is open, Council. What's important to you as you work with your council colleagues? What norms would you like to adopt? Council Member Hardy, you are up.
Thank you. I guess since I teach school, I also handle this with my students very simply. Instead of making a whole bunch of rules to try and keep with, I just like the word respect. Respect the process, respect others, respect our residents, respect our staff, and respect each other.
Good. And what does respect mean to you? If you think about what does that look like in the real world of engaging in interaction with others?
If you disagree with someone, you can say that, but you don't go after them personally or question their intelligence, their abilities, their knowledge, their experience. You respect them.
Excellent.
And when you talk with staff and you ask tough questions, and you are respectful of their time and their efforts.
Excellent, very good. And that for me, you had mentioned difference, and you are going to have differences, it is built into the political process. And the question for me is, how do you manage your differences? And as you mentioned, Councilmember Hardy, respecting the person, respecting that they have a view, but not making it personal, not making a personal attack, and that when you manage your differences productively, there's actually opportunities to come up with new ideas or new avenues for compromise. And so respect helps to manage differences constructively and effectively. Councilmember Jane, you are up.
Yeah, I would just say don't hold grudges. On Planning Commission, there were many times when votes didn't go my way, but we had fun. And so that's sort of the philosophy I would like for us to adopt here.
Very good. And when you say don't hold grudges, it was related to Nalbandian's point. It sounds to me it was related to Nalbandian's point that when the vote is made, and even if you were not in the majority, that you do not work to undermine that vote. And to use your terminology, don't hold a grudge. Am I hearing that correctly? Councilmember Jane?
Sorry, I was nodding, but
yes. I'm sorry. I didn't have you on video there. Thank you for that. I love the nonverbals. Those work well. Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you. In addition to what Councilmember Hardy and Jane mentioned, I would highly recommend not to make any personal comments during the public meetings. And there have been instances which personal comments were made, and we should be sticking to the agenda. If there is an agenda item where we need to talk about the agenda item, even if it is personal, somebody took a personal position on that, that's okay. But don't go beyond that, and let's not pick up anybody on anyone making a personal point.
Very good. Excellent. That's good. Okay, other comments, suggestions to add here? Okay. Not seeing any other raised hands, let me also make a point on and see if this strikes a chord with any of you. Looking at, as I mentioned, in the respect realm of respecting your colleagues and then managing differences productively where it doesn't become personal. Very important, it seems to me, for a cohesive and effective council. And at the very same time, I think it's also useful to search out common ground. Now, you're going to have differences, but are there areas where you can agree? And if there are areas you can agree on, then I would encourage you to locate those and to name those as well. And then that sometimes opens up possibilities for compromise, and it also opens up possibilities for building productive relationships with each other. Okay, other council members, thoughts, suggestions, what's important to you as you work with your colleagues? What would you like to see happen? Is there something you don't want to see happen in terms of your engagement with each other? Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I mean, I think number one on the previous list, which is don't assume motives for why people are, thinking one way or the other, or voting one way or the other. I mean, there are lots of reasons why people say yes to something and lots of reasons why people say no to something. And sometimes saying yes doesn't mean that you want it, but that's how you're voting, and vice versa. I mean, as a husband and a father, I understand this concept of compromise, better and better every single day. And I think that sometimes we say yes to things that we would really like to say no to because of other factors that we are considering. And I think that to make that a personal attack on a person, or to make an attack based on an assumption because of how somebody voted, I feel like the vote should be, a vote should be something that is done, and then that's it. Like you don't criticize somebody's vote after the vote. The vote is done. The vote passes. You move on to the next thing. Likewise, the thing about interrupting, I do know that the council members, we try very hard to follow the rule of raising our hands before we go. And I think it's very difficult when, when you're in a meeting where no one can see you and you feel that people are not looking at you, and so you want to interject. I understand that's a very big feeling. I also know that when you want to make a comment about something, it's very difficult to hold back. But I think that sometimes discretion is in fact the better part of valor, and waiting your turn is a good thing to do. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for that. It also made me think as you were talking, this creates additional challenge being on Zoom, that you don't have access to those cues of nonverbal cues, of nodding, of when somebody wants to make a point. And so it does make it, being in meetings virtually, I think does make it more challenging, especially when there are serious differences. It becomes much more challenging to manage those on Zoom. Professor, Council Member Becker.
Wow, I'm a professor now. Wow.
I'm giving you a raise, sir.
Yeah, no, everyone's pretty much, said the same thing. It's just, I think, like I said in the very beginning, I think we should start treating each other like family. There'll be times where we disagree with each other. I'll have a disagreement. I get along really well with the Suds Jane. I mean, when we were on the planning commission, there will be times though that we voted against each other because that's how we personally felt. That's how we felt it was supposed to go. And when that happened, nothing ever changed. We still treat each other with respect. I heard, the last, few years, there's been council members that were not willing to talk to other council members. There was a barrier. And I think that we need to break that kind of barrier because, you know, if I ever see someone that I really don't agree with, and they're on the side of the road and they're in need of help, I'm going to go and help them. You know, I'm going to help that person as much as I can. So that's kind of what I really want to see is just we're going to have our disagreements. You know, we're not going to get along at certain things. We're going to be disagreeing politically, but in the long run, you know, we're all looking out for each other and each other's families, and we all want to make Santa Clara a better place. So I think a lot of us hit on those topics, and I think, you know, with this council, we're going to be able to do those things.
Very good. One of the things that I find I have found that is helpful is to assume positive intent. And if you were to operate out of the assumption that my colleague is doing what he or she thinks is in the best interest of Santa Clara community, that helps. That's a great foundation to start from. And I'm just curious, Councilmember Becker, what does the family metaphor mean to you as you apply that to City Council?
That would be trust and like others have said, respecting each other's opinion, respecting each other's boundaries. At the same time, you know, being able to be there to have that person call you, because we could be at odds at all times, and you could call me in the middle of the night and say, hey, I'm having a really struggling problem with something. Can you have 5 minutes to talk with me about this? Absolutely. That's, I think, kind of that open door policy is what we need. And, you know, it's a way to building the bridges rather than burning them.
Excellent. And you mentioned the word trust, and that's the first time that has been mentioned here. And one of the ways to build trust is to have disagreements that are productive, disagreements that are respectful. I respect that we have a difference and that I'm assuming that you're doing this, you're taking that position based on what you think is in the best interest of the community, and you actually build trust by managing your differences effectively. So I'm glad to see that was mentioned, that trust came up again. Councilmember Park, your hands up. You want to add something else, please?
Yeah, about family. I mean, you don't always like family, and I think that in this particular case, I made an analogy some time ago, which is we didn't start necessarily liking each other. And I said that you're kind of like, I mean, some of the other people are like your sibling's girlfriend or boyfriend that you really do not approve of. You really don't like them. But for one way or another, they married that person. And now you're in-laws. And at some point, you can continue to be at odds with them. But I think that there is a bigger family cohesiveness that you know, takes precedence over just a dislike of a person. And you may never become best friends with this person afterwards, but I think that we can get together and attend meetings and Christmases and Thanksgivings for the sake of a family and for the sake of your sibling, or in this case, the city that you do love. And I think that is one of those things that you may not have liked this person to start with. You may not agree with them today, but I think that we can find ways to agree, move on, and get things done for the sake of the common thing that we are all trying to support, which is the city of Santa Clara.
Excellent. It also reminds me, as you were speaking, we don't choose our family. And at the very same time, you don't choose your fellow council members. You have them as fellow council members, just like you have them as family members. Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, thank you. I was going to make that point exactly. Maybe this could be better than some of the family relationships I'm aware of. So I think there's a lot to work with here. I think that it's important that we all work together in a positive way, and I think with the goal, as Councilmember Park just mentioned, the goal of representing the city the best way we can, and we may not always agree. And there's going to be issues. We have some very defining issues in our community. And, you know, as long as we stick with the facts of what's happening and we take accountability for all the things that we are doing personally in the city, personally as council members, and personally as we relate to the public, I think that's important. I just wanted to say, over the years, you know, people have made, there's been no hesitation when I, make a decision or make a comment that people don't like, that, I'm called out constantly. And I have to accept that. And there's going to be criticism from either council members or the public, but as long as you stick with the issues at hand, I think that's important, with the understanding that we all represent Santa Clara in our own way. We all come from different backgrounds. We all have different ideas. It's not going to be kumbaya all the time where we're, working together. But at the end of the day, if we can put the business aside and try to get along, as colleagues, I think it's great. It is much harder when we're on Zoom and we're not having that, face to face, being around each other, getting to know each other. I think that's been really hard to have all these new council members, and I don't even know what they like to eat for dinner. So I mean, it's just, it's been harder for us to develop that kind of camaraderie. So I think that's important. And it's important how we work with our city staff at the council meetings. There's a different kind of flavor on the council right now, where there's a lot more detailed information that is requested. So I think, it's important how we respect our city staff as well, to try to get them our questions ahead of time and get enough information so that we're not, there's no gotcha moments out on public meetings, that we all try to respect our city staff as well as each other. And again, because of the pandemic, it's probably going to slow our relationship with each other, but I'm very confident that, this will end as well, and we'll be able to spend more time with each other. And maybe some of the things that we read about each other, or we think about each other, or we've made some predetermined, notions about each other, maybe some of those, false things will melt away, and we'll understand that we do have more in common than maybe some people think. So I just wanted to, end with those comments as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And Mayor Gilmore, I was also going in that direction of being distant from one another and having virtual meetings. You lose that informal, spontaneous, offline. You took a break and then you were just chatting with a colleague about something that was not work related. It's in those off moment, informal, spontaneous conversations where a lot of good relationship building gets developed, and you don't have access to that. And let me just also just really endorse that notion that you may have stereotypical views of each other as you're in early relationship stages, building relationships. And that in my experience, those stereotypes start melting away, or they take on a different texture when you really get to know that person. As a person, as a unique person, the stereotypes sometimes get blurry, and sometimes they just completely fall away. And that person isn't what you expected. There's something else there. It's always a wonderful, wonderful surprise when that happens. Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Dr. Sean. I'm not sure I should ask this question or put this suggestion over here. As Mayor Gilmore mentioned about asking questions, one thing I would suggest, because our agendas sometimes are really long, and we only get a few days to go through the agenda, and we only have 2 working days for the staff, or even those 2 working days, sometimes we have to put in our own time into those working days also to go through the agenda. So if we can have like early release of agenda items, that would be great. Or alternatively, if there is an agenda item which is supposed to be coming on Tuesday meeting, if we can, a week before or whatever, if there is a information available, whether it's an ad hoc information, it's not final information. There may be some changes to be made to that information when they put it on the agenda. That would help. I want to adhere to like all the notification. We don't want to violate any of those rules, but getting more information and each council member getting more time would help each one of us to do a due diligence on any agenda point. I'm not sure whether that should have been discussed in governance or over here, but I just want to point out if you want to bring it back or we want to talk about it.
Okay, very good. Excellent.
you.
And if there are other suggestions, I think that would be great to hear other suggestions as well in terms of some actionable items that could be taken here. Let me let me go on.
Clerk, we have the city clerk's hand up as well.
Oh, go ahead. Yes, go ahead. Assam?
Thanks, Sean, and thanks, Lisa, for catching that. I'm about to make a suggestion since you just asked for suggestions, Sean.
Perfect.
One of the things that and I'm going to say this suggestion, and it's very hypocritical, so just hear me out for just a second. One of the things that I think that would help as we talk about one of the losing kind of that personal touch now that we're all dialing in from home or on Zoom. And one of the things, even not just losing personal touch amongst each other, but even with the community, is that when we have these Zoom meetings, and I'm looking at the feed that is actually going out right now to the public, whether it's on TV or the live streams, is that right now I just see my name there as Hossam Haggag City Clerk. But you lose that personal touch when you don't have the person's video, when you don't see the human that's actually speaking on the other side of the microphone. And again, that's why I'm saying I'm being a little bit hypocritical here because I don't have my video turned on myself. My room's a bit of a mess, but and that's just the nature of working from home and all of us doing these Zoom and video calls. But maybe there's something around what can we do? Maybe it's not a mandatory thing, but an encouragement that folks use video whenever possible. I think that adds a human element to it. You can see the head nods that I think somebody mentioned earlier. You can see how others are reacting, especially as there's conversations. And I think even Kevin was saying, you don't know if somebody's either in agreement with you or they want to speak next. Of course, there's the raise hand tool. One of those challenges that I know other organizations do is, maybe not everybody has the capability to do video at home. So maybe as part of, if the council chooses to, adopt some sort of a policy, or at least even if it's not a formal policy, to help eliminate any of the barriers for that, is if folks don't have a webcam, or if their equipment is not set up in a way that is conducive to video, that maybe the city could provide that to at least the council, maybe even some of the key city staff that regularly provide updates in council meetings, just to help, again, eliminate that barrier. It's not just even amongst the council and city staff, but it's also speaking to the public and kind of, just adding that human element, that human touch. And again, I say all this with the acknowledgement that I have a very messy room right now. So if I turned on my camera, it wouldn't be very, I wouldn't be happy to share that with the rest of the world. But, if we did that as something in the future, that of course I'd be more prepared to do that. But I think that's also in line with some of the comments that were made earlier.
Very good. So any reactions to the suggestion about getting information early? And we might need to hear from City Manager Santana on that. And then a informal norm of having your video on when possible. And it's not a hard, fast rule or anything like that. Councilmember Hardy.
Well, I always try to turn on my camera when I am talking because I appreciate that. I just had the thought, because of the long reports we have, always the agenda's not always done, but there are sometimes very long reports that are going to come in with the packet. And I know I spend a tremendous amount of my weekend trying to read those long reports. Because those are done and come from other situations often, I'm wondering if it's possible to get those reports beforehand. Just a thought.
Okay, good. And we'll see if we can't hear an answer on that, but while we're waiting, we can go to Mayor Gilmore and then Councilmember Park.
Thank you very much. In terms of the reports and that, I mean, I agree because I didn't know which part of this we were going to talk about actual mechanics of the council meeting, but to spend 5 or 6 hours on a consent calendar, we're never going to get any business done. It's going to be really, really difficult. So I think that we need to find a better way to get the, the information out to make sure people, read the reports, spend time reading the reports and getting some of the questions answered. So we're not out in the public, going to certain pages and asking for something that's already in the staff report, but yet you can make your comments about it, generally afterwards. We're going to lose our public. We're going to lose our engagement. So I think we have to find a better way to be doing that. So, so that we're not keeping to continue things and just be, inefficient or ineffective with our community. We want to keep them engaged. So I don't know, however that's going to work, that's up to the city manager in that. But, if there's something that's more information that's needed, that's not in a report, yeah, it's a lot of work. There's a lot of stuff. We have a lot to read. There's a lot to learn. There's a lot to understand. That's part of this job. I mean, that's what hopefully the expectation should have been, that's part of the job. But it is difficult. But we also have to remember to keep the public in mind when we're, asking our questions at the public meeting. Is there something that's not in the report, or is there something that's in the report that you want to make sure you point out? Because that, in many cases, that's a big issue. If you see a report and you say, hey, I don't like this part of the report, doesn't mean you have to ask 10 questions on it, but you can say, it says this, I've done the research and I'm not in favor of that. I'd like to change it. That's all fine and well and good, but we have to look at efficiency as well, because we have, 5 or 6 businesses in this city, and we have to make sure that we're moving things along. As far as the videos, I thought other cities are telling me, I see other city council meetings, they're all on video. They were always on video. And some of our colleagues in other cities have told me that it's mandatory for them to be on video. So I would be curious to find out from our city attorney. I think I might have asked you informally about this, but should you not, especially when we're in closed session, especially even in open session, other city councils, maybe that's just their policy, they've made it, because I think it's much more transparent if you're shown on your video. And frankly, sometimes most of the time I'm the only person on. I'd rather people have more people to look at than just me, and that's personal. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for that. And that, for me, the question that was raised there and also by Councilmember Hardy is, how do you use your meeting time wisely? And that's a conversation beyond the scope of what we're able to do here. But let me just note that, and there might be some follow-up on that. Ways to be more efficient in your meeting time while still maintaining opportunities for discussion, public comment, etc. Councilmember Park, and then Councilmember Jane next.
Yeah. So a couple of things. The first thing is, when you've got consent items that go into double letters, I think that increases the chances that you will have a long time discussing the consent items, meaning that if you've got 100 items, I mean, I'm exaggerating, but even if you've got 30 items as opposed to 10 items, that is going to increase the chances of longer discussions by quite a bit. That's the first thing. I don't know how we do that because, again, we don't put 30 items on there because we want to stack the consent item calendar. We put them on there because those are the number of things. Those are the things that we need to get through. So that's kind of a management issue. In terms of video, like, I can turn on my video now, and I've got a number of reasons for not having video on. And one of them is, I am also one of those people that my internet at home is terrible, meaning even while campaigning, even while having conferences with people I know and friends and family, I cannot maintain the signal. In fact, I am in my car outside for a number of reasons. A, I can't get a signal inside. My internet is DSL because I don't have other options. I don't have fiber. I don't have good options at home. I also go in my car because, I get better signal outside. I usually drive to a place where I've got pretty good signal, but close enough to my house. In fact, if you look, I'm right outside my house because if my wife or my daughter have an issue, I need to be able to go in and address that as quickly as possible. But the other issue is I mean, I've got a wife and daughter at home, and sometimes they're doing things with family on their video, which also kills my signal, and or on the phone, or watching TV, and I need a little bit of privacy. I have no problem being on video, but I think that we need the infrastructure and to facilitate this. And I'm all for ideas on how we could do this, but because I would love to not have to be in my car and be on a meeting.
Very good.
Councilmember, maybe we can make arrangements for those who are having difficulties to come down to City Hall and find an area of City Hall where you're able to be on your computer. I think there's things that maybe our city manager can help with to make sure you have access.
Yeah, agreed. And that was Hassam City Clerk had mentioned that, ensuring that everybody has functional equipment that actually works. Let's go to Councilmember Jane and then back to City Clerk.
Yeah, I really like the idea of getting agendas and packets out earlier. Years ago, packets and agendas came out on Friday night, and I advocated to get them out earlier than that, and I advocated for tentative agendas to help the community get involved. I think that even Thursday evening is probably a little too late. Maybe we could get them out Tuesday, the week before. I know Palo Alto used to have agendas 10 days in advance. And for staff, they color coded 2 simultaneous agendas going around. So I know it's a little more complicated, but it really does make life easier for the council members that basically have to respond very quickly to an 1,800-page packet.
Good. In my experience, their council would like the information earlier, and then there's always a challenge on the staff side because your staff is overworked and it's really challenging. So it creates a little bit of a tension there. Before we move on to our other comments, Deanna, did you want to weigh in?
I do. I have a couple of thoughts on this item, and one is this is prime for the governance committee in how we govern going forward on the policy side. I do acknowledge the agendas have been very heavy, and Councilmember Park said it well. In December, we were already at triple alpha in the consent calendar, and it was continuing to grow, and we had to push some items out for that reason. We are trending up. I looked at the data in last year, we were averaging about 120 reports a month. That's for 2 council meetings a month. In January, we're already at report 207. So definitely there is a tick up in terms of reports. I say that because I had talked about in past sessions, there a low trust, high risk environment, and that's where we were coming from. A lot of the items on the agenda could be delegated through some form of authority for the city manager or for staff to approve. There are some items on the agenda that in other cities don't make their way to the policymaking body. And so I think that would be a good assignment for efficiency's sake to, one, really focus the council on the policymaking side, 2, reduce the number of reports in a less resourced environment, as I talked about, as well as there's opportunities to look at the tentative agenda calendar to see in the out months what you may want to receive a briefing on or what you may want to have a study session on in advance or receive early documents. We can work together if we have advanced information. As well as in terms of early report distribution, we can work, and certainly we've done the dual color paper distributions or documents like that. We can work on early distribution, but it also entails pacing the organization. I've tried, if you look at the last couple of agendas, to only put less than 5 general hearing items. I think we're at 3 or 4 for the most case, just because it does appear that the discussions are lengthier, as well as just to stick to single alpha consent calendar items. So I purposely am trying to lessen the agenda amount because certainly there are items on the agenda that necessarily don't have to be acted on by the council. And that's a conversation I'd like to have through the governance committee. And through pace in the organization, we can get to a place where we are distributing the items earlier and producing less items.
Very good. Thank you. Councilmember Jane, did you have a comment? I had you on my
Oh,
list.
no, I had already put my hand down. That
Perfect.
was, yeah.
Thank you. And then we're on to council. We're on to City Clerk Hagag, and then Councilmember Park.
And then after that, I'd like to take a break if we
Perfect.
can, please, before we go on to the governance norms. If that's the next item.
Good. Okay. Let's see. It's City Clerk. You are up, Assam.
Yeah, hey, I just wanted to just reiterate something I said, I think somebody picked up on, which is like the city provides already, you know, the iPads and a cell phone, a city cell phone for council members. I think providing equipment for at home for the duration of COVID while we're all, you know, quarantining at home, whether it's equipment or, as Councilmember Park mentioned, the quality of the internet connection. I think this having the city provide some resources or equipment for individual council members and key city staff that, you know, regularly speak at these meetings to help alleviate some of those issues. I think Mayor Gilmore also suggested the idea of within obviously the COVID guidelines, setting up some working arrangement from City Hall, I think are all really creative solutions. And I think they're definitely well within the, you know, what's legitimately possible, like, you know, what we can do. So I think, you know, of course, I don't know what the procedure is or what, as Mayor Gilmore mentioned, if the city attorney would check, like if it's mandatory or not, but at least trying to eliminate as many, if not all, the barriers possible to help break down that video barrier too. I mean, I see Councilmember Jane has kind of like a physical backdrop. I know obviously there's the virtual backgrounds that people use, but you know, whatever tools are necessary to help alleviate that would, I think, in my opinion, be well worth their cost.
Excellent, very good. And now we're on to Councilmember Park.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, I would love if I had good signal. Again, I don't know that another device would help because I just don't have signal here. And while addressing the problems for city council and staff is very good for the operation of the city, I think that the fact that I don't have signal here and my neighbors don't have signal here, it tells me that there are lots of places where people don't have signal. And if they need to go to school and they need to do work and they need to do other things, I would really like if we address this citywide as opposed to person by person and by priority of council or staff. That said, I have no problem going someplace that has better signal, which I have been doing. I think that people know I do occasionally drive around within my neighborhood trying to find a good signal. But when we go back to the city council agendas, I have no problem with agenda items that are fixed, that we already know about, being published in advance, and then having an addendum that's published probably, you know, following Brown Act, no later than Friday night. But I would love to get items that are relatively, you know, set with lots of information as early as possible. Like I don't even mind getting it 2 weeks in advance because I have been going to city council meetings for a long time. I read the packets. I do read the packets. We have a lot of people that do read the packets. And I think that also increases the likelihood that somebody's going to ask a question because not everything is clear to everyone. That said, Councilmember Jane said that he remembered when things came out on Thursday. I do remember when we used to get the agenda packets on Tuesdays. On Wednesdays, I would actually talk about them with my neighborhood. I remember that. And then they switched to Friday and sometimes Saturdays, which we complained about, but we didn't have a chance to fix. But again, getting the information out as quickly as possible, especially for items that have, you know, lots of information associated or attached to it, would be great. Even if that means, you know, several agendas being sent out. You just, I don't know, you color code them, you have them listed version by date, but getting the information as early as possible not only helps the city council people to have to read through it, but as a person that worked with my neighborhood, I know that getting it early was essential to reading it through and getting information out to to my neighborhood in a timely manner. Right. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Very good. Thank you. And Vice Mayor Chahal.
I'll just keep it brief. Yeah, one of the reasons I don't go onto the video is the same. Like I usually get a message on my screen, unstable internet connection, and I don't have an option. I've tried other ones. Xfinity is the only one I have, and within the city, not everybody, lot of people are complaining about Xfinity. So as a suggestion, like we have our own fiber, let's look at options where we can provide good internet connections to our residents using our own fiber. So I'll try to be on the video, but I'm scared of losing even my voice to show you my face.
Excellent. Okay, thank you for that. We will come back and we'll talk a little bit about council staff relations and council public relations, community relations, but let's take a break. I have a 3:28, so let's reconvene at 3:40. And then we'll work through those two questions. And then after that, we'll be moving towards wrap up. So
Okay, thank
we
you.
are
3:40.
until 3:40, everybody.
Thank you.
you for the thumbs up. Okay, so Kendra, if we could go to the slide with the 3 questions, and I'm going to move us from the first question on council relations. And I heard 2 follow-up items here. One is especially on meeting mechanics, getting reports out and meeting information out earlier for the governance committee. And then what I would like to do is, as you were all talking, I heard several norms surface from council, things like avoiding personal attacks, don't assume motives, operate in the best, what's in the best interest of the city. I'd like to put those norms together just on a piece of paper, share those with you and see if they're useful to you as a way to close out that first question. With that said, then let's move on to question number 2. And Mayor Gilmore got us started there with council staff relations. What's important to you as you work with city manager, the city attorney, the rest of staff, and let's just hold on public question. So what's important to you in work staff? What principles, what norms? I'm going to look for hands here. Councilmember Jane, you can get us started, please.
I would just say that try to be cognizant of the fact that our city staff is understaffed and overworked, and think of their time as valuable.
Excellent, very good. Councilmember Hardy?
Absolutely. I was going to tell you with the hotspot, you might have to turn off your video as well, by the way. I know that.
Okay. Okay.
It might help you because you are coming in and out. With that in mind, in the past, before a meeting, after a meeting, during breaks, over food, we could often ask just very quick questions of staff and get, that 5-minute, 2-minute conversation, getting some questions answered. And now it's very difficult because I know I keep that up, I keep a list, and then I've got to make an appointment with the city manager and whatever staff member that is and have a meeting. And that's hard because I don't want to take their time. I'm wondering if there's some appropriate way that we can ask those little side questions that shouldn't take that long, those 5-minute or less questions.
Good. And so that would be a question, that you would, let's actually address that right now in terms of what would be the mechanism for making that happen.
I respond very quickly to text messages. If you need to talk a lot of times I'll get a call from the city attorney, can we talk? Or do you have 5 minutes for a call? I think a lot of the council members have observed I am responsive when you need to speak to me. And so just give me a text if you need 5 minutes of my time. And certainly I just let Nadine know to work with Kathy to schedule one-on-ones for 2021.
Excellent, very good. Mayor Gilmore, and then we'll go to City Attorney Doyle.
Yes, I think it's important that, I just want to reiterate, our staff is very responsive. The city manager's office, city attorney's office, our mayor and council office, our staff in our office. If you need something, they really work to get us the answers. But I think we also have to do our part as council members, and that's really do our homework and read the reports and really go through them and make sure we understand them ahead of time. I've just noticed some of the questions at the council meetings are things that are actually in the reports. So if there's questions that are not in the reports, that's great. Ask them, ahead of time, and maybe share them with the council, even your answers at the council meetings. But I think we also have to do our part to help them do their part in terms of the city staffing. And I think that's reflective in how we deal with the public is important, and how we disseminate information to the public is important. But they're also looking to see how we interact with our staff, and to make sure that we are doing our homework and are educated by the time we come to city council meetings. So it's kind of a two-way street. And I think that in order for us to put our best face forward as a city council, we have to show the public that we are also doing our work ahead of time and not wasting their time.
Excellent. Very good. City Attorney Doyle.
No, I just wanted to add as well that, you know, I think if you just want to send me a text saying, you know, do you have a minute to get these kind of quick answers, or if there's something that you want me to research a little bit.
Well, it sounds like we are losing Council.
I can certainly respond.
City Attorney, we lost you for the last 30 seconds.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. No, same as the city manager said. Please just send me a text that you'd like to talk, and we'll talk, and I'll answer your questions if you have them.
Excellent. Very good. Okay. Is there anything else on council staff relations? Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands. Let's move forward. Anything with council community relations, what's important to you? And let me mention that from the interviews that we had, there was several of you mentioned how important it was to ensure good community relations and opportunities for the community to provide input, to engage with council, to engage with staff, including having public presentation, public comment periods during this priority session, but also considering other ways to engage the community around your pillars and around strategic priorities. So I just mentioned that was a theme that came out of the interviews. Anything to say about council community relations? Hussam, you're up.
Yeah, hey, so I think I just wanted to pick up off some of the comments that I made in the beginning or this morning about picking up where we left off with the community town halls with council members. So in the last couple years during the priority setting sessions, I brought forward, I was just elected 2 years ago, so it's just in the last couple of years that I brought forward the idea of regularly scheduled community town halls that council members would participate in. And of course, we were planning and had actually budget approval and had started to put together a full plan for you know, a schedule and reaching out to some of the council members, or we were about to start reaching out to schedule the town halls by district last year when COVID hit, of course, and threw a wrench in the entire process. So, you know, now that we obviously have a new council, I was also interested in once kind of the initial shock of COVID had settled, you know, kind of in the middle of the year, last year, I was looking at resuming the idea of the town halls just over Zoom, or kind of a remote type of a town hall. But it was too close to the election, and the city attorney advised that because it was too close to the election, there were concerns that the town halls could be perceived as you know, electioneering or campaigning. So we basically stopped the process. Now that we're kind of out of that whole election cycle, and that we obviously have a new council that is elected by district, you know, some of these districts, 4 districts, the first time they elected their council member by district. The idea of resuming these town halls, or at least starting it, resuming the idea of starting the town halls is something that is top of mind for me. Of course, it's with the council members. So obviously, while I, as a city clerk, in my capacity as the clerk, can help facilitate the events, obviously the council members themselves would have to sign up to you know, participate and kind of engage with the residents of their district. So this is something that I wanted to bring up as part of the priority setting session. Obviously, with new council members, the prior ones that were there in the last meeting remember that very well. But of course, I wanted to bring that up as a potential area for discussion.
Very good. Thank you for that. Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I like the idea of having regular and scheduled meetings. And even if they're by district, I do know that districts don't, the people that are affected by issues in a district aren't just the people in the district. They're people that are from outside the district, that shop in the district, that visit the district, or on the border of the district, because like district lines don't define a community as much as a community defines a community. And it would be really nice if like the city had some official support for these meetings using the same technologies so that, we don't have to and they're on the public schedules or on the public calendar so that we don't have to guess where to go and we don't have to guess which technology one district is using versus another district. I think that if we have a little bit of money that we can spend, each district can spend, that would be great too. I do know that in other cities, city council people have their own budgets, and the budgets in this case wouldn't necessarily be large, but they would be budgets for, well, we want to get accounts for video. We want to, occasionally set up a room, or we want to occasionally set up things for, for district meetings. I think that would be, I would support something like that so that we have some consistency across the districts, across the meetings, using known technologies that are on calendars, public calendars that everyone can see.
Excellent, very good. Hussam, did you want to make another comment?
Yeah, so I mean, I'll respond to some of the suggestions that Councilmember Park brought up, which is actually very much in alignment with the discussion and the ideas that I had put forward with the previous council, and they liked the ideas, they approved it, and of course that's when COVID hit. So the idea that I had proposed before, and the way we were structuring these town halls, was that we were organizing it by district, but not restricting it, so that is basically be a rotation, so that council members wouldn't have to do one of these town halls once a month, which, as we were starting it out, we were trying to figure out what is the right cadence. So what we did was I suggested that we would be combining, that 2 districts would participate in every session. And again, it's not to exclude anybody from the city. Anybody could dial in, but it was just a way of managing council members' calendars and not having them overcommit too much of their time. Of course, if individual council members want to commit more time, that's fantastic, and we can work through that schedule. So the idea or the proposal that we were working on was every month we would have 2 council members participate in that town hall. Before COVID, we were going to do it basically at the public libraries, Northside and Central and Mission Library. Of course, now with COVID, it would just be digital, but it would be 2, and it would be once every month. So in other words, you would cycle through and you would have a town hall as an individual council member. You would participate in a town hall every 3 months, so basically once a quarter. And that was kind of the idea. Of course, with the new council, if you guys have more ideas you want to bounce back with me, definitely feel free to reach out. If this is something, of course, like the council, like I said, the council is interested in doing or participating in, then obviously when we kickstart this idea, now that we have the new year, then of course we'd like to incorporate all of your new ideas that you have. And of course, with anything that we try out for the first time, we should be improving it as we go along. So nothing is set in stone. I'd like for us to pilot it, kick it off, and then adjust as we go along, and we won't get it perfect from the first attempt.
Very good. City Manager Santana, and then Councilmember Park.
My comment won't be a surprise, but as we work on managing the council members' calendar and schedule, I want us to remind ourselves that we are 30% less productivity hours in an area where we have grown our engagement and communications portfolio. I worry about our ability to absorb. We did try this last year, early in the first part of the year. It was very staff intensive by using the city resources and doing the production in the chambers. So when we look at this, I'd like for us to weigh it against the current portfolio of work that we're doing. We're doing a lot of videos for resident awareness of COVID as well as other programs. I know in the out weeks, we're going to resume Mayor at Noon in a COVID safe way. And so I know that, I guess I'll say it this way. The communication staff as well as the other staff very much mirrors my comment in that where there were 3 staff, there's now 2. The same in the mayor and council's office, where there were 3 staff, there's now 2. And that replicates in other areas of the organization, and the ability to just absorb and knowing the workload that this took in the earlier part of last year. I would want to have a thoughtful conversation about staff resources and how to sustain this. I'm not debating whether it's a good idea or a bad idea. It's a matter of resources that I think we've already demonstrated are just not there right now to absorb that level of production.
Thank you. And we are on to Councilmember Park and then Councilmember Watanabe.
Yeah, sorry. I also have this idea, at least in engineering meetings, we have this thing, which is when we go to meetings where we're talking ideas, talk the ideas, don't talk about implementation. I mean, we can move the ideas for implementation or specifics to another meeting if we need to, or you can go into a little bit of detail. And I feel that if we also were cognizant of, well, we know that this discussion is getting a little bit more into implementation than we need for the level of discussion that we're having, or this is what we call a rat hole topic. It would be really nice if we could also have moderators that can do that, and maybe even outside of city council members and the mayor, so that there isn't a view of, preferential treatment or things like that. But I do feel that when we talk about ideas, we should be talking about ideas, and implementation can be done another way. But I would love to continue these discussions for implementations. I have a lot of ideas there, but I'd like to talk about the ideas and hear the suggestions first. Thank you.
Very good. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Sean. Since I'm the longest person on the council at this point, aside from the mayor, I just wanted to just share what a couple of things that happened around the time before we went to districts. I have to say, and again, I give credit to our staff and the city manager for, hearing the needs of listening to the council members and being responsive to, the council members' asks. And in my case, I ended up having 3 town halls, community meetings in the north side because there were 3 issues that came about. One was a shooting in the area that had a lot of people concerned, and because there obviously had never been a shooting in the area before, and the police department came out and did a very good presentation. Staff came out, videotaped it. There were over 1,000 views of the video, and it gave folks peace of mind knowing that the police were aware. The second one, there was a fire in a house because somebody had their voltage was incorrectly installed, or it was installed and they were using a Tesla and they didn't connect properly. And so the house went on fire. Thankfully, it didn't burn down. But at the same time, because again, so many people are going to electric cars, I reached out to the fire department and through the city manager and said, could we do something to let people know what they can do to make their houses safer, and especially if they have electric vehicles? And the city was very responsive. And then thirdly was the last one was an airport noise community meeting, and there were people there. There were folks there from San Jose as well as North Santa Clara, and Congressman Khanna came, and the mayor was there. And it wasn't recorded, but I mean, city staff was there to support it and facilitate it at the Northside Library. And so, I mean, the city hears, and if there is the ability to help us as council members to be able to work with our constituents, I mean, they will do it. And I understand, and I've heard it, the city manager, I don't think you could reiterate it any more than you have today, but about, being down 30%. I mean, that's the fact. That's the reality of where we are right now as a city. And it's not just us, it's all over. But at the same time, too, one thing that I'm exploring right now with somebody in the process of preparing is a newsletter. And just taking it on my own, to create and put it out there, because again, I know that city resources are limited. And so at the same time, I still have a message to get out there. And it's something that we can do proactively, and individually as council people, to keep our constituents apprised of what's happening in the city. And we don't necessarily have to go to city resources. And there's enough information, frankly, out on the internet, on the city website, the city manager's weekly newsletter or bi-weekly newsletter that, can cut, paste, put into your own document, send it out, create your own, grow your list in your district. And if people want to come in from other districts, great. But I'm looking forward to getting this out there and be able to, just put information that people may not want to read now, or if they hear you talk about it, they'll forget about it, but they'll say, oh, there was a newsletter, there was something I read there, I read somewhere. They can go back, they can find it. So it's always there, so they don't necessarily have to contact you, which I never mind. But at the same time, if they have a source of reference that they can go back to, it helps a lot. And it makes them more educated as residents, and, be able to share information as well. So I just throw that out there for whatever it's worth. But I was just going to just say that MailChimp and Constant Contact, which I used when I was president of Sister Cities, getting a newsletter out, very effective. I love to be able to see how, people were responding to it. They were reading it. And so there are definitely some other ways aside from Zoom meetings or town hall meetings that we can communicate with our residents, and that they can save and be able to go back to and refer to for, later reference if necessary. So that's all I have. Thank you, Sean.
Very good. That's wonderful information. Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I think my hand was up from last time, but I do have a comment about that, which is, I think that having official city resources, especially for mailing lists, consistent technologies, would help with transitions. For example, I do know that city council people come and go, but the districts or the people that are interested in issues often remain the same across 10 years. And I feel that if there were a city District 4 mailing list, then that would help every person that's working with District 4, get through, get information out. And it wouldn't depend on somebody setting up MailChimp, somebody setting up Constant Contact, somebody using a different thing, and the residents of that district have to continually sign up for different services, which they may not, want or like. We do have the, ways for the city, people can sign up for something through the city. And I feel that if we had a consistent technology and a consistent list, especially for people across districts, and people can sign up, and a consistent way to do that, that would help as well. It would also smooth over any differences between technologies that technology preferences that city council people have, or even modes of operation that people have as the seats change. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Councilmember Becker, and then Mayor Gilmore.
Thank you. So a lot of what Councilmember Park was saying and Councilmember Watanabe was saying is kind of something that I've been really wishing that we would start going in that direction, which is a lot of people tell me that, you know, you would go to City of San Jose, you go to a lot of other cities' web pages, and they have individual pages for council members where they're able to go to the e-notify, they're able to go look at videos of all their town halls, connect with them for lunch. That's, you know, pre-COVID, stuff like that. And I think that right there would probably help a lot for residents to connect to their council members, because to be honest, a lot of people don't know who their council member is, and some people still don't know that they're in districts. And I think, you know, that would probably be a great way to connect to people by getting that kind of e-notify more, because, you know, we're only so far we can, you know, do so much on like Facebook, for an example. I know myself, Councilmember Watanabe, and I think maybe Councilmember Jane, they all have a Facebook page for, you know, to advertise on. There's also things like Twitter, but, you know, when I look at San Jose, they're doing direct contact to people. Like, I mean, I get emails from Councilmember Pam Foley, and don't ask me how I get that, but I get that from there, and I get it also from Councilmember Chappie Jones. So it's like, those are newsletters that are coming out every other week. And I think that is something that would be beneficial for our city to do, especially coming from that council member. So then that person can contact that council member. Like, if they have a problem in the north side, they can contact Kathy. If they have a problem in District 4, they can contact Councilmember Park. So I think that would be a great direction. I don't know how massive of a project that would be, but maybe that might also help relieve some burden on staff too, because then it kind of punts the ball more into my lap, because then it's like, okay, now I gotta do something with this technology, because right now there's only so much I can do with technology. Like, for me to go and contact every resident in District 6, it would cost thousands of dollars for me to do that. How I did it during a campaign was I went door to door to speak to people. As a council member, that is just astronomical. So I'm wondering, is that something that we can probably do in the future, or, you know, place setting of that, we can start planning for something like that to get people more involved, to get people to know who their council member is, because a lot of the points that Councilmember Watanabe and Councilmember Park were saying, you know, is highlighting the needs of residents. And I think that is the direction we should start heading.
Very good. And I heard Councilmember Becker that this is something that you initiate.
What was that?
Without necessarily involving staff.
Well, sorry, you broke up a lot. The internet is so bad.
I know. Okay, I'm going to just move us on to Mayor Gilmore.
Okay, thank you. I just want to manage everyone's expectations about what we do down at City Hall, because just in comparison, Councilmember Becker to San Jose, the size, their one district size is the size of our whole city. And so their city council members, get this, they have about 10 staff members for each council member. And the mayor has like 29 or 30 full-time staff members, right? We are part-time representatives, part-time elected officials in Santa Clara, and all 7 of us share 2 people, 2 staff members. So just for our mayor and council offices, just as a perspective. So they are, each of their districts, again, the size of Santa Clara, have their own budgets to deal with and everything else. So, you know, in some way, I wish I had 30 staff members to help, because sometimes it feels like, based on the number of emails I get and correspondence I get and phone calls I get, I could use 30 people, it seems like, but that's not the case, you know, at this point. And in the past, and the city clerk had really, you know, talked about what we tried to do last year, but then unfortunately the pandemic got in the way. But we were going to try to do just a pilot program of doing these town halls per district, so that our council members could go out and engage with their, sponsored by the city, and then engage, you know, a couple districts at a time, because we do have small districts. So a couple districts at a time to go out there and do the town halls to see how that would work out. So you could at least, get out there once a quarter or once every 6 months to talk about issues in your particular district. And I would like to resume those, when we can, because I think it's important to do that. But to start splitting the city up with separate mailings when the information that we want to get out is not, unless it's, a particular district issue, like Councilmember Watanabe had mentioned, that happened in her district about those particular, that was based on issues and not overall, overall information. Whatever overall information we have that we put out, we don't separate it by districts. We put it out to the entire city all at the same time through all of our channels, whether it's high tech or low tech. Historically, council members, on their own, if you want to have your own town hall, if you want to have your own citizens meeting, we had a council member, O'Neill, last time, who had her own citizens meetings. Even when we went to district, she didn't care where they were from. She accommodated everyone. And that's the thing. If you have a town hall, you should be accommodating everyone, not just anyone in your district. But she did that on her own. Council members have done things on their own, and nothing stops you from doing that. Whether or not you have your social media or however you communicate with your constituents, that's up to you, whether you have your own Facebook or Twitter or Instagram or Snapchat, whatever you do, however you communicate, that's, no one's going to stop you from doing that. But in terms of the city, we can't, we talk about working together as a whole city. It's hard for us to start splitting it up and putting resources to one district over another when our city is at a size that everyone should be getting the information at the same time, and not splitting it up. So no, we don't have budgets for each district. We don't. Can we afford to do that now? Probably absolutely not, because our focus right now needs to be the pandemic. And I know it's difficult. I know it's hard for people to really concentrate on our emergency situation right now, but we have to deal with it. Once we're through this emergency situation and our finances start increasing and our staff starts increasing and we have more ability to do that, I think that, these are all really, really great ideas about how we can do that. But in the meantime, we're at a time in our community where everyone should be getting the same information and not, split up by districts or mailings by district. But again, nothing stops you as individual elected officials from communicating any way you want to communicate. Thank you.
Let me just reiterate what the mayor said, that it's going to be very challenging in this environment to be able to do that on a district by district basis by staff. But as she said, not precluding any efforts that you want to make. We could return to this topic tomorrow when we get into council priorities. And I also will foreshadow that conversation as making a distinction between what is urgent and important. Urgent meaning needs immediate attention because of the environment, because of the situation. And important, it's not immediate, it's important, but it doesn't require immediate attention or immediate action. Okay, so I'm also aware of our time here and want to make sure we get the public comment. I see a couple more hands up. Let's go to Council Member Park and then Council Member Chahal.
Yeah, I'll try to keep this short. I understand. And that's exactly my point, which is we already have a lot of services like eNotify, which would be great and consistent for the users, for the people in the district. Meaning if every single city council person decides to use a different technology, and as new people come in, they use another different technology, there will be residents out there who will fall off of lists because they were not apprised of this technology, or they don't use that technology, they don't have access to that technology for some reason. I think that just having a city resource that is consistent across all districts would make things a lot easier. And again, when you say we need extra time and money, actually, I don't think we do, because eNotify is, again, one of those systems where you sign up for the things that you'd like to hear about. So people would simply sign up for District 2, District 3, District 4. So they sign up for the newsletters that they would want to receive, and then you would give the city council people a way to send out newsletters through the same mechanisms to the e-notified list. I mean, that's how the committees and the commissions used to work. CAC was on e-notify, but again, if you don't have access to those lists or you can't send them out, having those lists doesn't do anything. And again, I'm not saying that we're not the size of San Jose. We are not San Jose, but there's nothing that says we can't give a city council person $1,000, $5,000 for the year. We give individuals for different events more than that. We gave one person up to $10,000 for an event he put together several years ago. And I know that Sunnyvale gives its residents through its neighborhood organizations a stipend, a yearly stipend of $1,000, and they use that $1,000 to send out newsletters, to send out flyers, and any money that's left over, they have a neighborhood party. And again, I don't know that we can afford hundreds of thousands of dollars like they do in San Jose, but I do think we can make budget for $1,000, $2,000, and make budget in the city budget to create accounts or consistent technologies for the city council people to use for the benefit of the residents. Again,
And Kevin, Kevin, Councilmember Park, we're losing your audio.
Oh, I apologize. Yeah.
Okay, very good.
I can defer this later, but again, thank you.
Very good. Okay, so let's hear. We have two more comments, and then we'll wrap this segment up and go to a public presentation. I have Vice Mayor Chahal and then Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Dr. Sean. Yeah, I'll keep it brief. I know we are already running out of time. One question to staff. Even if I, as a council member, want to do a Zoom meeting within my council or citywide as such, can I use the city Zoom account? Is it, two questions, is it available or is it appropriate? I want to make sure both the questions are answered to use by me as a council member. And second comment is that I can take the answer later on. Second comment is regarding Councilmember Parks. Yeah, I think we can start with the small budget and see a feedback from the council members. What is the feedback? What is the process? What we can do with the smaller budget? And we can dwell on that and go from there, basically. Thank you.
City Attorney, you may want to clear some of this up. City Attorney.
Yeah, I don't know about, is it available, but in terms of, is it appropriate? I think you do raise.
We lost him.
City Attorney, we can't hear you.
Yeah,
Can you?
Let me try turning off my video.
I was going to say that there are a lot of policy issues that have surfaced in this conversation. Part of it is the tool is there. It's how you use the tool in your district. And as I mentioned earlier, that we are built from a citywide perspective. And obviously, if a council member is having a council district meeting, to the extent that topics come up that are in the gray area or that may be of concern for a political purpose, then that would be an issue from a policy perspective that the city would need. If you're using city equipment, we would need to protect against. The other is on the e-notify and that process. While the tool is there and it would need some adjustments for looking at council district perspective, that's another policy issue. Is how do we convert our equipment and our infrastructure to a council district perspective? Again, it's what's in the newsletter and passing the FPPC test as to whether the information constitutes a political statement or whether it is communicating a citywide communications. And so all of that balancing test would need to be tested against to make sure that as we enter in a policy of going into council districts communication support, that we are not in FPPC violation. I can tell you that the gray lines are, or the bright lines are very thin, and I certainly do not want to be involved in an FPPC complaint. Brian?
Hear me?
Brian, are you there?
I'm here. I don't know what to do. I'll just, I don't know what else to say. I can't.
Okay.
But I'm having technical difficulty. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine now. Then, of course,
Of
as
the
soon
city
as I say-
manager made, which is that there are legal issues involved if the speech involves political speech or campaigning with city resources.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. We have Councilmember Becker, and then we're going to have to wrap this segment up.
Thank you. So just really quick, I'm not talking about going as big grand scale like San Jose. I know they have a lot of staff members, and frankly, I'm my own staff member. All of us council members are our own staff members. So I wouldn't go as far to say we want to go that direction, but just the more, getting connected to people, I think is the major important factor, especially knowing who your leader is, who your council member is. I mean, people didn't even know who I've replaced. They didn't even know who Debbie Davis was. So it's like, we kind of need to get that little connection in between people, especially during the pandemic. I noticed it's a lot harder to communicate with people, but, town halls, Zoom meetings and stuff like that, that's, on my list to be in the future. But just in city resource to connect, I'm speaking like not dividing things up, but just generic messages to be sent through council member pages. But that's all, nothing grand scale.
Okay, very good. Okay, Hassam, and then this is the last comment.
Yeah, definitely. And I'll be happy to work with any council member who has ideas. Of course, council members are free to individually do what they want, but I mean, one of the ideas, or one of the reasons why we were trying to coalesce around the town hall, organized town hall, and do it, maybe 2 districts at a time, or however the methodology is to, as was brought up, I think even by Kevin, was or Councilmember Park, was that different, if it's just left kind of as a free-for-all, then different council members are going to do different things, which is not conducive to the community engaging in a more predictable way. So it's if it's just kind of a free-for-all, then every council member may do their own thing. It bifurcates the process. So trying to standardize the process so that residents know that there's a regular town hall meeting. Of course, other activities welcomed, and like, I'm not trying to stop any of the other activities, but at least with the town hall pilot, the idea that we're trying to do here is to converge on something that is standard, where residents know that, okay, there's a monthly town hall. These are the council members that are going to be participating in this session or the other session or the other. And they can come, and it's the same link, it's the same process, it's the same format, so that there is kind of some normalcy or regular cadence at which they happen. So the predictability is useful for the community. And of course, if any council members have more ideas, please feel free to reach out to me offline, and we'll put together a proposal and bring it to a future council meeting for approval.
Very good, excellent. And let me just endorse the notion that council, without staff resources or budget, can make efforts to connect with constituents and residents within their districts, and really want to push that aspect given the constraints that you're all under. With that said, then we are moving to public presentation segment here. I'm looking at the attendee list, Mayor Gilmore, and I see 2 hands up.
Okay, so let me find the attendee list here. We'll start with Christina. Welcome, Christina.
A video, but thank you for putting this on. It was really nice to hear you guys since this morning. I would just like to call out that I do live in District 3, and my company gives me time to dedicate to my community, and I am more than willing to spend my time helping out with District 3 or the City Council of City of Santa Clara. That's a doozy. with those hours to help with the community, especially in time of COVID. So if there's anything that I can sign up or give my time to, I'd be more than willing to happy to participate. So if Mayor Gilmore or Karen Hardy, you want to reach out to me, I would be more than happy to participate my time.
Thank you, Christina. You may want to send an email to Councilmember Hardy and myself so we have your contact information. And then
Yes, please.
certainly we can do that. Thank you so much for the offer. Thank you for the offer. Okay, next we have Jeff Houston. Go ahead, Jeff.
Hello, thank you for taking the time today. I thought the team building conversations were very productive, giving tools to how to get along with each other, which is going to be very important. I want to make sure that we extend those tools to our business partners, specifically the 49ers. I know that we've had a difficult time getting along with them in the past, but I would like to see us treat them with the same respect that we treat each other on the council. Try not to speculate their motives and keep respect at the foremost during our business communications with them. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you very much. Next, do we have anyone else? Did Edward Strine come back from earlier?
Mayor, we do not have Edward Strine, but I do have a public comment email that we received.
Okay, go ahead and read it, please.
Okay. Hello, here's my public comment for the City Council priority setting session on 2/2/21. Do not spend money on tourism. Santa Clara is not and probably never will be a tourist destination. We need to focus on strengthening city services, keeping residents housed, fed, and healthy. We should not be hiring or paying any consultants related to tourism. We need to focus on having strong eviction and foreclosure moratoriums that make sure our state and county moratoriums do not leave people homeless. We already have many people who are jam-packed into tiny apartments and houses because of how unaffordable it is to live here. Please focus on protecting people, keeping them housed, fed, and healthy. These are your basic duties as our elected officials. Please do not skimp on environmental protections and sustainability endeavors. Climate change is upon us and will ensure many more disasters, which will create local emergencies. Austerity measures against city services will only hurt the citizens of Santa Clara. Thanks, Casey. End of comment.
Thank you. Do we have any others before we close the public comment?
I do not see any further hands.
Okay, thank you to the public members that participated in that. So next I see we have summary of day one and council questions and comments. Dr. Spanos?
Very good. Okay, so we're moving towards wrapping up here today. And if there are any questions or any comments on the day, we can take those now. And then we will open tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. And I'll ask at that point if there's anything that carried over from today that you want to address in the morning. So you don't need to address that now. You might want to sleep on that overnight and come back with questions or comments tomorrow morning. As we move forward with our agenda tomorrow is the day when we will focus on the pillars, on your strategic goals. So we will do a COVID-19 emergency response, what has happened there and how that has affected the pillars and council's priorities. One of the suggestions coming out of the interviews was to talk about what was accomplished last year in terms of council priorities and what was not accomplished as a result of COVID. So staff has set that up and we'll do a review of 2020 and then we'll open the floor for any potential new items for 2021 or beyond. And again, the theme for today, recognizing the constraints and limitations in terms of what new can be added on the list for the upcoming year. So we open at 9. We start tomorrow at 9 a.m. and look forward to seeing you all there. Then, any wrap-up questions, any comments on today? We can make those now, or we can. I'll open that question up and ask that question tomorrow morning as well. Let me check over here. Mayor Gilmore.
I just wanted to say thank you to everyone, and thank you for everyone that participated today or watched us today. I think it's important that we take advantage of the public presentation sections tomorrow when we're actually working on, our goals for the upcoming year and what we're going to sustain and what we're going to add in. So I think it's important that we get all the public input that we can, but I think this was a really good session today, and I look forward to tomorrow. Thank you for summarizing what we're going to do tomorrow as well. Thank you, Dr. Spano.
Very good. If there's nothing else, we can close out the meeting.
Okay, do I have a motion to adjourn?
I'll motion.
Don't move. Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Jane. Any other discussion? Okay, Assistant City Clerk, would you like to take a roll, please?
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park, Councilmember Park,
Yes, I don't know if you heard that.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Dr. Spano, for
Thanks, staff.
facilitating for us today.